budget, we seek your guidance and blessings. Grant our leaders wisdom, knowledge, and inspiration as they make decisions for the benefit of our nation. We pray for the Prime Minister, the opposition leader, and all the members of the National Parliament, that they may work together with unity and purpose. May they prioritize the needs of our citizens and work towards a prosperous future for Papua New Guinea. Lord, we pray for unity and love and peace throughout our country. May we recognize and appreciate the richness and blessings you have given us. Forgive us for our shortcomings and grant us peace. Let us pray the prayer that Jesus has taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Honorable members, Lord, this morning, Lord, this day today, throughout the week, come you me all get this fla. Skin, kirap, you me like come. Lord, this day today long. Talk the budget, the country blame me. But Lord, this day today too, and you me got sorry me come up. And especially Lord this house. You may lose him one blah. One walk blue you me. Honorable Minister of Works. You may lose him now. The early hours of the morning. And one blessed day. Lord this house too. Look, see mouse, the parliament. Milagi mbig bla tok sore. Lol people bla telephone in. Now family belong on there's a time. All sub sore na you me too sore one time. Number two, me get lo this what they me sore too. Also me this la. Mani go pass this house, now walk to this house. Me sorry long bla lig when I come up. You me. I'm the lig process for you me. No opposition. In mark him leader belongan. And this is something I mean you can sort him within long. Walk the parliament yet. But you mean no make him also na himi golong court na court ikam na Iranian. This election blue you me. This lamb set day lo me also money go pass for parliament. Himi set him one blakain look sabe. Also supposed to say parliament. Himi na manage him one blue you me long process lo parliament lo make him. And but court ikam inside lo parliament and make him this la walk. So want them to slay anyway, call them me make him look sabable and finish. Me too me can make him look sabable me lo see also. Me can look sabe and me no look sabe. But by me pull him tight him gonna away. So also that today this morning me like talk sabe also me look sabe. No member of the suabe also no leader of the opposition.
I ask of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent order of the day number 95, government business, being called on forthwith.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Order of the day number 95, Organic Law and Certain Constitutional Office Holders, Amendment Law 2024, Minister for Justice and Attorney General, second vote for 27 November.
Honourable members, as this is the second vote, the Constitution requires that the vote must be recorded and that in order for the proposed law to pass, it must also be supported by a two-thirds absolute majority of 79 members. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. Clerk, please ring the bells. Mr. Minister,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify with the constitutional office holders, this amendment is going towards this particular constitutional office holders. Public prosecutor, public solicitor, chief magistrate, the clerk of national parliament, and the auditor general from 55 years and 60 years, respectively, to 72 retirement age and 75 compulsory years. Thank you. Just to clarify this, there's a confusion on, and these are the officers we want to increase their age. Thank you.
The question is that the proposed law without amendments be now agreed to. Those in favor, please stand. Those against, please stand. Honourable members, the results of the vote, the ayes 76 and the noes 2. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I rescind the vote. I move to rescind the vote.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent orders of the day numbers 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, and 189 government business being called on forthwith, and the opposition spokesman on Treasury matters replying on the 2026 budget.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Order of the day number 178, Appropriation General Public Services Expenditure 2026, Bill 2025. Second reading, resumption of debate from 25 November. Mr. Brian Kramer in continuation. Order of the day number 179, Appropriation National Parliament 2026, Bill 2025. Second reading, resumption of debate from 25 November. Mr. Brian Kramer in continuation. Order of the day number 180, Appropriation Judiciary Services 2026, Bill 2025. Second reading, resumption of debate from 25 November. Mr. Brian Kramer in continuation.
The Shadow Minister on Treasury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I provide my budget response, I'd like to first pay condolences to the late Honourable Misirian and to his family and to the people of Telefomin on behalf of the people of Madang. Mr. Speaker, honourable members of this House, I rise to deliver the opposition's formal response to the 2026 national budget, presented by the Minister for Treasury, Honourable Inling Staki, titled Security with Growth. I thank the Treasurer for the presentation and I acknowledge the enormous work undertaken by Treasury officials every year to prepare these documents. But, Mr. Speaker, our duty in this House is not to applaud the thickness of the budget books. It is to scrutinize the content, the assumptions, the risks, and the real impact on the lives of our people. A budget must be more than a political speech. A budget must be an honest economic document. And, Mr. Speaker, with regret, I must inform this House that the budget presented to us is heavy on rhetoric, light on reform, strong in promises, weak in realism, and dangerously dependent on revenue assumptions that are defying economic gravity. The Treasurer has delivered the largest budget in our history with 30.9 billion in expenditure, 29.3 billion in projected revenue, and a claimed deficit of 1.6 billion, which claims is just 1.1% of GDP, alongside talk of a glide path to surplus by the year 2027. and even the possibility of repaying all sovereign debt by the year 2034. Mr. Speaker, when one reads the fine print in the budget speech and in Volume 1, including the 13-year fiscal plan, and when we compare these claims to real execution in the 2025 budget, and to the real conditions of our businesses, our families, our farmers, our schools, and our hospitals, a very different picture emerges. Today, I will present that picture. And, Mr. Speaker, I will also urge simple calls of action on our duty. This is not merely a debate about a 30 billion budget. It is a debate about whether a mother in Tari can afford both food and school fees, whether a young man in Geruhu finds a job or joins a gang, whether a child in Manus grows up in a country that works or a country that quietly gives up on them. National budgets are not just spreadsheets. They are moral decisions about who eats, who learns, who is protected, and who is left behind. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, many of us took real risks to change the O'Neill government because we refused to accept what then the shadow treasurer and now the treasurer described as fake numbers, hidden debts, and corruption as the price of doing business. He was very convincing, and I'm sure many of you are being convinced the same way today. We supported the new government, then the Marape-Stephen duo, in good faith, believing that integrity, transparency, and people-centered leadership would finally take root. When those values were abandoned, and some of us made another hard choice to walk away from power rather than walk away from principle. That is the same standard we bring to this 2026 national budget. Mr. Speaker, the government's 30.9 billion budget on paper may appear to be a well-built house. However, like in too many communities, it still feels like a house cook where some get the meal and others only get the smoke. The truth in these long-term numbers, Mr. Speaker, let us start with long-term record. What different governments have actually done to revenue, expenditure, and debt. When the Makerere government took office in July 1999, the actual revenue to run the country was just 2.5 billion kina. And his expenditure budget was 2.9 billion. 26 years later, and this budget plans to literally spend over 10 times that amount. When the Somare government succeeded the Makerere government in 2002, the country's revenue had reached 3.2 billion, with debt rising from around 5.8 billion in 1999 to 8.7 billion by the end of 2002. Difficult years of adjustment, but with relatively small absolute deficits and a focus on stabilization. Somare government, across roughly 9 years, oversaw the total revenue collection of around 58 billion and total expenditure of 57.4 billion. Debt essentially flat or slightly declining at about 8.7 billion to 7.5 billion. That period showed that when revenue is usually carefully, it is possible to grow the economy without blowing out our national debt. Then came the O'Neill government, the end of 2011 to mid-2019. After 8 years in office, and thanks to the prudent fiscal management of the Somare government, the O'Neill government oversaw the collection of 91.6 billion in revenue, expending a total expenditure of 112.3 billion, a cumulative overspend of more than 20 billion, and debt jumping roughly from 7.5 billion under Samari to 33.7 billion under O'Neill. Mr. Speaker, those choices, aggressive spending, creative accounting, hidden liabilities left the country exposed before COVID-19 even arrived. Mr. Speaker, the current Marape government has taken that pattern and amplified it to the next level. Since taking office in May 2019, the Marape government's total revenue collection has reached an estimated 123 billion, with total expenditure short of 159 billion, a gap approaching 47 billion in just 6.5 years. Debt has surged from 33.7 billion when O'Neill left government in mid-1999 to a projected 66.5 billion by the end of 2026. Almost doubling the debt stock, and leaving every child effectively owing more to the creditors than ever before. Year by year, the charts tell the same story. In the early 2000s, deficits were measured in tens of hundreds of millions. You guys hold it up. With at least one small surplus by the 2012, deficits were routinely in the billions, and the COVID years, the annual shortfall blew out to more than 7 billion. Deficits remain large, even as the government now claims to have fixed the boat.
We have a point of order.
Speaker, this is not a protest chamber. The circulation they've done is sufficient. I think the very standing order literate member from Medang knows exactly the decorum of the House. So I just rule to your wisdom. I leave to your wisdom to make ruling, please.
Honorable Prime Minister, your point of order is in order. So, you reply, honorable members, and the
The Prime Minister, and you start the point of order now.
Honorable open member, I had a point of order from the Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said, according to standing orders, I've yet to hear him quote which actual provision of the standing orders that him and you are relying on.
Open member for Medang or Shadow Treasury, Minister of Shadow Treasury, me no asking you to debate him this point of order.
Okay, Mr. Speaker,
The chair has made its ruling. And his point of order is in order, and this is the first time I believe in this House. Now we will carry placard now. We have enough of this already. This is in front of all members now. It's been circulated. So what are you trying to prove here? So you may continue with your response to the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, if I may. Your question is why we are trying to do here. We are not only the people in this House that is watching these proceedings. For that reason, they do not have the public, do not have the benefit of a table that you have. No.
Honorable,
Mr. Speaker, it's my budget response. So we reply.
Honorable Shadow Treasurer,
Yes.
I have ruled. You are trying to tell us, or tell the chair, that every information that is here, it will eventually go to the medias are here. But you report him to the public.
That's correct.
That's right.
Okay, so I'm right. So
you may continue with your...
Mr. Speaker, so was Sabla Pilim Pen, Bibla and Rausi memo right?
You may continue with your budget reply.
As they say, numbers don't lie. So if I can continue.
Honorable Minister, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, such displays like this has to seek leave of the Parliament or leave from the chair. Leave was not taken. How did he bring it in? How did two people stand up, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Minister, point of order, I'm in order. I'm giving you already understanding also. It's just that, like, give me like making some show or something or similar flow. And we shouldn't be doing that. Me larem shadow treasurer shadow minister of treasury long continue long reply long the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may count him my first point of order. Okay. So, as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, then came the O'Neill government. Oh, now you bloody disturb his speech for me. Okay, year by year, the charts tell the same story. In early 2000, deficits were measured in tens of hundreds of millions, as the good members of this House will see in the graph before them. With at least one small surplus by the 2012, deficits were routinely in the billions. And in COVID years, the annual shortfall blew out to more than 7 billion in 1 year. Deficits remain large, even as the government now claims to have fixed the boat. With the legacy of those choices visible in higher interest costs, now at a record 3.6 billion budgeted in 2026. This is the truth. Two successive governments have normalized a structure where expenditure constantly runs ahead of realistic revenue and where borrowing fills the gap, while the quality of frontline services lags badly behind, and growth in the budget headline. The gap between the numbers and reality. Mr. Speaker, let us turn to the 2026 budget itself and the gap between what the numbers say and what the people see. The Treasurer has told the nation that the 30.9 billion in expenditure represents 2,000 kina and 882 per person in PNG, based on the estimated 2026 population of 10.7 million. This is to fund education, health, policing, roads, and debt interest. Mr. Speaker, many families in Port Moresby and Lae spend that amount on food and transport in a single month. In settlements, people juggle rent, school project fees, PMB fares, with no safety net, and for them, there is no sign of 2,882 in services or opportunities. Mr. Speaker, we are told inflation is contained and that non-resource growth is averaging around 4%, with the government proudly claiming the strongest period of sustained growth in our history. Mr. Speaker, yet the trade store and the fuel pump and families see prices rising faster than wages and far faster than the quality of services. While informal workers remain unprotected from shocks, the budget that stabilizes Treasury while destabilizing households is not yet a people's budget. Education and health and human reality. Mr. Speaker, children sit at the center of this story. The government highlights a 4.9 billion for education, the largest sector allocation on paper, and a substantial increase compared to a decade ago, when education spending was only a fraction of today's level. Yet tens of thousands of teachers' positions remain unfunded or unfilled, classrooms are overcrowded, and schools wait months for funds trapped in trust accounts or delayed by release bottlenecks, meaning that the big numbers in Volume 2 of the Treasurer's budget never turn into chalk desks or textbooks. Mr. Speaker, health is no different. We see about 3.2 billion appropriated for medical supplies, provincial hospitals, church health services, and even a new medical university. More than fix the boat story. We are told the government has fixed the boat. The deficits have fallen from around 8.9% of GDP, or 7.3 billion, at the COVID peak to 1.1%, and that debt will trend down for nearly 50% of GDP. So, Mr. Speaker, I noted that the Treasurer puts percentage, so we put him amount. So 50% of GDP is 66.6 billion. 50% of GDP, figure says it's 133 billion in 2025. Mr. Speaker, the government's achievement towards consolidation is real, on paper, and deserves acknowledgement. But it sits on a fiscal tightrope. That tightrope is built on highly optimistic revenue forecasts, very ambitious capital spending plans, and an assumption that nothing goes wrong between now and the year 2034. Mr. Speaker, in a country where one earthquake, one major mine shutdown, one major drought, one global shock, or one Black Wednesday can rewrite the national story in a single week. This looks more like wishful thinking than conservative stewardship. Revenue, structure built on sand. Mr. Speaker, the total revenue for 2026 is projected at around 29.3 billion, a sharp increase compared to the actual collections by a few years ago, driven by big steps in tax collections and ambitious increases in state-owned enterprise dividends and other non-tax revenues. But state-owned enterprises have a long history of under-delivery, withholding dividends and being hit by commodity volatility and operational failures. Past years show that projected dividend lines were not met. And when those checks did not arrive, the cuts fell on maintenance, goods and services, and arrears to suppliers. Mr. Speaker, if those new checks do not arrive in 2026, it will not be boardrooms that feel the pain. It will be schools, clinics, roads, and frontline wages. Mr. Speaker, the multi-year charts of revenue versus expenditure show a systematic habit of announcing optimistic inflows and then filling the gap with borrowing instead of structural reform. That habit has left us more dependent on a narrow tax base, and a handful of large projects, while the informal sector and rural economy carry the hidden costs of inflation, weak services, and insecurity. Expenditure, big spend, weak delivery. Mr. Speaker, 30.9 billion in expenditure sounds transformational, and there is no doubt that nominal spending has more than tripled since the Somare government and doubled from 2017 under the O'Neill government. But the wage bill continues to grow faster than the real non-resource economy. The thousands of unattached or ghost workers still remain on payroll systems that have resisted reform for more than a decade. Capital budgets look impressive, and each year the volume 3 of the budget books lists long roads, new health facilities, and economic projects. Yet historically, only a fraction of these are actually delivered on time and to standard. And maintenance of new infrastructure is consistently neglected. Mr. Speaker, we risk more ribbon-cutting projects that fall apart within a few years, while calling it security with growth, as communities are left with collapsed bridges and roads, broken vehicles, and no recurrent funding. The charts show the real outcome clearly. Ever-rising expenditure lines, a widening gap over the revenue in the O'Neill and Marape years, and debt stocks climbing steeply since 2012. Mr. Speaker, what they do not show is the father who cannot find work, the mother selling betel nut to keep children in school, and the youth in the settlement drifting towards crime when the promise of record budgets never reaches their street or block. Addressing the government's favorite excuse, the other guy. Mr. Speaker, this is the point where the government members will say, yes, mistakes were made in the past, but we are better than before. That is very low bar for our country, a country without potential. In this House, I have probably been the most critical of the member for Yalbu Pangia. Our differences are well documented. The O'Neill years left hidden debts, inflated numbers, and a mountain of arrears. The chart documented the surge in expenditure over revenue and the jump in debt from around 7.5 billion to 33.7 billion. I accused him of sinking the country in debt and accusing his government of reaching 40 billion in debt. Mr. Speaker, the Marape government has pushed our debt past 60 billion, an amount that would be incomprehensible against a debt level during the Samare government term. But, Mr. Speaker, there were also significant successes under the O'Neill government that I can admit. Peter O'Neill's 8 years as Prime Minister saw commissioning of the country's first LNG, during real GDP growth and boosting export revenues and billions in oil and gas revenue that the Marape government now enjoys expending. The project now showcasing Papua New Guinea's ability to deliver major international investments. The O'Neill government did deliver transformative infrastructure, such as the Kumul flyover, a new city roads, APEC House, the relocation of Port Moresby's port to Motukia, upgrades in over 20 airports, and the 3 billion highway rehabilitation. It was the O'Neill government that reintroduced a free education in 2012, expanded health facilities, and constructed institutions like the West Pacific University. Under his leadership, Papua New Guinea hosted the 2018 APEC Summit, raising the nation's profile and attracting new investment, cementing his government's reputation for ambitious development and modernization across the country. Those years were not without controversy. That is precisely why some of us fought for change of government in 2019. However, Mr. Speaker, Mr. O'Neill is no longer in charge of the country's affairs or its finances. So the buck no longer stops with him. The Treasurer can no longer continue to blame the failures of this government on him. And Mr. Speaker, for the record, this is why I printed out a graph that actually confirms the actual numbers. In the minister's speech, he said that his government was burdened by deficits. You will see on the form that the majority of the deficits have been under this government and not the O'Neill government. The O'Neill government was not responsible for the record expenditure close to 160 billion. He is not responsible for our debt reaching 66 billion by the end of 2025. He is not responsible for the current state of law and order in the country, the shortage of medicines reaching our hospitals. Mr. Speaker, 6.5 years after the O'Neill government, Marape government, the same bad habits remain. We still see billion kina deficits, unrealistic revenue forecasts, state-owned enterprises that withhold or delay dividends, payroll leakages that reform programs have failed to fix, and capital projects that look impressive in the budget books but never get built or properly maintained. This is not a clean break from past mismanagement. It is simply dressing it up. It's a lipstick on a pig. Duct tape on a sinking boat when our people deserve reform, honest. Human costs the same, unfunded positions, under-resourced communities waiting years for basic infrastructure while interest and arrears are paid faithfully every month. The human cost of mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, the deficit line does not capture the true cost of poorly managed economy. That cost is counted in children who drop out because schools lack teachers, desks, and books, even as the education budget sets new records on paper. Patients who die of treatable conditions because there are no medicines, no beds, no fuel for an ambulance, while the national health appropriations have never been higher. Women facing violence in communities with no police presence or functioning courts, because law and justice funds are eroded by arrears, late warrants, and poor coordination. Youth whose potential is wasted in crime, alcohol, and idleness. In a decade that official statistics describe as one of the sustained growth, but which for them has meant sustained exclusion. Every kina borrowed, wasted, or stolen today is a kina stolen from our children's future. From climate-resilient infrastructure, from modern hospitals, from quality schools, and from a diverse economy. Every under-reformed payroll system, every dubious contract, every trust account game normalities, mediocrity, and teaches our children that corruption is the cost of doing business with the state. The responsibility of this House, Mr. Speaker, budgets are moral documents, and in this debate, three groups carry a special burden. Members of Parliament, our duty is to scrutinize, not applaud. We must challenge unrealistic assumptions, expose waste, and demand that savings first go to teachers, nurses, police, and rural infrastructure, not to campaign expenses or new convoys of vehicles. If we fail, we are not bystanders, we are accomplices. 2, ministers and senior officials. A record budget means nothing if warrants are late. Funds are trapped, arrears grow, and the frontline services starve. A budget is not an election brochure. It is a contract with the people, and the contracts are measured in delivery, not in press conference. 3, public servants. You are in the engine room, but a leaking engine seizes. Ghost workers, fake invoices, inflated contracts, and abuse of grants are acts that rob children of knowledge, patients of medicine, and communities of safe bridges and reliable roads. As someone widely recognized for fighting corruption can plainly say, this is not personal. It is about choosing integrity over convenience and truth over spin. In 2019, we demanded a change of government. In 2026, we demand a change of culture. What a people-first budget would look like. Mr. Speaker, a truly people-first budget would use conservative, realistic revenue forecasts, grounded in past collection performance and genuine SOE capacity, not aspirational divided figures or dividend figures. Protect the basics, teachers, health workers, medicines, law and justice before funding vanity projects, political slash programs, or poorly designed capital works. Cut waste ruthlessly, ghost workers, inflated contracts, needless travel, and duplicate agencies that add red tape but not value. Empowering watchdogs, the Auditor General, the Ombudsman, the internal audit units, and the FIU and ICAC to follow the money without fear or favor, publishing their findings in full. Measure success not by billions announced, but by improved lives. Fewer school dropouts, lower maternal deaths, safer streets, more jobs, and higher real incomes. The judgment of history and our duty now. History will not remember whether this budget was 28 billion, 30.9 billion, or 32 billion. It will remember whether this House lifted our people or failed them. It will remember whether we told the truth about unrealistic assumptions, weak implementation, and corruption that bleeds the nation, or whether we hide behind the slogans like security with growth. Mr. Speaker, a mother in East Sepik, a youth in Lae, a teacher in Mereng, a nurse in Bougainville. They will not remember our speeches. They will remember whether their lives became safer, fairer, and more dignified because of decisions taken in this chamber. In 2019, we said enough to one era of mismanagement. In 2026, let us say enough to budgets that look strong on paper but leave our people weak in reality. Let us demand a budget that is not only fiscally responsible, but morally responsible. Calls to action. So today, 3 clear calls to action. To members of Parliament, do your duty. Read beyond the headlines. Interrogate the assumptions. And put the classroom, the clinic, and the village road ahead of your own comfort. To ministers and heads of departments, honor the trust placed in you. Release funds on time. Fix the leakages, enforce consequences, and make sure money reaches the front line, not just the press release. To the public service machinery, at every level, remember why the people pay your salaries. That now has reached 8 billion. Say no to ghost names, no to fake invoices, to shortcuts that betray the public interest. And choose to be a generation of public servants that restored pride in serving the state. For the children in classrooms without a teacher, for the patients in wards without medicine. For the youth standing at the crossroads between a job and a gang. Let us do what we are mandated to do. Let us serve our people. Mr. Speaker, as the last part of concluding my speech and handing out a graph that illustrates the expenditure from 1999 to 2025, which all members of this House have a copy. And you will see the different governments that took office and the legacies and record that they left. These are numbers, and they don't lie. The Makerere government inherited a government that was near collapse, where our exchange rate, kina, jumped by 30%, was reduced, cut by 30%. So they were managing the entire country with 2.5 billion, not 30 billion, where GDP, debt to GDP, had reached 70%, while we talk about 50%. Yes. So my question to the Marape government is, what will be your legacy? The record shows the legacy of Makere's reform, and it shows the record of Samare's diligent management of the economy, where they left a 598 million surplus. The O'Neill government, deficits. The Marape government, the next level of deficits. Will the Marape government be the next line of the story? What will it tell? Right now, it tells of corruption, incompetency, inefficiency. I commend also the efforts of the Treasurer. The economy on the macroeconomic level, and I have reviewed all the IFM reports since 1999, 2000, from each time the new government took office, to understand what were the views of the IMF and how we're running our economy. And all the underlying issues that they raised every single time is the same. Accountability, transparency, good governance, excessive spending, inefficiency of public service. The same theme. Since 1999, they are saying the same thing. The only difference is that the likes of Makere and Samare adopted what they said, and we have seen the results on paper. That is the difference. So, my objective view of the efforts of the Treasurer and the economy would be a -C in terms of the budget, because even if the Treasurer brought a perfect budget, he's not the one implementing it. The issue here right now is the implementation of the budget. A budget's just a projection on paper. Who implements it, that is the outcome. On the managing of the economy in terms of the public service machinery, then it's a D-. Yes,
absolutely.
Yes. But that's not the Treasurer's function. That's the ministers, departments, secretaries, and the Prime Minister is responsible because he appoints them. And who you appoint represents you. If I may, Mr. Speaker, just to conclude my speech, is to read a little section, paragraph, of a report done by the APG that describes the level of corruption. This is the same organization that carried out a full assessment of the country, anti-money laundering risk, and as we all heard, we will be grey-listed come February. It says, Mr. Speaker, if I may, it's called the Asia Pacific Group of Money Laundering. It is an intergovernment organization consisting of 42 members, of which PNG is a member, as well as an organization and observers from outside the region with PNG as a member. Now, I quoted a part of their report where it says, the threat of corruption and bribery in PNG is pervasive, deep-rooted, and entrenched in politics and business. PNG's National Risk Assessment identifies corruption as the highest money laundering threat. Transparency International Corruption Perception Index score for PNG is 30 over 100, and PNG ranks 130 out of 180 in the world. There are numerous open source reports and media articles highlighting corruption, including misuse of government funds and kickbacks, and bribery are widespread. Fraud is significantly underreported, making the level and value of offending difficulty to quantify. In cases where corruption is involved, there is often related fraud, such as false documentation, to facilitate the activity. The crossover with corruption and fraud is significant, with fraud and mismanagement of funds found to be common among public officials. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister now enjoys his term to complete this term unabated following the recent Supreme Court ruling. He does no longer have to submit to political interest. He now has to decide, based on his faith and based on his legacy, how will Papua New Guinea remember his government. He has an opportunity now to clean up the mess. The Treasurer has done his part on the budget, but the implementation through our public service and corruption is an area that he is mandated. That is the Prime Minister, and it will stop with him and his departments. If the Prime Minister is truly committed to seeing the improvements in our people's welfare, then I would ask that he consider appointing members of the opposition and government to form a special parliamentary committee and allow us to go in and smash the rot. Because public servants cannot, international agencies cannot, they do not fully understand the landscape of how corruption is entrenched in our country. So with that, I conclude my speech. Thank you.
The Chairman of the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Plans and Estimates.
Mr. Speaker, I rise once again to present the views and recommendations of the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Plans and Estimates on the 2026 National Budget. Mr. Speaker, let me remind the House again that the government has a fundamental duty to allocate funds responsibly and must take heed to consider making necessary changes in certain key government agendas and strategic investments that are not implemented properly to gain maximum benefit. We hear the outcries of the opposition and other stakeholders when budgets after budgets are not implemented transparently in the proper manner. A responsible government must consider the views of all stakeholders, including the Plans and Estimate Committee. This will reflect the government's commitment to transparency and accountability on all our spendings. Mr. Speaker, we have now a record budget in front of us of 30.9 billion kina, despite varying local and global challenges. This House will definitely have diverse opinion on the budget, but it is crucial to harmonize the challenges and perspectives and adopt effective best practices to enhance the lives of our citizens. The committee thoroughly looked into the 2026 budget and came up with the following observations. Mr. Speaker, budget overview. Papua New Guinea's economy is influenced by global events. The global economy is experiencing a period of slow growth and declining inflation. characterized by resilience, but also significant risk like prolonged uncertainty, rising trade tension, and physical vulnerabilities. The U.S. state tariff introduced during the first quarter of 2025 have changed the global economic landscape, forcing policymakers to rethink traditional policy responses. The 2026 national budget is boosted by an aggregate expenditure of 30.9 billion kina, excluding debt repayments, an increase by 2.6 billion kina from the 2025 national budget. The 2026 national budget projects approximately 29.3 billion kina in total revenue, which results in the projected deficit of approximately 1.6 billion kina. The 2026 national budget is based on the theme security with growth, which means that Papua New Guinea has made a substantial development progress, which must be continued and expanded. The 2026 national budget is guided by 4 principal areas: strong economy, connect PNG, going rural, and good governance. Mr. Speaker, issues considered by the committee. The committee has noted and considered the following issues that have influenced the effectiveness and sustainability of the 2026 national budget. 1, over-optimistic budget figures. The budget is not a political speech or a campaign brochure. It is like a social contract between the country and its people. When the figures presented to this House consistently exceed the realistic, it puts the social contract at risk. The 2026 national budget is as such a scale that demands rigorous and realistic assumption with transparent evidence to back every projection. The committee is deeply troubled that the 2026 national budget figures appears to be overly optimistic, with the projected figures, both revenue and expenditure, far exceeding the past actual figures and economic realities. This gap risks undermining service delivery, unnecessarily increasing debt, and eroding public trust. Mr. Speaker, over-optimistic budget figures carry 3 immediate risks. First, it can lead to unsustainable borrowing if anticipated revenues fail to appear. Second, it diverts attention from necessary fiscal discipline and prioritization of frontline services across the provinces. And third, it undermines the credibility of the Parliament's oversight role and the ability of government agencies to plan effectively. Mr. Speaker, the committee encourages the government to take appropriate steps in revising the budget focusing methodologies and assumptions to help restore realism in budget figures and improve accountability to our fiscal process. 2, budget balance and cash flow. The committee observes that the budget expenditure continues to exceed the budget revenue, and this is again the case in the 2026 national budget. With government spending often exceeding revenue, PNG continues to consistently face budget deficit, leading to high borrowing from external financing and increasing the national debt which is expected to rise to approximately 66 billion kina or even more in 2027. Through our budget briefing with Treasury Department and the review of the 2026 budget papers, the committee notes with grave concern on the government's ongoing cash flow challenges. The 2026 national budget reveals that the government expects a cash deficit of approximately 1.6 billion kina. Without a clear strategy to reduce the deficit and resolve cash flow issues, the committee is concerned that this would undermine the financial stability, increase borrowing costs, and limit the government's ability to focus on long-term investments in development. Mr. Speaker, the committee urges the government to focus on sustainable and realistic fiscal consolidation by cutting unnecessary spending, reduce spending wastage and leakage, improve revenue collection, and prioritizing value for money and high-impact projects and services. Law and order issues, number three. The committee notes that the government is proposing to spend about 2.465 billion kina in law and order sector, most notably with a 12% increase in the police department and a 17% increase in the judiciary services to address the declining state of law and order nationwide. However, it is widely acknowledged that significant challenges still persist with increasing crime rates, violence, and tribal conflicts. The 2020 national budget must clearly translate these allocations into tangible on-the-ground outcomes. Failure to do so risk undermining the 2026 national budget's effective implementation, forcing the redirection of vital resources away from health, education, infrastructure, and to address unforeseen emergency responses and security shortfalls. Mr. Speaker, Papua New Guineans deserve a safe, secure, and peaceful environment that supports social well-being and a stable and favorable investment climate to drive sustainable economic growth. For the amendment of IRC Act, the committee is concerned with the recent amendment of IRC legislation that proposes structural change to IRC, an institution that has consistently delivered results, strengthened compliances, and operate with integrity. The IRC is not another government agency. It is a constitutional state organization deliberately designed to be independent from political influences. Its autonomy is the reason why, even in tough economic times, the IRC continues to be effective and efficient in revenue collections. The proposed creation of an oversight board with political appointees risk weakening the IRC's independence, compromising its ability to enforce tax law fairly, and opening the door to affecting decisions that should remain strictly professional. It is not clear on where in IRC's current accountability mechanism have failed and where is the justification of any ineffective policy that warrants such an intervention. Mr. Speaker, The IRC Commissioner has stated clearly that the accountability is welcome. This proposed oversight board lacks sound justification. These pools coincide with IRC's audit of major multinational corporations, entities that have never faced scrutiny before. Should we allow external pressure to derail these investigations? Should we compromise our sovereignty and integrity of one of our strong institutions that, for reforms that serves unclear interests? Good governance is about protecting strong institutions, not undermining them. The IRC must remain independent, free from external pressure, and sealed from political control. This amendment bill threatens that independence and should be rejected in the best interest of transparency, fairness, and the long-term health of our tax system. Mr. Speaker, the committee has a clear message to the government. Papua New Guinea must not trade institutional integrity for conditional support. We must uphold the independence of the IRC and safeguard the principles of good governance. Dividends payment by KPHL, number 5. The committee noted the governance and financial performance of Kumul Petroleum Holdings Limited and its obligations to the state. KPHL was established to hold state's interests in the PNG LNG and other petroleum venture. It is a strategic entity entrusted with managing billions of kina in resource wealth on behalf of our people. However, the current legislation that created KPHL has inadvertently placed significant limitations on the government's ability to access its rightful shares of revenue. Under the current arrangement, KPHL operates as a trustee, with Prime Minister as the sole trustee. While this structure was intended to safeguard the state's interests, it has created governance challenge and reduced transparency. Dividend flows have been described as opaque, with funds not directly remitted to the national budget and or the Sovereign Wealth Fund. For example, Treasury's report indicated that 7.1 billion was received by KPHL from the PNG LNG project up to mid-2022. Yet, only a fraction has flowed into the consolidated revenue. In 2024, 560.1 million kina in mining and petroleum dividends has been paid to the state. For 2025, the projected mining and petroleum dividends are approximately 1.5 billion kina. In the 2026 national budget, the projected mining and petroleum dividends is approximately 2.95 billion kina. While these figures appear substantial, they fall short of what is possible given the scale of the LNG revenues. Mr. Speaker, the committee notes that under the government's 2025 dividend policy, KPHL is expected to remit 80% of its revenue to the state. This is a positive step, but it requires legislative backing to ensure compliance and consistency. The committee is not questioning the importance of KPHL's role in managing resource projects. We acknowledge the investment in infrastructure such as the Motukea fuel storage facility and its participation in the projects like PNG LNG and Papua LNG. However, we must also recognize that the current governance structure does not reflect best practice. It concentrates decision-making power, limits parliamentary oversight, and creates a potential conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, the cascading effect of this arrangement is clear. When dividends are delayed or reduced, the national budget suffers. Provinces and districts are deprived of funds for essential services. Our people in rural areas face deteriorating health facilities, under-resourced schools, and impassable roads. 6, provincial functional grants. The committee observes that the heart of service delivery and the well-being of our people are directly impacted by the timely release of provincial functional grants and the consequences of their shortfall. When this House passed the national budget in 2024 and 2025, we did also with the expectation that allocations of provincial functional grant be fully honored. We must know that these grants are not merely figures on paper. They are foundation for health services, education, law and order, and infrastructure in all our provinces. However, the reality is deeply concerning. While the Department of Treasury asserted that warrants were issued on time, the actual release of cash fell short of what was appropriated. The 2024 national budget projected 638 million kina for provincial functional grants, but the 2024 final budget outcome report recorded 535 million kina as committed by the government. However, the committee understands that provinces wait months for funds that never arrived when needed. In the 2026 national budget, 770 million kina was allocated for the provincial functional grant. The committee is now unsure if this proposed amount can be fully committed. Mr. Speaker, the consequences have been severe and far-reaching at the cost of cutting other operational and capital expenditures. Provincial administrations left scrambling. Many public servants could not perform their duties effectively. Some could not work at all. Hospitals lacked medicine, schools lacked materials, and roads remain impassable. This lack of funding has had a cascading effect on our communities. In rural areas where basic services have collapsed, our people have been forced to migrate into towns and cities in search of better opportunities. This rural-urban drift is accelerating. Families leave their villages because there is no functional health post, no teachers in classroom, and no roads to market. They arrive in urban centers like Port Moresby and Lae only to find overcrowding schools, shortage of classrooms and teachers, and settlement mushrooming without proper water, sanitation, or housing. Health facilities in cities are overwhelmed. Crime rates rise and unemployment grows. What began as a funding shortfall in rural areas has now become a national crisis of urban congestion and social instability. The delayed and under-release of provincial functional grant has undermined governance at the subnational level and placed unbearable pressure on urban infrastructure. It has forced provinces and districts to rely heavily on PSIP and DSIP funds for core services, funds that were never intended to replace functional grants. Treasury argues that this delay were unavoidable under the Westminster system, which allows the minister to release funds up to, but not necessarily the full appropriation. Section 6 to 10 of the Appropriation Act were often cited as legal authority for reallocation reallocation to protect essential services. While this may be legally sound, it does not ease the burden of our provinces and cities. Mr. Speaker, the committee acknowledged the effort to clear the outstanding commitment in 2025, aided by improving domestic financing and moving towards a single treasury account. But the question remains, will this same predicament continue next year? Will our provinces again left waiting for funds that exist only on the budget paper or in the budget paper? The committee recommends that the government take the following decisive actions. First, ensure timely cash release for provincial functional grant in 2026. And this commitment must translate into real money in provincial accounts. Secondly, strengthen the cash management and focusing to prevent check floats and delayed payments. Third, prioritize transparency. Provinces and districts must know when funds will arrive so they can plan effectively. And finally, review the fiscal framework to protect subnational funding from being crowded out of wage overrun and debt servicings. National debt. Number 7. The committee notes that the national debt is expected to reach 66.2 billion in 2026, which is approximately a debt to GDP ratio of 45.5%. The 2026 national budget projects that the debt to GDP ratio will be decreasing from 42% in 2027 to 26.5% in 2030, but it is growing much slower than the economy. Debt repayments constitute a significant part of the expenditure in the 2026 national budget. While this shows that the government is looking at the debt recovery efforts, the committee is concerned on the over-optimistic projections that are not clear on the government's focusing methodologies and assumptions. Number 8, grey listing. The committee is aware that Papua New Guinea will be grey listed in February 2026, which is less than 2 months away, for failing to comply with and implement the requirement of the Financial Action Task Force, the Global Money Laundering and Terrorist Financial Watchdog. The committee understands that when Papua New Guinea is grey listed, the consequences will be severe and potentially three main effects. Potentially there'll be three main effects. First, there may be a low tax receipt from slower growth and reducing commodity trade. Second, high debt servicing costs can occur. And third, there may be an increase in recurrent spending on anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism, reform, compliance and capacity building in financing regulators and law enforcement. This will potentially lead to foreign companies considering whether to continue or shut down their operations in PNG. Future investment opportunities may be impeded, and there will be a shortage of foreign currency, and banking system and networks will be greatly affected. Number 9, maintenance budget. The committee observes that in 2026 national budget, the committee observed that the 2026 national budget allocated approximately 331 million kina on maintenance, a 41% increase in the 2025 from the 2025 national budget. However, the committee is concerned that the lack of detail on how the maintenance fund is appropriately allocated according to the real on-the-ground priorities and needs, such as maintenance of existing roads, national highways, schools, and hospitals in provinces and districts. The committee is of the view that there should be a clear detail on how maintenance funds are being allocated and whether the proposed maintenance fund in the 2026 national budget is sufficient to address the current assets conditions in the long term. Mr. Speaker, acknowledgement on enhanced funding for parliamentary services. During the 2025 national budget, the committee urged the government to enhance funding for parliamentary services, including opposition. The committee is pleased to see significant increase in the national parliament's budget in 2026. This funding will enhance the parliamentary services and support the operations of the parliamentary committees and the opposition. This reflects the government's commitment to transparency and effective governance. We appreciate these commitments. And to conclude, Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget faces significant challenges from economic diversification and debt management to improving government services, service delivery, and tackling corruption. However, with careful planning and a focus on sustainable development, fiscal responsibility, and improved governance, the 2026 national budget and future national budgets can address these issues and help set PNG on the path towards economic growth, social stability, and improved living standard for its people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You will find there's an attachment here. It's just the analysis that the committee has gone through. It's attached with the speech that I presented. Please have a look at it. If you can go through the budget book, maybe this will help you to get your minds in order. Thank you.
Honorable Governor Fuisvik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I give my response, I'd like to extend my deepest condolences to our people of Telefomin and family and friends of our late brother, the Honorable Solan Mirisim. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by acknowledging the excellent response by the Shadow Treasurer, first of all. And I also want to acknowledge the excellent response from the Chairman of Budget and Estimates, the Honorable Joseph Yobiopi. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time in this House that I have sat and heard a response from the Shadow Treasurer and the Chairman of the Budget Estimates Committee sound almost the same. And I'm thinking that maybe the same person wrote those two papers. However, I say that because it is quite rare for two different, one in government and one in opposition, to come out with the exact same failings in a budget, Mr. Speaker. Now, you will find, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of the things I wanted to say were already said by these two gentlemen. But I can tell you that I wrote my own speech, Mr. Speaker. And it took me many sleepless nights of going through the books. Mr. Speaker, I start by acknowledging one of our hardest working treasurers, 7 consecutive record-breaking budgets, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, we always sit here and applaud the size of the budget. We never go to check the size of the achievements. But in any case, Mr. Speaker, many Papua New Guineans are watching this debate and they're asking themselves one simple question. When will these record budgets translate into record-breaking solutions, Mr. Speaker? When will they feel safer in our communities? When will these young men and women find a job? Or even simply just to access basic medicine at one of our clinics? The disconnect between these grand budgets, massive record numbers, and the reality our people are living could not be greater, Mr. Speaker. The government can no longer ignore the fatal flaws in its budget assumptions for 2024, 2025, and now 2026. Mr. Speaker, they are repeating the same mistakes that we have seen in the last 2 budgets, and I will outline this as I continue. These budgets appear to be driven more by political necessity than by technocratic rigor. And the numbers are so scary, they don't add up. The first issue I have is that I see a clear pattern of failure in planning and delivery. The evidence is undeniable, Mr. Speaker. In 2024 and 25, we experienced severe cash flow crisis, forcing media adjustments that crippled service delivery. Mr. Speaker, I raised on this floor that the ECP provincial government and many provincial governments and PHAs received our first allocation in September, Mr. Speaker. Now that's the 2025 budget. All of these media adjustments actually crippled service delivery, Mr. Speaker. And you heard it from the Chairman of Plans and Estimates. He very clearly outlined it. He said it better than I could with all of the details. We had critical shortages of medical supplies last year. Mr. Speaker, we had this problem last year. My leaders, the ECP leaders, sat down and we allocated money to purchase medicines in November last year because the problem was already evident last year. This year, almost all Geta Health Center, all PHA, those in charge of the curative services, had to advise that they were shutting down. Now, all of these they're not isolated incidents, Mr. Speaker. These are symptoms of systematic failure in budget formulation and revenue forecasting, and the government is simply ignoring the message. The government's very famous slogan of building the richest black Christian nation sounds very hollow, Mr. Speaker, when in practice, it means that some black people are getting rich while the majority cannot even afford to buy Panadol. Our people's aspirations are not extravagant. They don't set out to become millionaires, Mr. Speaker. Our people simply want safety from harassment and violence and law and order. They want regular power. They want shelter. They want regular water. And they want food. And finally, Mr. Speaker, dignity. A young man wants to be able to get a job so he can feed his small family. He's not setting out to become a multi-millionaire in this country. And he can't even get that. This budget, like its predecessors, fails to make those aspirations of our people its central priority. The second point is financial engineering and a lack of transparency, Mr. Speaker. This budget masks deeper problems through questionable practices that you need to be aware of, Mr. Speaker, as the chair of this House. The budget has several issues that I will outline. The first one is floating debts, Mr. Speaker. The escalating practice of writing checks against the following year's cash flow needs to stop. In 2023, when the budget closed, Mr. Speaker, there was 1.5 billion in floating checks that were cashed in 2024. In 2024, we had 1.8 billion in floating checks when the budget was closed by the government. Now, what this effectively does is you take out a mortgage on the following year's cash flow, Mr. Speaker. How much money you may allocate him now? Yeah, and there's all floating checks. When they close the account in 14 days' time, only pass him. There's all floating checks, but I money lo first na second quarter blow next year. Because that's been the practice we see in 2023, 2024, and it's floating into 2025. And it's likely to float into 2026, Mr. Speaker. Now, this same model is applied at scale in the Connect PNG program, where billion kina contracts are awarded with payments deferred for future years. Mr. Speaker, I raised this issue on this floor when I was sitting on that side in the 2024 budget debate. It is now come home to haunt us, Mr. Speaker. The second issue in terms of this financial engineering that I speak of, they are off-budget allocations, Mr. Speaker. In 2023, 980 million kina was diverted, as demonstrated in the FBO in 2024. Final budget outcome, yeah, and we step inside, Mr. Speaker. I'm not making these numbers up. We still don't know who got the 980 million, Mr. Speaker. Now, in 2024, if you look at the final budget outcome again, there's another 900 million kina that was allocated to certain special provinces, Mr. Speaker. And I can assure you, Manus is not one of them. We need to know that people of Papua New Guinea deserve transparency on the way the national government is handling public funds, Mr. Speaker. Number three, lack of transparency on close of account funds. Mr. Speaker, in 14 days' time, the accounts are going to close. What happens every year when the accounts close is that all get the money silip lo one account here, also broom him na bung him. Na any CISA decide usaid by kissing desla money. There is still no accountability over the last 6 years. Every year also sweep him. 300, 400 million na bung him here. We have not received a single report on this floor where that money goes. And I ask the government to bring it onto this floor so all the Papua New Guinea can sawe. Tell blodesla rat useti kisim, leg blonge museti kisim, yaw blonge museti kisim, Mr. Speaker. The fourth point I wish to raise, Mr. Speaker, is in hidden liabilities. Now, I remind the House, I raised these issues in 2 subsequent budgets. Finally, the hard-working people in Treasury have confirmed exactly what I have been saying on this floor, Mr. Speaker. If you look on page 84, volume 1, the government finally admits, because for the first time in 50 years, they have put in a small line that says that the 66 billion kina debt, you go page 84, this is a book, number 1, volume and a second. Numbers don't lie, Mr. Speaker. Numbers don't lie. So, Now only talk of them. There's a 66 billion kina debt does not include arrears. I am asking for transparency, Mr. Speaker. How much are the arrears? Is it 7 billion, 8 billion, 9 billion? How much? Why you play high team? Karimi kam na talk out talk threat so all the Papua New Guinea can sabe. What is the true debt? You are hiding it from IMF, you are hiding it from World Bank, and you are hiding it from the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I raised serious issues about the funding of the Connect PNG. Finally, if you look at the WEX budget, they are allocating 100 million kina a year for arrears. Now, only got narbla arrears ken, emoli high team backside lo Connect PNG, because their own budget books tell us, Mr. Speaker, numbers don't lie. Those are your numbers, not mine. Now, what the government is doing is not fiscal consolidation, Mr. Speaker. It is a deliberate effort to keep massive state liabilities off the books. Only talk 66 billion, but true number is not on the books. We are not seeing it, Mr. Speaker. Now, there's all kind line also. IMF na World Bank koklo backing you plalo heighten this number ya. Someone needs to tell us the truth. What is the total number for all of the Connect PNG contracts? Is it 10 billion, 12 billion? How much, Mr. Speaker? These are again mortgages on future revenue. The house, the people deserve to know. This is clever accounting, Mr. Speaker, because what they are doing is only kisimol contractor lo working work now by paying more next year na year behind. So trupla dinau ya emi stop finish, but only no put him on top so all people by looking, Mr. Speaker. Clever accounting, creative accounting. And I am asking again, is IMF and World Bank endorsing this practice of clever accounting? The next one is the unrealistic revenue assumptions and election consents. Mr. Speaker, he got some all budget items only put him inside long 207, where he no got clear explanation. This is one something. For example, under 207, there is 150 million kina for a contingency fund. Then one M, election contingency or one M. There is 75 million for SDG number 8. There is no description on what they are going to do with that money, Mr. Speaker. And then there's 200 million for unnamed government obligations. Only put him lohap. He got 75 million, you blow open member, you blow harim staff. Only height him 75 million long 207, only talk blow district maintenance. So you blow open member harim, me talk him you blow now. And then there is 180 million, Mr. Speaker, for the PM slush fund. M2 is tablo 207. This year it was 200 million, Mr. Speaker. Very clever accounting. Now, this is all problem here. Na 2 plus speaker go pass it talk pinis na me like repeat him. They are dangerously high projections on revenue, Mr. Speaker. From KCHL, the estimate of increased revenue from this year to next year is 385%. This year, it only collected half that, Mr. Speaker. This is a fantasy. They need to tell the people of Papua New Guinea how they expect to collect extra money when it's not there. They did the same thing in this year's budget, Mr. Speaker. This year, they projected that SOEs will give them 153 billion. 1.53 billion. Now, they only collected 45% of that. And next year, they are expecting to increase collections from state-owned enterprises from 802 million to 3.1 billion. If they don't do it, you mean by expecting cash flow problem next year in up September. I know many MPs were promised money for their projects next year because by Halevi Molo win him 2027 election, me sorry lo you plan no good September next year you plan by wait him yet. This leads me to another problem, Mr. Speaker. The 2027 general elections, and I say this as chair of the elections committee. Mr. Speaker, there's some funding to the the commissioner, but there's no funding to police and some of the other agencies that are going to be carrying out the elections specifically. So me just talk out as well as a warning after what we've seen in the LLG elections just concluded about a week ago. You may not like to repeat him 2027, Mr. Speaker. Finally, the empty promise of provincial funding. Mr. Speaker, people belong ECP, long 2024, 44 million me play no kisim. Last time me raise him, me talk out also in 14 days time when accounts close, 45 million people blow ECP. I mean no come yet. PHA, 8 million only outstanding yet. As far as the people of ECP are concerned, 2024 was a fake budget. 2025 was a fake budget. Now, prove me wrong by making sure that 26 is not another fake budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the government's 7th budget. It continues to blame votes of no confidence for its lack of performance. The truth is that poor performance stems from poor budget priorities. There are no new initiatives in this budget for manufacturing, even though they say so. Agriculture repeats the same old cycle of big promises and big letdowns. Boasts of creating 20,000 jobs are cold comfort when there are several million unemployed Papua New Guineans around the country. The recent demographic health survey paints a frightening picture, Mr. Speaker. 42% of our population are under 15. Unemployment rate amongst women is 70%. Unemployment amongst men is 55%. Mr. Speaker, despite all these record budgets, my province receives about 1 hour of power supply every day. We have just decided to make sure that Borom Hospital has a desalination plant so it can get water, and it will operate on full solar power so we can maintain services to our people, Mr. Speaker. This is the reality across the country. The government got its numbers terribly wrong in 2024 and 2025. I hope they are not wrong again in 2026. This is more than incompetence. It is fundamental dishonesty in its accounting to the parliament and to the people. Government has the numbers to pass this budget, no doubt. Its members have been promised many goodies for next year to help them with re-election. But, as I said earlier, you will all be grumbling by June or July next year, Mr. Speaker, as these promises fail to materialize. One final point. The PM has been calling for accountability from provinces. So I want to ask the PM, what about accountability from your office? The PM's budget for his office and his PIP and his 180 million slush fund totals 548 million this year, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's office will spend more money than 16 of our provinces. Only 6 provinces will spend the same amount as the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Speaker. ECP has 700,000 people, and we are looking at a budget of 370 million kina this year. Manus is not going to receive as much money as the PM's office. Most of you here, your provinces are not going to receive. Central will not, West Sepik will not, Madang will not, East New Britain, West New Britain, New Ireland will not, Chimbu, Jiwaka, Western Highlands will not, Western Province will not, Gulf will not, Central, Milne Bay and Oro will not, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister needs to lead by example and show what all these monies, over $500 million every year that his office spends, has achieved before he calls for accountability from anyone else. Security with growth, Mr. Speaker. One can also take back PNG, the richest black Christian nation. It sounds like an empty slogan, sadly. These slogans are designed to mask a budget of false assumptions and failed delivery. Our people deserve the truth, Mr. Speaker. They deserve a budget that serves them, not just political fortunes for government cronies. This is not the people's budget. We deserve better. Mr. Speaker, Mibla all member of parliament ibin kisintok gaman lo 2024 budget, the 2025 budget, the now 2026 budget. It is an insult to the intelligence of the members of parliament when the government front bench continues to make promises, big promises in budgets it cannot keep. It makes us all look silly. People outside on the street are laughing at us. And that cannot be the way that we continue to allow this noble work of putting people at the center of our budgets to flounder and fail every year, Mr. Speaker. Let me ask him, you member of Parliament, especially colleagues on the government side, you should be holding your front bench to account. No can lari mipla opposition kam na karim heavy pla work lo lug lo country. I mean work blo mipla one and work blo yumi olgeta. So I appeal to you, honorable leaders, think of your people. 16 provinces will receive less money in next year's budget than the Prime Minister's own office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this debate in support of the budget. Before I go on to my speech, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the member for Tuawe for his ascension to the opposition leader's seat. I also would like to pass on my condolences to the people of Teleformin, to the family members of the late Minister for Works, Honorable Sola Mirisam. And recent events have taken over. I also do not want to forget the 3 youths who died in the fire in Western Islands. I also send my condolences to the family members of the students who have died. I rise to commend and fully support the 2026 national budget presented by the Treasurer. Many times in public utterances, we tend to pick on education, health, and law and order as the favorite topics to debate on. But this budget is anchored on the government's underlying theme, security with growth. And for the education sector, this translates to what I term as security with growth through human capital investments. Human capital remains the bedrock of national security and prosperity. A well-educated and skilled population reduces vulnerability, expands opportunities, drives economic competitiveness, and strengthens national cohesion. Despite tight fiscal conditions, globally and domestically, the Maraba Rosso government has promised prioritized education because sustainable national security and future prosperity begins in the classroom. This budget will enable me to build our citizens into God-fearing, law-abiding citizens who are able to sustain their livelihood anywhere in the world. I thank the Prime Minister and the Treasurer for your leadership in guiding the budget process during these challenging economic times in Papua New Guinea. As we heard in the budget speech, the 2026 budget is framed against significant constraints arising from slower economic growth, reduced commodity revenues, heightened debt servicing obligations, increased demand from health, security, infrastructure, and social sectors. In response, the government has adopted a disciplined approach to protect frontline services, prioritize high-impact development programs, improve efficiency and accountability, and phase out non-essential expenditures, ensure value for money, amongst others. Against this backdrop, presenting a budget of 30 billion with the best budget deficit since 2012, I repeat, the best budget deficit since 2012, and prioritizing protection and advancement of education sector shows the government commitment to driving long-term growth through investment in its people. The government is committed for the household assistance package
assistance package, which include removing taxes from 13 basic household items, maintaining the threshold of salaries at 20,000, increasing the threshold of first home buyers to 700,000, and paying full school fees and project fees for all our children will impact families' livelihood. I can confirm that the government's threshold assistance package is timely and deliberate, moved to leave no child behind. Mr. Speaker, let me make a few remarks related to the education ministry or the education sector. A record budget allocation of 4.935 billion in 2026. The 2026 budget delivers the largest education allocation in Papua New Guinea history. 5 billion, or exactly 4.935 billion, representing 33.4% of GDP, or 16% of the national budget, an increase from 14.8% in 2025. The allocation of this significant portion of the budget is not an expenditure, it is a national investment into our future wealth, stability, and productivity. I wish to say a few examples. Teacher salary adjustment, additional 251 million. Teachers and teaching is the most critical element in the education system. A motivated and supported workforce is essential to quality education. I have been steadfast in my position to improve teacher standards and conditions. The increase in this budget will provide the full implementation of teacher salary structure improvement, increase teacher retention and recruitment, help boost standards-based curriculum implementation, and recognize increased workloads of teachers, implementation of teacher entitlements like leave fares. To complement this, I've made teachers' housing a condition of employment. Going forward, no school will be registered until every teacher position has a house. No new positions, teacher positions in the schools will be approved until or unless you build a teacher's house. Mr. Speaker, secondly, free education and project fees support, an allocation of 905 million. The government in this budget reinforces its policy that no child should be left behind due to fees. In the last 6 years, the Marape-led government have paid full government tuition fees and project fees in full and on time. The government should be commended for meeting this commitment to our people, because the government free education policy reflects the government total budget support for education for every child. This year, we have received a total budget of 860 million, and this 860 million have been remitted to the school accounts already. Next year, the government free education policy allocation of 950 million, we will do the same. The money will be remitted to the school accounts. I want every citizen to note that the Marape Rosa government's 905 million school fee investment first ensures access to education for every child, and second, acts as a vital social and economic policy. By covering school fees, it allows parents to save 950 million or 905 million. In other words, by covering the school fees, the government is effectively putting the 905 million back into the pockets and bills of every parent and guardians in Papua New Guinea, thereby increasing their disposable income and purchasing power for essential family needs. As a consequence, significantly enhancing family well-being and security. Parents also have a responsibility. They must take up their responsibility in ensuring that their children are decently dressed, groomed, fed properly, have a private space at home for study, check on children's schoolwork, and even support building school infrastructure. Major achievements in the education sector since 2023. Mr. Speaker, despite the fiscal environment, the sector has delivered substantial progress. I wish to take this opportunity to highlight a few of the policies and programs in my ministry. Universal access to grade 12 education. The government upholds the right of every child to attain grade 12 education. To achieve this goal, we are maintaining the free education policy. We will continue to support parents at all levels of education, from general education to higher education, from elementary or early childhood learning to grade 12. Implementing the 166 school system structure, expanding Ford accessibility. We have expanded enrollment in Ford to 200,000 this year. We've started off several years ago at 30,000. This year, our enrollment in Ford have reached 100,000. And students have equal opportunities to tertiary institutions, or institution selections. Selections at grade 12 is online for Ford students. We will remove grade 9 and grade 11 selections, but examinations for standards purposes will continue. These reforms are backed by an allocation of 120 million in the 2025-26 PIP budget to ensure continuity and quality. I commend the Enga, Western Islands, Jiwaka, Eastern Islands, Western and Ella provincial governments for building the capacity to remove grade 9 selections in 2025. Introduction to early childhood education and accelerated Christian education. We have in 2025 introduced early childhood education and accelerated Christian education systems. These changes mark a major shift towards strengthening lifelong learning foundations. Foundational learning is critical. Early childhood reforms ensure children develop Christian and cultural values, learn to read and write early, build critical thinking and social life skills and confidence. STEM scholarships. Mr. Speaker, a knowledge-based economy requires scientists, engineers, ICT specialists, doctors, and innovators. To date, we have 378 students on STEM scholarships in the United States, in China, in India, in Malaysia, in Australia, and in Fiji. Now, I'm proud to say that the majority of our students are performing exceptionally well in the USA and China. We want to produce a steady pipeline of engineers, scientists, ICT specialists, medical professionals who can be employed anywhere in the world. The ministry aims to provide 250 STEM scholarships annually, but this will depend on funding, and I'm happy the Barbados government has provided the funding to ensure I meet my dreams. Having students who meet academic requirements to enroll in national schools of excellence and universities abroad. National schools of excellence are elite schools, and we will not lower the standards when we have standards we have set. National Education Endowment Fund. We will not. To ensure long-term stability of reforms in education, the government has developed the National Education Endowment Fund, now in final clearance for cabinet approval. This fund will sustain overseas STEM scholarships, support priority education programs, reduce long-term reliance on annual budget allocations, and support an intervention to have a children superannuation fund to enable them at the graduation promote a life-saving cultural and promote enrollment retention. Mr. Speaker, the final point I wish to make is on demarcation and partnership in service delivery. For too long, there has been some lack of clarity and duplication on levels of service and demarcation of responsibility in delivery of service, education services. We have developed minimum service standards for service delivery at the 3 levels of government that provide guide for services to be delivered from wards up to the national level. taking into account education laws, policies, and practices, we aim to identify minimum service standards for each jurisdiction and designate responsibility for planning, governance, resource, and infrastructure by 2026. And the service standards will be distributed to the governors of each provinces. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, investing in education strengthens national security by empowering rural communities, reducing inequality, and creating economic opportunities for the youth bulge that will define PNG's future. The 2026 national budget is balanced, responsible, and forward-looking financial plan. It upholds fiscal discipline while securing the nation's future by investing in our children. With a record 4.93 billion allocation, improved teacher salaries, expanded free education support, and expanding transformational education initiatives like STEM scholarships and endowment fund, this budget places education at the heart of PNG's security, growth, and long-term prosperity. I wholeheartedly support the 2026 national budget and urge all honourable members to do the same in the nation's interest. Finally, before I take my seat, on behalf of my family, my electorate, my ministry, I wish you, the Speaker, and all honourable members a early Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member of Yalibu Pangia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make some comments on this budget. But firstly, let me also join you in expressing our sympathies and our prayers to the families of the late minister and member for Telefomin. To his people of Telefomin, we share this great, huge loss to your family with you on this occasion. And we offer you our prayers and our condolence. But, Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate the Treasurer for bringing another budget to this Honourable House and pay respect to many of the Treasury officials who have worked so hard to prepare this budget for us for deliberations here today. I must say that I know that they've been under a lot of pressure from our Minister, our Prime Minister, the ministers, probably members of Parliament, our bilateral partners like IMF to include all sorts of things and all sorts of cuts to the budget. But once again, they've done a tremendous job, so I pay my respects to them as well. Mr. Speaker, the Treasurer enjoyed making a few comments about the other guy, as he normally does at every budget session. I thank him for remembering me. But he made reference to my people of Yalibu Pangia on a few occasions, and I want to remind him, they deserve my respect and your respect as well. We can personalize debates on this floor, but I want to say that the people of Yalibu Pangia selected me to this Honourable House on 5 different occasions with massive absolute majority on first count, and they don't need to be insulted, Mr. Speaker. We can debate on policies and issues, but I think we have to have respect for our people. I did not get elected on saucepans and rice bags and things. I got elected in a very proper manner, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with those, I also want to thank and congratulate the Shadow Treasurer for excellent presentation of his reply to the budget. It was critical, of course, of my government and many things that has happened in the past, but he is warming up, and I'm quite happy to see that. So thank you for the excellent presentation today. Mr. Speaker, this Treasury has seen and delivered very large budgets over the last few years, Mr. Speaker. But these large budgets have delivered less for our people every year, Mr. Speaker, less for our people. Services are declining, law and order health and education and everything is declining despite massive allocations. We don't know where the money is going, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even the Prime Minister himself stated publicly and clearly that massive budgets, and he really does not know how it has been spent. So I think, Mr. Speaker, some of these issues around projects that are not delivering to our people and budgets that are not delivering to deliver services to our people need to be re-examined quite properly. And I thank the chairman of the Estimates Committee for bringing a very realistic assessment from their point of view that this budget, again, as presented, is unlikely to deliver on the promises that it is making, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many projects and many things that we've been assuming that it'll take off the ground, like Papua LNG and WAFI and all these major projects that will underpin our economy, are yet to be delivered, Mr. Speaker, are yet to be delivered. Yet, we are spending massive amounts of money, Mr. Speaker, massive amounts of money. Of course, it is necessary to get the support of our landowners, but without project certainty and FID announcements, government is continuously spending money that is not readily available to them. We are spending money where we are cutting from other sectors in order to meet these demands. When there's project certainty, when you start spending money to all forums and engage with landowner negotiations, that is fine. But we are not talking about just 1 or 2 million kina to all a few meetings. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about tens of millions and sometimes hundreds of millions of kina. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to take stock, and I think as the other speakers have stated, we need to pull back a little bit. And I know that our Shadow Treasurer made reference about past governments, and I've been fortunate enough to be involved in many of them in the past, so let me just make these few comments about that. In 1999, when Makerere government came into formation, we were coming at the back of the Asian financial crisis in 1997. 1997, the collapse of the Asian economies led to PNG economy also struggling and in very dire stress, Mr. Speaker. And of course, Sir Makerere introduced some very tough reforms and tough cost-cutting measures. And that affected the delivery of services, and many of our people reacted badly in the 2002 elections as a result. But those reforms were good for the country, Mr. Speaker, and you have to give credit where it's due. It was good for the country, and some of the benefits of that went over to the following government when Somare came into government in 2002. The benefits of the reforms that Makerere government did. And I've been fortunate enough to be part of that government at some stage or another, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, at 2002 onwards, for 6 or 7 years, we enjoyed some very good commodity price increases at record levels at that time for gold, copper, oil, and so forth. And the revenue flow was very good, Mr. Speaker, very good, as we are enjoying today. But, we thought that these prices would remain very high for the long time, as we are doing today again, Mr. Speaker. But the prices collapsed. In 2011, when we came into government, the trust accounts were dry. There was hardly, I think there was about 600 or 700 million in various trust accounts. And of course, Mr. Speaker, at the time, given the fast-growing population of Papua New Guinea, Mr. Speaker, our population is increasing at an alarming rate. As a result, we had to take some very tough decisions. We deliberately entered into a deficit budget, Mr. Speaker. And the Treasurer has, over the last 6 years, has done that as well. And getting into a deficit budget is not wrong, Mr. Speaker. As long as you are using the deficit budget into productive areas and productive projects, Mr. Speaker. So this notion that the deficit budget is not good for the country, you have to always have a surplus budget, is not quite true. It's not quite correct. Even the United States, the most powerful country in the world, has continuously been having deficit budgets for many, many decades now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so we deliberately went into a very high deficit budget early in 2012 and then slightly reducing it down, every year reducing it down. In 2019, when we left government, it was down to just over 2.1%, I think. If we had continued at that trend, and that's the time when the entire commodity prices collapsed, Mr. Speaker, I think US, for the oil was US $21 per barrel, I think, at some stage within that period. So revenue was drying up. We were depending very much on internal revenue and borrowing domestically, which is quite an expensive exercise to do, Mr. Speaker, borrowing domestically. We borrowed heavily on concessional rates to build infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. All those years we did not invest in infrastructure that will drive our economy, Mr. Speaker, and deliver services to our people. That's why we had to borrow. When we took office in 2011, the public debt was 9 billion kina. And when we left in 2019, by the 2000 numbers as the good set of treasurer and treasurers was in 2018, it was 26 billion kina. But we had to borrow heavily to build the infrastructure the country needed and we are enjoying today, Mr. Speaker. So I make no apology about that. Yes, we've made, no government is perfect. There's no angel running this parliament or this country, Mr. Speaker. We have to live within reality. And Mr. Speaker, today, when we have law and order issues, education issues, we have infrastructure challenges right throughout the country, and when we have a massive internal revenue coming in, and I want to give credit to IRC for doing an excellent job. They're doing an excellent job, and why is IMF and the government insisting that they should be supervised? These institutions are supposed to be independent of us, without our influence. And now when we have to appoint political oversight over it, by appointing board members who are, of course, will be appointed by government, we are now influencing the operations of the tax. There's no confidentiality at all in the management of tax affairs of this organization. That's exactly what we have done in the Bank of Papua New Guinea. We have brought in a board to supervise the governor's work. The governor was always the chairman of the board and running that organization, very independent of government, Mr. Speaker. So I think, when institutions are working, we have to learn to leave them alone, Mr. Speaker. We have to allow the institution to continue to progress its operations by supporting them through our budget as we normally do, by allocating them a bit more extra funding to build capacity so that they can collect more taxes for us. Mr. Speaker, so just a few comments about the budget itself, Mr. Speaker. I know that this is record budget, but it's more on a political spin rather than reality, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the treasurer has put in a very ambitious revenue targets for 2026. Very, very ambitious. He's trying to increase the revenue by introducing some new measures which are going to think that it's going to bring in billions and billions of kina. But when you look at 23, 24, year 24, and now 25, every one of those ambitious plans that we have put, we have not reached those targets. So there is no guarantee, Mr. Speaker. There is no guarantee that they will achieve the revenue targets that they are asking for. They are increasing the amounts that should be collected by IRC. They are increasing the amounts that the non-tax revenue agencies will have to contribute. They are increasing Kumul Petroleum dividend by 2 billion kina. Now, I and of course Honorable Kainga are responsible for establishing that institution. And Oktedi, I think there's another 850 million kina dividend expected through Oktedi mine. Now, when we took over this and started this organization, it wasn't built for us to just go in there and grab the cash that's available, Mr. Speaker. When we are having good commodity prices, we are supposed to be saving. We're supposed to be saving the money for future generation. These minerals and these resources will run out, Mr. Speaker. And when they run out, there will be nothing else to replenish that. And of course, when we start grabbing it, there's nothing left for the future generation. So I urge the government to rethink that this is not the right way to go. Last year, I think you budgeted for 1.5 billion kina to collect. And I think you ended up collecting less than 500 million kina. There's no guarantee that you will collect over 3 billion kina this year. That will again put a gap in your revenue, and then that will mean that you will not be able to meet your spending targets. All the projects that you have promised and all the budgets allocations that you have given to departments, there will be realistic cuts in 2026 if we are not careful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just some numbers that should help guide us through this, you know. There is real cost of living crisis among families and our people right throughout the country. They're struggling to fund their day-to-day living. You know, using the numbers in comparison as the Treasurer has put it, a family in 2019 was spending 1,000 kina a month for their daily living. Now there's a need about 1,330 kina a month. And many of them are not even earning that much. Our per capita numbers may be high, but we are assuming that that number translates to each individual earning that kind of money to pay for family expenses. It is not, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, when they have challenges in meeting medical bills, school fees, day-to-day, you know, fuel, buying kai for families, this kind of revenue or this kind of money that they are earning is not able to sustain it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also see that the Treasurer has targeted very significant number of growth for the economy next year. But if he looks at it, his growth average over the last 5 or 6 years has been just around 2%. You know, for 4.2% is unrealistic. Unrealistic growth. It is certainly not something that you can believe in, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we say about growth, it is quite artificial. You know, the growth is driven by very high commodity prices. This growth is written by high commodity prices. You have world record prices on gold. You got very high prices on in copper and, of course, LNG and oil and gas. So this is driving our growth in our country. It is not driving because everybody's got a job to contribute to nation building. What is lacking is projects that are going to provide employment. And Mr. Speaker, you know, the Treasurer has got a job. You know, you can laugh about it, but the rest of Papua New Guineans don't have a job. He's getting paid every fortnight, but everybody else is not getting paid. This is what we are talking about, Mr. Speaker, that we need to be realistic in our projections. In terms of debt levels, as I said, in 2018, using the graph that the Honorable Kramer has just presented, we left the total debt at 26 billion kina in 2018. Of course, that has now climbed to over 60 billion now, so we expect it to be close to 70 billion by end of this year. That means we are continuing to borrow more and more. But we are not borrowing to build the economy, we are borrowing to consume. That's the problem. We're using it to fund the budget to pay bills. And bills that the governor for ECPIC was talking about. He was talking about bills about floating checks. When you don't have the money, stop writing the check. You know, when we had a temporary facility at the central bank, it was close to 200 million kina a year. But this government has increased it up to 2 billion kina, almost 2 billion kina. You know, you can't live on overdraft. It's a temporary advance facility is just an overdraft in normal terms. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, you can talk about this. Everybody said numbers don't lie. You know, I don't run around making promises that I can't keep. You know, Mr. Speaker, of course, when we look at external debt, you know, external debt in 2018 was 12 billion kina. Now it's almost 30 billion kina, 29 billion kina, external debt alone. Now, with that kind of money coming in, these are concessional borrowings that we are talking about. It should go into building classrooms, building hospitals, upgrading major highways that is really needed for the economy to run. Instead, you know, we are paying close to 4 billion kina interest bills a year. 4 billion kina interest bills a year. That is more than what we are paying for health services, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're paying more than health services. We're paying 3.7 billion kina for interest bills in the country. And on health, we are paying only 3.2 billion kina to run the entire health system in the country. That's what we have budgeted for. Next year, this interest payment bill will go up because you are borrowing more. That at the same time, your spending on health will still remain below that. And of course, law and order only gets 2.5 billion kina. All these massive tribal fights and murders and the killings that are going on all throughout the country. You know, someone needs to take responsibility, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, I won't talk about a lot of other things because my time is running out, but capital investment that the country is now embarking on, allocated 10 billion kina in this budget to invest in CAP. Last year, you did not even spend up to the budgeted amount. Why are you continuously increasing projects and ambition to spend more when you are not able to spend what you budgeted for the previous years? Mr. Speaker, these commodity prices will not remain high forever, Mr. Speaker. Government needs to realize that they'll come down and your revenue will run out. And when it runs out, when you don't have a savings, you will not fund anything. Mr. Speaker, so I think, you know, we are promoting too many Kaikai man in this country. Too many Kaikai man. We need to promote savings culture in this country, and government must lead by saving. Save money for the future, not Kaikai for today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Talking Prime Minister too. Emiat Masawe. Yeah, Kaikai Tubas Lotari.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
And oversight institutions will help protect our citizens, uphold the rule of law, and strengthen public confidence in the state. Education and health remains the central pillars of the national development agenda. Expanded investments in teachers, schools, provincial health authorities, medical supplies, vaccines, and church-run services will improve learning outcomes, reduce preventable illness, and reinforce the well-being of our people. Mr. Speaker, the agriculture sector continues as a foundational drive of inclusive growth. Support to commodity agencies, research, biosecurity, and standards will lift and produce incomes and strengthen economic export competitiveness across our districts and rural communities and economies. Our commitment to national connectivity is clear. The record public investment program delivered in this budget continues the work of building roads, bridges, and access links under PNG Connect. These investments open up markets, reduce transport barriers, and anchor long-term growth. Honourable Speaker, as we reflect on PNG Connect, I pause to acknowledge the passing of our member and Minister for Works and Highways, Honourable Solon Mirisim, who championed the national connectivity and the extension of infrastructure into our most remote communities. We extend our condolences to his family, the people of Telefomin, the Department of Works, and his colleagues in this House. His contribution to PNG Connect will be remembered as part of his legacy to our nation. And for the people of Kerema in the hinterlands of Kaintiba and Kotidanga, we will owe him a gratitude of debt to ensure his dream and this government's dream, the Marape Rosso government, to connect Papua and New Guinea when the roads were connected in September 16. Honourable Speaker, the Department of Finance underpins these national priorities. Our job is to ensure that every kina appropriated by this Parliament is safeguarded, properly accounted for, and directed to priorities of the government. Contrary to what we have heard so far, the Department of Finance is responsible for the appropriations of government expenditure. If you look at the budget figures of 30 billion, recurrent budget takes up or consumes over little over 19 billion. What does this mean? This means that 66% of the national budget goes to recurrent expenditures. This goes to make sure that our teachers, our health workers, our public servants continue to get paid. This makes sure, when you look at the figures, the wage bill, every fortnight, we pay 250 million kina or more on public service wages alone. And if you look at a year, this goes up to about 7.7 billion in a given year in the appropriations. That consumes 25% of the national budget. And what are we all doing to expand the economy so that we can be able to sustain the expenditure of this government? When you look at the development budget, or the PIP, we are now at 10.5 billion, and it takes up about 33%. In the PIP budget, before I go on, if you look at the wage bill, there's only about 200,000 public servants in the country, out of a population of 10.5 million or so. This represents 2% of the total population, receiving 25% of the budget. So when we ask, where is the money going? This is where the money is going. 66%, or 2/3 of our budget, goes to recurrent expenditure. In the development budget, we have up to 10 billion kina. In fact, the GoPNG funds 7.6 billion of the capital budget. From this capital budget, not only the provinces and the districts compete for scarce resources, and I must repeat, the resources are scarce, but the needs and wants of our people are humongous. Big platumas. The 2026 budget provides a dedicated support across the institutions under my portfolio. The Department of Finance receives 69.7 million in the 2026 budget, and we continue to strengthen the nation's public financial management systems, including expenditure controls, cash management, and public accounts integrity. As the good chairman clearly articulated, the National Procurement Commission, which comes under my ministry, safeguards transparency, competition, and value for money in the state's procurement processes. It received 7.9 million kina in 26, and we are progressing to an e-procurement system to ensure companies that bid for government projects are selected on merit. Together, these allocations reflect the confidence of this government in the reforms now underway and the central role in improving institutional integrity, responsible fiscal outcomes, and the delivery of service to our people. Over the next 3 years, our work will focus on achieving reliable and modern budget execution through stronger controls, transparent reporting, and greater use of system-based oversight. These efforts support the government's fiscal repair and pathway and reinforce the Treasurer's commitment to returning the budget to surplus in 2027. We will continue to uplift in cash management and liquidity discipline, strengthening forecasting, monitoring commitments, and improving areas transparency. Mr. Speaker, we will also continue lifting the quality and timeliness of national public accounts, improving reconciliation, and upgrading reporting standards, and reinforcing audit readiness. In the same way, we are deepening public financial management capability at provincial and district levels to ensure increased funding to provincial health authorities, functional grants, rural infrastructure, schools, and health services translates into measurable service outcomes on the ground. Let me just give you some breakup that I have. For the statutory authorities, there are a total of 85 statutory authorities. The statutory authorities have been appropriated 1.489 billion in the 2025 appropriations. The statutory authorities numbering over 100. Remember, some statutory authorities are self-funding, so they also bid for capital PIP. So their appropriations was 1.17, total of 2.668 billion. A total of 1.8 billion warrants were raised, and total of 1.6 billion was paid for statutory authorities in 2025. This represented 60% so far in the implementation of the statutory authorities. For the PHAs, the current appropriations in the 2025 appropriations, the total number of PHAs will receive 569.3 million in 2025. Total paid so far, 421 million, has been paid to all PHAs, representing 75% monies paid and remitted directly to all the PHAs. We have warrants available to pay for the months of November and December. Medical drugs, 148 million, plus supplies, 21 million. So far, we have paid 170 million. Provincial grants. Provincial grants recurrent. The recurrent for provincial grants stands at 700 million for last year, and provincial grants for development was 858 million. So far, we have paid a total of 439.3 million kina as recurrent to all the provinces. On the development budget for all the provinces, so far we have paid 409 million kina. DSIP and PSIP cash transfers. In 2025 appropriations, so far we have remitted 1.062 billion out of a total budgetary appropriation of 1.180 billion. This represents 90% of DSIP, PSIP already paid. District infrastructure, 199 million has already been paid. Provincial infrastructure to all the provinces, 55 million. Kina for Kina, 229 million. 1.545 billion from the capital budget has been paid already to the provinces and districts. Now, tayo mi tok all classroom na health center. You all district na province, we must take ownership. You must take ownership. While we are crying about classrooms, we must take ownership. Example, for Kerama district, in the last 3 years, we have built 34 double classrooms for the people of Kerama.
12.
So there's good stories that are coming out, but you must walk blah, blah. No,
There's truth in this. Come on.
So these are the facts and figures from this year. Now. Together, these allocations reflect the confidence of this government in the reforms now underway and their central role in improving institutional integrity, responsible fiscal outcomes, and the delivery of service to our people. Our portfolio also remains focused on strengthening governance in procurement and public contracting, reinforcing transparency, probity, and value for money. My ministry is driving its reforms as an essential part of the government's security for growth commitment, because national development depends not only on the money appropriated by this parliament, but on the integrity, the discipline and diligence with which those funds are managed. So the issues of accountability, guys. Mr. Speaker, the budget continues to support the reforms modernizing the state's financial architecture with a 2 million for digital payment reforms. The national rollout of secure electronic payment replaces outdated systems, reducing fraud risk, and improving speed and accuracy, and strengthening the confidence in public transactions. The work to fully digitize revenue receipting brings all state fees and charges in a transparent and traceable environment. Improved controls over government revenues are essential to supporting the fiscal repair pathway and protecting the state's income base, and further 2 million kina was allocated for this project. Mr. Speaker, the further expansion of IFMS as the core public management platform continues. This system standardizes expenditure control, strengthens compliance, improves real-time visibility of public accounts, and embeds accountability across departments, provincial health authorities, and other public bodies. 500,000 was specifically allocated to support PHA rollout to IFMS. Just to reiterate this point, I recently wrote to a statutory authority to allow my financial inspection division, based on certain allegations. The authority refused to allow my staff from the Department of Finance under the inspection division refused to allow them in. So we have a lot of issues. We at Department of Finance are allowed and mandated under the Public Finance Management Act for those who receive public finance to allow our officers to go and inspect their books. The further expansion of IMS as the core public finance management platform continues. This system standardizes expenditure controls, strengthens compliance, improves real-time visibility of public finance. Mr. Speaker, these reforms complement key fiscal outcomes reflected in the 2026 budget, which is sustained non-resource growth above population rates, moderating debt, a falling deficit, improved revenues, and continued progress towards a surplus in 2021. We are on track to achieve the 13-year plan that the good treasurer has continued to tell us, and we stick to the 13-year plan. They are the foundations of responsible financial governance and a modern state. Honorable Speaker, the 2026 budget represents stability, discipline, and continuity. Through strong systems, sound controls, transparent reporting, and responsible expenditure oversight, the Department of Finance will continue supporting this government's national priorities and ensure that public funds achieve their purpose for the benefit of our people. I thank the Treasurer for presenting this budget, and I commend the 2026 budget to the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. So truth.
The Honourable Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I contribute to the debate on the national budget, I'd like to take this time to offer my deep commiserations to the family of the late Honourable Solon Mirisim and the people of Telefomin on behalf of the people of Trave and the opposition. Mr. Speaker, I'll start my debate taking cue from the excellent budget reply by the Shadow Treasurer, and just remind all members of Parliament about the handout that was given and the steep spike that has resulted from 2019 to 2026 in borrowings that has taken the total national debt stock to 65 billion kina. Now, Mr. Speaker, what this means is debt servicing for 2026 in the 2026 budget will be around 5.6 billion kina. That's a combination of interest, which is 3.7 billion kina, and principal repayments of 1.9 billion. That total 5.6 billion kina will take up 18% of the total 2026 budget. And this will have a crowding out effect on essential services like education, Mr. Speaker, law and order, health, and other essential services that our people so depend on. Now, this is a real concern, especially the debt servicing component of interest. From the total 5.6 billion, interest takes up 67% of the total debt servicing requirement in 2026, or 3.7 billion. So for far too long, we have gone on a borrowing spree, Mr. Speaker, and we have become addicted to debt. Now we will pay the price in 2026 going forward, because the lies promulgated by the good, hard-working Treasurer, that guy sitting there next to the Bible, has now put the people of Papua New Guinea in a precarious position where we have high interest costs, and this will eat into future budgets, Mr. Speaker. Even with the higher allocations to law and justice, which reflects another failed budget, in 2025 we gave primacy to law and order. We said police will have to be equipped and funded and operational to effectively deal with the law and order challenges of Papua New Guinea. And where has that left us in 2025? Is the country safer than it was in 2024? The stark reality, Mr. Speaker, and the sad reality for the people is no. Death, murder, tribal conflict, gun-related killings, sorcery-related violence have just spiked, and they continue to go unabated. So what has happened to the historic budget that prioritized law and order in 2024 and in 2025, and now we're prioritizing law and order once again? These high allocations, Mr. Speaker, to law and justice, education, health in the 2026 national budget will be affected because of the scale of debt servicing that will compress the fiscal space and put immense pressure and trade-offs that will affect maintenance, operational budgets, provincial support, and overall budget execution. The budget execution in 2025 has been completely deplorable. It has been lackluster, and it just warrants stringent introspection by all these ministers of state. Like my question, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, did the good, hard-working treasurer, that guy sitting over there, did he at once have an in-depth discussion about commerce and investments and economic growth with the good Minister for Commerce and Trade? Did they discuss loans, and did they discuss investments? Did they discuss securities? Did he have a discussion with the good agricultural minister about how to create an agricultural resurgence throughout the country to directly address the youth bulge issue, to give primacy to the provinces, give the provinces block grants, and send all the governors and all the members back to their provinces and back to the districts? Now, from what I've seen in this fake budget, Mr. Speaker, none of these issues have been reflected. There has been no primacy given to agriculture, which continues to remain a sleeping giant. We have done nothing to address the bottlenecks, the arrears, the cost overruns that affected the budget last year. We have done nothing to effectively invest into tourism. Yet we come here and continue to spin a fictional riddle that historic budget after historic budget and the government's tracking so well, Mr. Speaker. The debt services component, Mr. Speaker, will affect all other sectors, including infrastructure, yet the Treasurer fails to make any tough decisions about how he will cut spending to effectively deal with the high cost of borrowing and debt servicing that will affect implementation in 2026. So what this means, Mr. Speaker, for all the good members of Parliament on the other side, is that we will continue to have a protracted cash flow crisis that's going to affect implementation of the budget because of the long borrowing that we have undertaken from 2019 to 2026. Nothing will improve in 2026, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am confused at how the good Treasurer has increased the overall size of the budget. The total budget now stands at 30.9 billion, let's say 31 billion kina, when in 2025, according to my IFO, the Treasurer fell short of revenue collection, Mr. Speaker, by almost 2 billion kina. So the actual spend in 2025 was 27 billion kina, and then in 2026, 1 year later, we're increasing the total fiscal space, the size of the budget, by 4 billion kina, Mr. Speaker, to 31 billion kina. The Treasurer underperformed in revenue collection in 2025, and all of a sudden, he's got a magic wand, and he's going to be able to generate 4 billion kina. This is the same Treasurer doing the same thing. How can the people of Papua New Guinea trust them or have any confidence, Mr. Speaker, in this budget? Based on his deplorable track record, we cannot trust these numbers, Mr. Speaker. And now the heavy reliance that the SOEs will all of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, provide dividends, and fund the 2026 revenue. This is just fiction, Mr. Speaker, absolute fiction. Mr. Speaker, we are so concerned about the quality of spend and the cash flow crisis that's continued to affect government services. Because what happens here is amplified in the rural districts, Mr. Speaker. According to IRC, Mr. Speaker, there's been no issues with revenue collection in 2025. From January all the way to December, they've hit over 2.2 billion kina in revenue collection, peaking at almost 3 billion kina in May, Mr. Speaker, to effectively collect all the required tax that the Treasurer needs to effectively meet government expenditure. So how has the Treasurer spent all this money? Because the reality on the ground, Mr. Speaker, is that it has not translated for the people of Papua New Guinea. And we've seen it firsthand. None of the honourable members, Mr. Speaker, can deny that we had a health crisis that just affected the country, with all the PHAs and with all the hospitals saying that there was no medicine. The number of deaths that took place because of this funding shortfall. It's a cash flow crisis. So, Mr. Speaker, I remain incredulous with the voodoo economics applied here by the good Treasurer. And unless this government knuckles down to make some tough decisions to stop selective warranting, that means we have to repeal Section 31 of the Public Finance Management Act. And unless we get serious, Mr. Speaker, about parliamentary oversight and start to enforce Section 3, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act, Mr. Speaker, which requires public expenditure, the Treasurer and the Finance Minister to publish the expenditure and revenues on a quarterly basis. So there's public scrutinies. So all members of Parliament can see how we're tracking and then make the right interventions at that point to correct a failing budget and failing implementation. Now, this level of accountability, good governance, transparency hasn't happened, Mr. Speaker. To sum up, Mr. Speaker, once again, from our own experience in the districts and provinces in Simbu, we see that this government has failed to effectively embrace equity in budget allocation and budget distribution. With too many pie-in-the-sky projects, Mr. Speaker, that will not see the light of day, with too much going to consumption rather than investment, Mr. Speaker, we see that there will be more of the same with the same people doing the same thing again. Now, Mr. Speaker, the good shadow treasurer gave this hard-working treasurer, that guy sitting there, a C-, Mr. Speaker. But as far as I'm concerned, his failure to enforce equity in budget implementation and appropriation, and his failure to spell the word equity, I would give him an F-, Mr. Speaker, for a failed budget in 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member of Long Talasia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make this official statement in my capacity as the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee following the passing of the 2026 National Budget. Before I do that, on behalf of the people of Talasia, I would like to convey our sincere condolences to the people of Telefomin and the immediate family of the late Watch Minister, Honorable Solen Murisham. At the outset, Mr. Speaker, I wish to formally acknowledge and commend the Marape Rosso government and the Honorable Treasurer for delivering what is indeed a historic and transformative 2026 national budget. This budget reflects responsible leadership, strategic vision, and an unwavering commitment to economic stability and improved service delivery for our people. Mr. Speaker, As this Parliament has now passed the 2026 national budget, it is important that we reaffirm one of the most critical principles of public administration. Good governance must guide every kina of public expenditure. The people of Papua New Guinea entrust us with this resource, and Parliament expects that they will be used lawfully, responsibly, and strictly in line with the purpose for which they have been appropriated. The Public Accounts Committee stressed that 6 very important measures. 1, all government expenditures must be firmly guided by each department's approved development plans and operational plans. No department or agency must spend outside of these plans. Public funds cannot be used for unplanned and unjustified activities. Proper planning must lead expenditure, not follow it. Number 2, financial discipline, transparency, and proper documentation must be upheld at all times. Departments and agencies must ensure that every kina spend is supported by appropriate records, procurement process, and audit trails. Misuse and misappropriation of public funds, Mr. Speaker, cannot be tolerated in any form. Number 3, the Office of the Auditor General must be adequately funded and strengthened. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General is the constitutional guardian of public finance. A well-funded Auditor General's office will allow timely audits, proper oversight, and accurate reporting to Parliament. Without robust audits, accountability weakens. With strong audits, accountability thrives. Number 4, all government institutions must work cooperatively with the Auditor General's Office and the Public Accounts Committee. Timely submission of financial statements, access to information, cooperation with audit teams, these are not optional. They are legal and moral obligations. Accountability must occur continuously, not only during crises or inquiries. Number 5, where audits identify weaknesses, misuse, or misappropriation, corrective action must be immediate. Mr. Speaker, this includes internal disciplinary process, improved financial controls, and where necessary, referral for investigation under the relevant laws. Public confidence is our institution, depends on our willingness to act decisively. Number 6, stronger system must be built to ensure that the long-term integrity of public finance. This includes strengthening internal audit functions, financial reporting system, monitoring frameworks, and the capacity of public servants to manage funds responsibly. Mr. Speaker, the passage of this 2026 budget is not just the approval of government spending. It is a renewed commitment to accountability, transparency, and responsible governance. It plays upon every department head, every provincial administrators, every board, every manager, the duty to ensure that public funds are protected from waste and mismanagement. The Public Account Committee stands ready to work closely with the government, like the Auditor General and all public institutions, to ensure that every kina allocated is used lawfully, all expenditures are guided by proper plans, audits are completed on time, and Parliament and the people receive full accountability for the funds entrusted to government. Mr. Speaker, this budget gives our nation an opportunity to strengthen governance, improve service delivery, and restore public trust. Let us demonstrate through our action that every kina appropriated in this House is devoted to the public good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister, Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, me to me sanap long contribute lo budget lo yumi. Before I take this opportunity, me to me maki mouse belong all people belong me lo Bougainville, government belong me lo Bougainville, autonomous Bougainville government, na president, long give him big pla bell sorry go long. All people belong yumi long telephoning, long passing, an untimely passing of our minister and our leader, Honorable Solon Mirisim. Mr. Speaker, alongside me long police, before me talk clear long walk long police na how our government, this government has positioned this budget. I want to appreciate the whole of government for the support they've given Bougainville in terms of our public support of infrastructure funds, PSIP. For the first time, our Bougainville people of the atolls will now have a vessel that will support the most furthest islands of PNG, which is the Tasman Islands, the Modlock Islands. These atolls have been distanced from government services for many, many years, post and pre-crisis. Although we've had vessels, this government for the first time is supporting this initiative. I also want to appreciate this government for the first time, in honor of our late minister. I want to appreciate and put on record that I sincerely appreciate the Department of Works in inserting my road, the Sierra Korepovi Road, which is the west coast road of Bougainville, the missing link. For the first time now, it is reaching the most rural, distant people. Road is now accessing and will be by the end of 2026. The people of Kunwa Keriaka will finally be linked up to the main national road, which is the North East Coast Road. And while I also acknowledge the missing link being part of the PNG Connect, I must also appreciate the sealing that has started now from Kokopau to Salau. That's already been sealed, but an extension now towards Wakunait inputs, and it will go towards Arawa, which will link then back to the Aropa, to Toimanapu, Toimanapu to Buin. And just as of last week, we were making the finality of the Buin to Bana, Bana to Siwai, linking back up to Panguna, coming back to the East Coast Road. So there are many work being done by this government, and I want to appreciate on behalf of the Bougainville people the many fundamental key infrastructures that are going to help anchor the economy of Bougainville. And I want to say thank you to the Marape Rosto government for that support. Mr. Speaker, safety and security is a cornerstone for development, and the 2026 national budget makes the biggest contribution to law and order in our history. This indeed is the people's budget that prioritizes the safety and security of our people, but in doing so, does not impose any new taxes. While I take a first glance of this graph, Mr. Speaker, it's provided for by the Shadow Treasurer. As I glance through, and in my layman's view of this graph, what I take from this is that the key take-home for me from this graph is that, firstly, the O'Neill government increased debt by almost 350%. This is the structural burden PNG still carries today. Secondly,
the Marape inherited a broken system. We were faced with COVID, commodity collapse, and major shutdown of economies around us, but yet kept PNG stable. Most of Marape and Rosso's borrowing is concessional, cheaper, and targeted at fixing areas and stabilizing a nation. But what we must take note from this is that we can learn from our predecessors.
Not to do the same mistake.
Somare remains the benchmark of physical discipline. And fifth, the point I take home from this is that PNG must grow revenue, not cutting services to return to sustainable debt levels. I commend the Marape Rosso government for prioritizing discipline in services so that we can build a stronger future. This government does not look at individual security elements in isolation, but it takes a holistic approach. Allocations have been increased across law and justice sector. This covers police, the public prosecutor, the defense, correctional services, judiciary, and medical services, the Impeachment Commission, and the Independent Commission Against Corruption. From a police perspective, this budget empowers the RPNGC to meet its core operational functions, enable the implementation of the RPNGC modernization program. Now, looking at our budget for 2026, the police budget of 761 million provides the backing the RPNGC needs at this crucial time of change. The law and justice sector will receive an increase of 9.6% in 2026. This builds on the 9.5% increase in 2025. This forward momentum will continue over the coming years as our police force expands. The population gets larger and the crime environment becomes more challenging. We are rebuilding the force. Let me remind all of us, we are rebuilding a force that was isolated, neglected, not prioritized from the sorry state it was when the government was formed in 2019 to where it is today and then where it will be by the end of the decade. The Treasurer provided a good summary of the work of our frontline police who face the challenges of tribal conflict, domestic violence, and others breaking the laws of our land. The recent fighting at the University of Goroka and the violence in and around Porgera are reminders of the complexity of these problems. Added to this fight against domestic terrorists who kidnap, rape, and kill innocent people, we have other threats, such as the international criminal gangs spreading drugs around our country and poisoning our youths. While the underlying cause of crime are complex, as the Treasurer noted, the large part of the solution is to increase the number of trained police personnel. This budget allocates funding for the recruitment of more police and the additional training of officers already in the force. Under the direction of the Commissioner, Mr. David Manning, this government is delivering the great expansion of police numbers since independence. For too long, the RPNGC had been understaffed, and that is now changing, with police numbers to increase beyond 10,000 before the end of the decade. This will be achieved ahead of the target set by the Marape Rosso government when we were re-elected by the people of this nation in 2022. From an expected 500 recruits graduating each year, with additional accommodation and training facilities, this number has expanded to 1,400 each year. These recruits are being well trained at Bomana Center for Excellence, then placed in stations around the country under the mentorship of police with good records and proven discipline. This increase in personnel is taking place at the same time as undisciplined and unfit police are being removed from the force. These bad cops have no place in our PNGC and under this government. They are being weeded out. Increased police numbers is one of strengthening the capacity of the RPNGC, with so much more being funded in this budget. Our modernization, Mr. Speaker, our government continues the RPNGC modernization program. This is rebuilding existing police stations and building new infrastructure, increasing the number of police vehicles, and very importantly, introducing modern technology into the RPNGC. Police stations such as Medang, they were built at the colonial era, have not maintained or upgraded over recent decades. Accommodation for our serving police is being expanded and upgraded so that police can do their jobs without worry of how their families are being looked after. The vehicles used by police are also a core to the ongoing operations. Ours is a diverse country where the mobility of security service is essential to prevent criminal activity and apprehending lawbreakers. This government and the administration of the RPNGC in expanding the number of vehicles used by police for patrols and operational support. However, there is one caveat that comes with increased funding, and that one of maintenance and respect. One of the issues that has tested public patience is the way vehicles have been treated in the past. Too many police cars have been smashed, sometimes as a result of alcohol, and this has undermined the capacity of police to serve the public. Along with the refleeting of police vehicles comes higher standards for the usage and maintenance of these vehicles. The personnel who drive these cars are being held personally liable for their use with a strict code of conduct in place. The RPNGC has also instituted a mandatory alcohol and drug testing for the uniformed and the civilian police employees. This random testing is happening without notice in the police stations around the country. Testing is also happening on the road where police vehicles are being stopped by the Internal Affairs Division. This is enforcing higher standards that our people and the members of this House expect from our police. Kumu 23 capabilities, Mr. Speaker. The strengthening of the Kumu 23 Police Technical Group will increase its capability to be deployed into hotspots to stop troublemakers and to intercept domestic terrorists. This budget, Mr. Speaker, supports the development of Kumu 23 that is now being deployed on special operations with funding of 20 million kina in 2026. This includes the monitoring and interception of violent warring factions that are destroying communities. For the most part, the outcomes of Kumu 23 operations cannot be publicized as they are part of an ongoing operations. But to any criminals who are looking to spread violence and terrorize our people, they should know that RPNGC, particularly the Kumu 23, are watching and are poised to intervene. This is the investment in law enforcement capacity is at the sharp end of the police action. Mr. Speaker, the RPNGC has already undertaken a pivot to focus police resources on direct intervention. This is to intercept criminal activities with community engagement responsibilities increasingly undertaken by our reserve police. The 2026 budget increase allocations for provincial policing commands to 23 million kina to empower regional areas to better fight against criminal elements and around the country. Crime operates at numerous levels, from the local level villages, towns and cities, across borders, between provinces, to the fight against international criminal networks. Police operations on the ground in our provinces require close coordination between our provincial police commands and our provincial administrations. This will be particularly important as our security forces prepare successfully to undertake the 2027 national general elections, Mr. Speaker. Aside from the well-known hotspots areas, the 2022 elections were calm and peaceful, and the same is true for the recent local level government operations. The planning for election security deployments begins well in advance of the campaigning and votes being cast. Preparations began with the review of the 2022 elections, and this was factored into the LLG elections, and now for the 2027 national elections. The 2026 budget further enhances intelligence gathering to identify potential activities intending to cause disruption, and further training of security personnel and specialist operations. Mr. Speaker, the management of any police force in any country will always be controversial. This is because safety and security is an important issue for every man, woman, and child. Our police force is built on strong foundations that on the independence of 50 years ago was a most capable agency. But we are all aware that from the 1980s into the 1990s, and for the years after, RPNGC has lost its trajectory. Successive governments tried to rebuild the police, but came up short. They tried, I will give them that, but they could not find the right strategy. It is only over the past 5 years that progress has been made to stop the rot and to start rebuilding. This process began when Commissioner David Manning was appointed in 2019. The Prime Minister, the Honourable James Marape, told the Commissioner Manning, he has a core task at hand, restore RPNGC to be a trusted, credible law enforcement agency serving our people. This is what we are doing in our government and the RPNGC. My job as Police Minister is to stand here and tell this Honourable House what we are doing today and into the future to create a modern RPNGC that will deliver safety and security in our country. This starts with stability and continuity of leadership. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this budget that has been presented by our Honourable Treasurer enables us to continue the work plan of reform set by this government. Through this budget and working with our international partners, we are taking our police to the expected level. This will help our communities safer and build our stronger economy. I go back to the first point I made. Safety and security is a cornerstone for our development. Business needs a safe and stable environment in which to invest, create jobs, and provide a better future for all Papua New Guineans. This budget provides the resources needed for the police to keep rebuilding on this overriding priority of the Marape Rosa government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member Blomeniamia.
Thank you, Speaker. Lo Luke Savelo, people lo Menemia. First time through, before me making response, Blumilo, it's the budget where hardworking treasurer Blumibla presenting blame. Me like through Maki Mouse law, people lo Menemiana. Also family where me representing blame. Me la passim talk sore Blumi Golo. All people lo telephone lo Lucy one plus strong pla leader. Lo telephone also one pla minister lo country Blumi pla. Me taking this time lo pay him respect lo work where me make him lo save him country. Na pay him this respect lo him. Na passing bell sore Blumi pla people lo Menemiya. Igo lo people lo telephone na lo sundown. Lo response Blumi lo display. Good pla budget where treasurer me representing blame, but me talk gilgik tasol before lo me sit down. At the heart of this budget lies the ambitions to bolster our nation's economic stability, security, social equity, and sustainable growth. As we dive into these provisions, it's imperative to critically assess the potential impact and the pathway it proposes for our nation's growth. Number one, economic stability.
Mr. Speaker, the Treasurer has outlined a comprehensive plan to aim at fortifying our economic foundations. It is encouraging to see measures that target inflation control, fiscal discipline, and prudent debt management. The allocation of funds towards infrastructure development, particularly in transport and energy sector, promises to catalyze economic activity and create employment opportunities. However, it is critical to ensure that these investments are both efficient and equitable. We must be vigilant in monitoring project implementations and avoid overrun and delays. Mr. Speaker, economic growth and job creation are the bedrock of prosperous society. The budget focuses on stimulating economic activity and creating employment opportunities is commendable. Nonetheless, we must ensure that our growth strategies are inclusive and sustainable, supporting small and medium-sized enterprises, investing in education and skills development, and promoting innovations are critical to driving economic progress. Furthermore, we must address the barriers that hinder job creation, such as bureaucratic red tape and inadequate infrastructure, to enable our people to thrive in a competitive global economy. Capital investment. Number 2. Mr. Speaker, capital investment is pivotal to our nation's development. The budget's emphasis on infrastructure projects such as road, bridges, and ports will undoubtedly spur economic growth, improve accessibility and quality of life for our citizens. In saying so, Mr. Speaker, it will be remiss of me not to acknowledge Marape Rosso government on behalf of the people of Manyamnya, who are major beneficiaries of investment by this government, such as road. Hence, we want to say thank you to the national government. Whatever you have given us, we assure you that we have invested in improving the lives of our people, such as road, building roads, police stations, water supplies, market, and the district office infrastructure. And we want to assure the government that we will try our best in whatever that you remit to us, whether big or small. It is our responsibility to manage it wisely and use it prudently. It is also vital to ensure that these projects are implemented and efficiently and transparently implemented. Mr. Speaker, the country has never known Manyamnya. Country knows that Manyamnya struggles in the mountains. We push and pull cars with bags of coffee. And most of the time, the people of Manyamnya, when they could not transport the coffees, they bend the coffee trees when coffee bags, tons of coffee bags when they cannot transport them to Leh, when the next coffee season comes. But I would like to thank Marape Rosso government, and also would like to thank late Minister for implementing the Connect PNG, and people of Kuridanka, Kaintipa, Bema, Tawa, Lagai, Walala, on the borders of Marwaka, they can be able to transport their coffee bags. This time around, they are not banning their coffee bags, but they are earning money with those coffee bags, whereas previously they have been banning those coffee bags. When we are talking about building bridges and roads, we're not only talking about, the government is not only talking about building in towns and cities, but reaching those communities, rural communities, the hinterlands and the islands. It's important to acknowledge the government and what the government is doing. Manyamnya, everyone knows that Manyamnya is the tucked away and rural hinterlands. But I would like to, Mr. Speaker, I would like to present to this House that Manyamnya will be a point, it will be a transiting point connecting three regions, the southern region, the highlands region, and the Momasa region. So Menyamnya will be a transiting point. If it is not for the support that Marape Rosso government has given, Menyamnya will still be a mountainous place. But through the effort that the government is putting through Connect PNG and this capital investment that brings out those commodities to the market, Menyamnya will be a transiting point, and Menyamnya will be the center for three regions to pass through. So I would like to acknowledge and place on record the effort that Marape Rosso government has done to the people of Menyamnya. There are some districts and provinces where so much have been given by the national government, but to commensurate such level of investment on the ground, there is nothing to show for. So it is up to us in managing those resources that the government has given us and remits yearly. It is up to us, each districts and each provinces, to show for those. Additionally, prioritizing investment in critical sectors such as healthcare, education, technology will lay a strong foundation for resilient and prosperous Papua New Guinea. Number three, social equity. Mr. Speaker, one of the commendable aspects of 2026 budget is its focus on social equity. The increased funding on education and healthcare is a step in the right direction. Investing in our human capital is essential for long-term sustainable development. We must also ensure that these funds are utilized effectively to bridge the gap between the urban and the rural areas. Access to quality education and healthcare should not be a privilege, but a fundamental right for all Papua New Guineans. Number four, agriculture and rural development. Mr. Speaker, the emphasis on revitalizing the agriculture sector is indeed needed. Agriculture remains the backbone of our economy, and empowering our farmers with modern techniques and technologies, improve infrastructure and access to market will significantly enhance productivity. Mr. Acting Speaker, the allocation of resources towards rural development should prioritize building resilient communities that can withstand economic shocks and environmental challenges. Number five, Mr. Acting Speaker, the security of our nation is paramount. That's police and defense. The budget allocation towards enhancing our police and defense capabilities are a step in the right direction. However, it is essential that these funds are utilized effectively to strengthen our law enforcement agencies and military. Adequate training, modern equipment, improved infrastructure, and necessary the safety and security of our citizens. Moreover, we must foster a culture of accountability and integrity within our security forces to build public trust and maintain peace and order. Fiscal prudence. Mr. Acting Speaker, while the budget aims for ambitious growth, it is essential to maintain fiscal prudence. The projected revenue streams and expenditure plans needed to be realistic and achievable. We should be cautious of over-reliance on external borrowing, which could potentially lead to debt distress. Instead, enhance domestic revenue mobilization through efficient tax systems and broadening the tax base should be prioritized. Transparency and accountability in public finance management will be pivotal in gaining the trust of our citizens and international partners. Finally, Mr. Acting Speaker, private sector engagement. The role of the private sector in driving economic growth cannot be overstated. The budget provisions for intensifying private investment and fostering public-private partnership are crucial. It is equally important to create an enabling environment that can mitigate risks and ensures a level playing field for all enterprises. Regulatory reforms and ease of doing business should be at the forefront of our economic agenda. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the 2026 national budget lays down a robust framework for our nation's progress. It reflects a vision of inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous Papua New Guinea. Nevertheless, the success of this budget hinges on its implementation. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that allocated resources are used prudently and wisely, and that the policies translate in tangible benefits for our citizens. As we move forward at the dawn of nation's 50th anniversary, let us remain steadfast in our commitment to building a resilient and equitable society. Together, we can overcome the challenges that lie ahead and pave the way for a brighter future for Papua New Guinea. Mr. Speaker, with these few remarks, I support the 2026 national budget. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for North Fly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Thomas. Me, Sanablo. Taking cue to firstly pass my condolence on behalf of people Blomilo North Fly, go along late Minister Blom Works, Emidai, people Blomilo Teleforming, Mibla Tupla districts are sharing my border. And it is only our heartfelt moment this morning that Mibla realizimos en paso. So people will not fly at this occasion. Mibla talk sorry, lo people will telephone one time, family blame. Me to Sanablong, give him debate me, you go along this budget. I won't take up much of the time, or some previous speakers have spoken. Firstly, me acknowledge him, all colleague opposition members is speaking, beginning with the Shadow Treasurer. I give him, Nami like talk, thank you, Nami, endorse him this plan, I give him full support. Long statement, only walk him, so as others have spoken. I thought at this occasion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, meeting also me must place him on record. And a very important piece of legislation where meeting also me must mention him in this budget debate, so that it becomes a reference and everybody and the country is aware. So the point I'm here trying to contribute to this debate here is that I was thinking that the opposition in the context at this time, we do not have the ultimate whip or the power to debate on the budget, because I'm not admitting it. And the point I'm trying to bring here is in conjunction to the ruling of Section 145 by the Supreme Court, where Mibla got respect for this ruling, also Mibla realizing, also opposition, me realizing personally, I realized that the full powers of the opposition has been stripped off by the executive government or the government. Because why? Section 145 amendment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we lock him government, and safeguard him government, you go along next election. Now eventually, but you go inside safely. So for me is this, I have no absolute power to be here on this side, sitting, wasting time to debate when you have the ultimate power. Long talk. Ting Blomi display. So the debate, the budget reply is this. Not meaning lo yumi reply lo budget, lo yumi opposition. It was a waste of time. I know precisely government is very happy because all but safe, right they go inside the election, eventually into another 18 months by all this tabiat, na all by tilim this la kaika now by mikatime. So you are going safe. You are right safe through all the way. Na ino point lo mibla by debate lo here. So country me like talk sawa or some country will harim stop. The government has indirectly have anchored themselves safely by removing this last section 145 amendment. They are very safe, but only cutting this budget, but only kai.
Honourable member, we have a point of order. Member, what's your...
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think my good leader from North Fly should confine his debate strictly to the budget debate this morning. He is embarking on matters which have been the subject of Supreme Court proceedings. And if they are aggrieved, if my friends on the other side are aggrieved by the decision, they are process that they take it up. So it's not open to my friend to question the judiciary in this House. Thank you.
Honourable member, the Honourable member for North Fly, I'd like to recognize the member for the Honourable member's point of order. You have rights to express your view on what you have expressed. And I want you to take a note of the decision that court has made in respect to what judiciary have ruled and make your comment in line to what you felt and not march into what the decision that court have already been made. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think the good honourable member, if he's listening carefully, I haven't specifically criticized the Supreme Court or anything. I was only making a reference that the decision that has come is going to affect the country. The consequences is going to be very severe. And that means, in line with this budget, what's going to happen, the government, you will enjoy the luxury of celebrating. You celebrated since yesterday. And as far as I know, everybody is living at Hilton Hotel. You are dining. You are celebrating. You celebrated yesterday.
Honourable member, we have a point of order.
Can we focus on the debate on the budget, please? We don't stay at Hilton Hotel. That is completely wrong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, I think I'd like you to stick on to the budget in related to the reply debate.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sometimes truth must be told. I need to tell the truth. They're living there. And that's what I'm trying to say. So I don't know who's footing the bill of the Hilton Hotel. Every minister is living there. That's correct. That's correct. I must tell you guys. So this is part of the debate.
Honourable member, we have another point of order. Minister for Justice.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a lie. Please ask withdraw. I don't live there. Which room do I say? We don't live there. Give the facts. This is people's house. Don't mislead.
That's right.
Talk on the budget, figures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, the point of order the minister is raising is like he's interjecting. To remind you that much of the members are not living there at the Hilton and they are mindful of the comment you've been made because people are watching us out there. So when you put on your debate, you stick to what the budget is being said. So, members, you have the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You know, some of them, maybe I don't want to name some of them, but they live there. And so it's not a coincidence. Every time I go for coffee, I see them there. And how do you, who pay for that? I'm told that Pangu government lives there. That's what I'm saying. So anyway, I leave that point. But my point coming to the debate is on the budget, the way it's framed, it's purely centered around the election budget. with Joseph anchoring down to stay in power full until 27, and then by you come on save, you are already enjoying yourself. So I was going to say this to the country is that suppose people you had him stop, or government you indirectly, what they have done was they have removed the whip, the power that opposition has to hold them accountable is been removed. So now they will write on save using what they have appropriated now. They will feast on this until to 27. And that's the point I'm trying to
Member,
make.
we have a point of order.
Point of order, please.
Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, please, gentlemen, this is a house of honorable people. Let's keep, it's an important thing we're trying to discuss here. Let's have some decorum in the house, and let's stop making innovations and making things that submissions on things that are not true, please. Let's keep some semblance of propriety in the house, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, your point of order is in order. Honorable Member, let me remind you that the bill that has been passed and you've been alluding to is passed by this Honorable House of Parliament. And it becomes property of this Parliament, as we have said, and the court have alluded that what has happened in this floor of Parliament is fair to the Constitution, which court has ruled. So please make your comment related to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This legally comment as well, I place him on record so the country is aware, and when we for the future reference, the country will know exactly. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister for Health.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, me passing people talk sorry blomi, making people blomi long. Pomio district, the Luke Savelo, in Daiplong, the Works Minister, the Honorable Solan Mauritian, people blomi la telephone. Me pay people tribute blongem, ego longem, we look Savelong. I make it possible long all carry more than 600 blah. Box for medical supplies from Port Moresby, Eagle or Milan Bay, Alatao. By road, for the first time, I'm on history, and I'm paying people tribute to go along. Mr. Speaker, people sit down here. My district, firstly, my district covers over 11,000 square kilometers. We have 119 wards, 7 local level government, 80% of Eastern Britain landmass province. In Billimol Bridge Stop, Rodi Global Place, but we talk take the Marabrosa government, the support team, the Tupla Big Ship. Now the ship today making sure that people will connect staff na Salem Kakao Cobra Blow staff. All around to mass. Thank you, Tesla. The Department of Health, Ministry in charge law, 28 agencies. That's including 21 provincial health authorities. No, not black have inside. So I rise to make my strong statement supporting the 2026 budget that's been passed by the Treasurer, the Marabrosa government, totaling 30.9 billion kina. That is framed around the theme security and growth. And rightly so, because a secure, healthy, and educated and economically confident population is the foundation of a national stability and prosperity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I acknowledge the statement today made by the Minister of Finance saying that to date, more than 70% of all fundings for PHS has been released to date. That's over 1.9 billion kina from the 2.7 billion kina allocated this year's budget. 2026 budget, the Marabrosa government committed or allocated and appropriated 3.21 billion kina to health sector budget. That is an increase of 15.8% of this year's budget, 15.8%. This increase of 439 million kina next year's budget marks one of the most substantial year-on boosts in recent years and reflects the government's determination to strengthen the health system, improve service delivery, and uplift health outcomes for our people. Mr. Speaker, the 2020 allocation also reflects deliberate policy choices by our government to invest in the areas that matter most. The public investment program sees a substantial increase of 39%. That is 614 million kina in 2025 to 858 million kina, enabling major infrastructure upgrades. Personal emoluments increased by 43%. That is 1.39 billion kina this year to 1.48 billion kina next year. Reinforcing workforce stability and goods and services rise by 17%. That is 754.4 million kina this year to 888 million kina next year's budget. That's mainly to the provincial health authorities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, funding to the provincial health authorities has increased by 87.6 million kina, bringing the total PHS allocation to 1.5 billion kina. There is general increase across health functional grants, reflecting strengthened support to primary health care. The total medical supplies procurement and public health commodities, that is malaria, TB, HIV drugs and vaccinations or vaccines, has increased to 55 million kina, representing 18% increase. Overall, the allocation has increased from 294 million kina in 2025 to 349 million kina. Mr. Speaker, vaccine funding increased by 40%, targeting child health and disease prevention. Church Health Services, our important partner, funding increased by 22%, particularly supporting Christian and Catholic facilities across our country. The development partners envelope for health increased by 33%, demonstrating strong donor confidence in our health system. Mr. Speaker, the health sector is allocated a total of 858 million kina, which is an 8% increase from this year's budget in capital investment. These key investments for this sector include, again, 100 million kina for the district hospital program. I'd like to commend the ADB for an important program that is happening right across our country, revolutionizing the infrastructure for the first time. We have committed 375 million kina to the provincial hospital program, and we're seeing some new level 5 hospitals starting next year. Mr. Speaker, we have appropriated in the budget this year 60 million kina to complete the Port Moresby General Hospital Cancer Unit project. This is a very, very important project that we will see. Once completed, no one in our country will be going overseas for cancer treatment anymore. And this allocation of 50 million kina as an initial allocation for the new medical university startup program. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 2026 budget provides one of the strongest boosts to our public health program communities in recent years, reflecting the government's commitment to reducing the burden of communicable diseases and improving population health outcomes. The allocation for HIV treatment drugs increased from 11.5 million this year to 15 million next year. The support for malaria drugs and test kits rises from 12.5 million kina this year to 16 million next year. This is to strengthen the endemic provinces like East Sepik, Millet Bay, Meding, and Manus. The allocation to TB drugs experienced one of the largest increases, rising from 12.5 million to 19 million in 2026. That is an additional 7.2 million. Vaccination also received a substantial reinforcement, increasing from 18.96 million kina this year to 26 million kina next year. In addition, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the first time, the government has provided 6.2 million specifically to start the rollout of HPV, or human papillomavirus vaccination, in our country, marking a major advancement in our efforts to prevent cervical cancer, the most common cancer affecting women in Papua New Guinea. For the first time, we're going to make this vaccine available to public health system. This is a very important point that we must. It's make it clear to every one of our people today. In recent years, concern about medical supply shortages have been among the most frequent issues raised by our people, and we fully understand that. This government has listened and responded decisively. In 2025, 242 million kina was appropriated for medical supplies. In 2026, this increased to 267.3 million kina. To date, 70 to 80% has been released to the medical supplies in our country. Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge the medical supply chain challenges still exist, including long lead times and cash flow delays. But this budget demonstrates the government's commitment to fix the system properly and not through ad hoc responses through sustained funding and long-term supply chains. Mr. Speaker, let me clarify to this House our eligibility as a country, as was a question raised by the Honourable Governor of East Sepik last week with regard to Global Fund reducing their support. That is mainly to the public health programs. Mela Toklia, also Global Funds is supporting tasol malaria, TB, and HIV drugs, almost of a give margin long all medical supplies in general. Important to make him law today. It is important to emphasize that Global Fund assistance only complements the government efforts, and the government of Papua New Guinea pays for all medical supplies used across the public health and church health agencies, while Global Fund resources support only the public health commodities like HIV, malaria, and TB drugs. Mr. Speaker, while support remains stable, the Global Fund has indicated that global financing pressure may result in a gradual reduction across all regions. You know, Papua New Guinea is also affected. Across the region, Global Fund support will also reduce. The government has anticipated this. This is precisely why the domestic financing for HIV, TB, and malaria drugs commodities has been increased by more than 40% in the budget for next year, signaling our commitment to self-reliance and long-term sustainability. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on that note, I would like to acknowledge with appreciation the continued support from Gavi, Global Alliance on Vaccination, WHO, the New Zealand government, and the government of Australia, particularly in the provisions of vaccines, including polio vaccines that is currently going on in parts of our country. Mr. Speaker, the provincial health authorities, as I've said already, received some of the highest level of funding this year. I want to say today that provincial health PHAs received so much funding in the last couple of years. The issue that we have today identified by the department, me as the minister for the last 14 months, is that we need good CEOs, good boards to actually implement their programs and report quickly on how they're using these funds. Mr. Speaker, the health function grants increased from 109 million kina in 2025 to 148 million kina next year. These are kind of funds that are supporting the PHAs to roll out immunization programs. And members of Parliament, you can refer to the budget. This increases in utility rentals, capital investments, goods and services right across the health sector. The capital boost is also closely aligned with the National Health Infrastructure Plan, ensuring that provinces move towards a more equitable distribution of health facilities in our country. Mr. Speaker, while these increases demonstrate strong government commitment, we must also acknowledge the importance of improving budget execution at the provincial level. According to 2024 final budget outcome, less than 60% of the PHA's capital funds were actually expended, compared to 80% utilization by the Department of Education. This underutilization is largely the result of lengthy and centralized procurement processes, which continue to delay critical infrastructure in the department, in the health sector. To address this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, PHAs must now utilize district and provincial procurement committees rather than relying solely on the Department of Health Special Procurement Committee, which often leads to long queues and significant delays in how we want to implement our health projects in our country. Strengthening these decentralized procurement pathways will ensure that capital investments are delivered on time and that increased allocations in this budget translate to real and tangible improvements for our people. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend the churches for their partnership and the support to our government before we gained independence. They were there since 1960s. The churches remain our strongest partners in the rural and remote areas of our country, and I am pleased to announce that the funding for our church-based health services has been significantly strengthened in the 2026 budget. Church health services allocated 177.7 million kina, an increase from 153 million kina this year's budget. Likewise, the Catholic health services will receive 158 million kina, as an increase from 134 million kina in this year's budget. The allocations underscore the government's sustained commitment to supporting our trusted partner institutions in delivering essential health services across the nation that brings the total health services investment to 335.8 million kina. Mr. Speaker, this increase recognized that without churches, tens of thousands of our people, especially in remote and mountainous terrains, would have limited or no access to health care. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to acknowledge the exceptional work our church health services have undertaken in strengthening quality and standards through National Health Service Standards Accreditation Program. This year, several church-run facilities have demonstrated excellence in meeting national compliance requirements. For example, Funa Popai Hospital, Megende Hospital in Simbu were formally awarded Level 4 accreditation for the first time this year. Reflecting high standards of care and management at Rayu, that's in West Pacific Province, our team have conducted the accreditation, and sometimes this year we will also give them the certificate as well. Mr. Speaker, Kuchip Nazarene Hospital, serving as Chiwaka Provincial Hospital, was also accredited by just last month as a Level 5 Provincial Hospital. So I want to say today that Chiwaka Hospital is now fully fledged Level 5 hospital as per our National Health Service standards. I commend them for this important compliance to health standards. These achievements highlights the strong commitment of our churches partners to delivering safe, quality and accountable health services to our people. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, whether you're a church organization, whatever organizations that you serve in, we all have one standards, one plan, one budget we must report to. Mr. Speaker, in the way forward in terms of driving reforms, with this budget, we are now better positioned to advance major reforms to Level 4 at the primary health level, Level 5, provincial level, Level 6 at the moment, it's PMGH. We have the cost, the design, the kind of health facilities, the kind of medical supplies, the kind of manpower that is needed for the first time in the country. Mr. Speaker, the government has also strengthened governance and oversight. A special committee under the National Health Board is being established to monitor performance of the provincial health authorities boards and the management. This will enhance accountability and ensure responsible stewardship of resources and address persistent management weaknesses that affect service delivery. There's a lot of funding going on, but we need to establish mechanisms that must monitor them. In parallel, the government is advancing the integration of the Alasco payroll system. As I speak, more than 3,000 church health services are paid in the Alasco payroll system. I want to thank the former ministers for health for this important partnership. By the churches, we are still maintaining this today. The payroll visibility, PHA's accounts are now connected to our IFMS system. We will have to monitor all this at the department level. And I thank the report today from the Minister's Finance saying that there's 500 billion allocated to the PHAs to make sure that this is happening. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank our partners for the support to the health sector, and we continue to remain committed to improving the health system in our country. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, I will ask you all to resume your seat as we Just wait and see if the lights come on. We'll continue on from the debate. Clerk, check him all in outside. Honorable members, the lights will come on slowly and it will pick up. The systems are on, so we will continue on with the debate. The Honorable Member for Waware.
Yes. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for selecting the people of Waware to comment on this important national agenda budget. Yes, Deputy Speaker, before me talk law this national budget, will I take him this time to pay tribute to a great leader and a great minister, Honorable Solan Mirisim. Member of Telefomin, the Minister of Works na highway. Miss Luki Memosem, one minister, EMSA defend him through this program lo Marape Rosso, Connect PNG. So was stop aste miss how ready speech long ready talk blame lo talk this budget says now. But yet no stop now. Lusimi, hard-working minister. Bel Blumi and Brook lo RM this story lo now morning. Defender lo Connect PNG program. Planti Papua Nini or stop lo city in a town. Or looking finish road. Or looking finish government service. Now only na appreciating one of something and work him stop. But me all get a planting line lo rural PNG. Me no look him road. Me no look him government service. This minister defend him na karim this program lo Connect PNG. Na bring him go inside lo me rural communities. Me maki mouse long all people lo me lo warrior. But me call him name lo one place. All no been look him road before. Now all look him. Me call him online lo Garaina, Sopa, Kasu, Kapiso, Sai, Bisinga. This law name me call him you know of Sour Longol. You know of Sour Longol. But because of this Connect PNG program, now you ba Sour Longol. Online lo Kasuma ba looking road. Tori Koroa looking road finish. Online lo Bapi. Tai mixi memigo lo chopa. Want the minister secretary lo works. Me go on all sing amas fighting kununa. All welcome him this service lo Bapi. Lo Garaina Weli. So, on behalf of my people of Garaina, Waria, and Biaru, I would want to pay a deepest condolence message to the people of Telefomin, people belong, all family belong, member belong. Honorable Solan Mirisim, now colleague ministers, now Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Olgera, NEC Cabinet, people Lusim, all the great leader. Big lot of sorena. You may be missing him. Deputy Speaker, Misana Pia, me la talk lo national level budget lo national government and big la Thomas amas la big la volume pages na kind of smart lo mipla go through. But Mila speak of some Nupla district inside law Morobe province. Now, our look blomilong
Mino stop lo time long morata mekere morata. Mino stop lo time long somare. Mino stop lo time lo pita onil. Mi kaminzer lo time long marape. So mi ba tok long. Wane au mi luk inside lo government lo marape. Country and big la country true. Papa negri and big la country. You me all got responsibilities lo developing one section blame me. Minister of health and work law side long health. Minister of education by work law side education. Agriculture by law side agriculture. Governor law one province by work law side province. Na mipla member law one district. One work law side district lo mipla. Prime Minister, Deputy Speaker, big law waraya emniat no sa come up. Creek, streams are forming, creeks are forming streams, na streams are go forming rivers, na rivers are go bringing ocean. You know, so start lo ocean, na kam lo wara, creek, a river, na kam back lo creek, na kam lo stream, no gat. Eno so rono sa. Sa start lo creek, behind go streams, behind go rivers, na go ocean. Works are stop ocean. So inside lo this budget lo 2023 budget mi come inside na budget kami lukim. What I mean missing? I'm captured inside lo this budget. 2024 to come. What I know missing? I'm captured inside lo this budget. 2025 to one kind. Na 2026 to one kind. You may look lo big plus something, but some plus something I'm inside lo this budget. Government lo marape na roso em tupla katim. 10 million DSIP, yes. I'm all cutting you, all garaxim. And up long M, or putting 5 million district infrastructure. Now, Narabla 5 million, or putting Kina for Kina funding grant. 20 million pay here, all give all get a one district. So, what's you know, XIM, and you know, supporting government program. You know something MTD before. So, what's you XIM, and you support him. So, Deputy Speaker, what were mi black se seblum platu? Legally creek. Mi walk him come ba bungi morwe province. Gawana blo mi walk him come ba bungi Papua New Guinea. So what me walking want them misla 20 million every year mix him long. Anit lo pango government and mi story lilik. Road ino sa Golo Garaina. Now road come up lo Garaina station. Garaina is famous for tea. Mipla are story taso. Balus taso sa Golo Garaina na also apim cacao na tea lo balus tasol. Now all karem cacao from Garaina all the way to Lane or Salim. Mimi talk lo Lili Creek ba Golo bungi big lo warai and walk lo come up awesome now. Road sa Golo Kaindi is the most economical road inside lo Morwe province. Generating over 100 million kina pay annum. Low FX. But it has been neglected for so long. But with this government, road now I'm come up good lo Kaindi in all manner or go na sim gold blown na go Salim. Amas la forex or generating lo country step and minos beyond by Mare batok ni imbarem. That's road is happening. I need logisla government. Communication. All people lo biaru, lo place lo me almost also work for 4 or 5 years, even one day lo working one phone call. Now all sinan house blown, all working phone call blown. Because tawa am communication, tawa am go come up in this lo place. Never continue to go one kind of some. Education. Past time we stop lo Bulolo district, and we Buruk, now we have only one secondary school, 3 LLG plus 1 secondary school. Now it was really a challenge for us. Now we thank you, Logisla government, and we establish him. Now by the next year, we'll be able to have a junior high school, catering grade 9 or 10. And I need Logisla government. For them now I'm operate. I need Logisla government. We sponsor more beginning to tertiary students, tertiary scholarship. Salim more beginning to schools, los further skills. I need this government. So you me look lo big budget, you me talk lo big economic impact, but suppose you me look lo Lilik district me, you look out in Lilik district me, look out in Tivadan me, we can contribute to the big economic achievement of this country. So me talk thank you. So me nugu time so you me talk to big picture na you me no looking one little something will come up. So Deputy Speaker, there is hope. There is hope. Lo side long health. Me talk thank you assembly. This la government me through lo Wawara district and me plan no got one district hospital. Or level 4 or level 3 health center. But me talk thank you lo this la government. Lo this la 2026 budget and put him counterpart funding long ADB. Lo fund him all district hospital. And I'm happy that Wow Health Center is captured in that. Me talk thank you. And there is hope. You may not have quick through, but you may not come up with Rome is not built over day. Yeah, it takes time. One kind of same but you take him time too. So me, there is hope for this district, for my district under the Marape Rosso government. And I'm thankful that this budget is for our small district, small people. And I would like to comment this budget to this House. Thank you.
Honorable Minister for Planning.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, firstly, let me pay my condolences to the Honorable Solan Mirisim, who was sitting next to me, and now he's got a better place, bigger place, but he's still sitting next to us. But I want to extend condolences to the family and, of course, to the people of Telefomen. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've got a very detailed speech, so I don't want to bore you with too many of the details, but I will try as much as possible to go through it. If my time runs out, I will want to have it incorporated in the answer. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is an honor for me to be allowed this opportunity to present the 2026 capital investment budget to this Parliament. I have this privilege to provide the outlay of the 2026 capital investment budget and the important tenets and components of the financing, as well as the rationale of funding and sectoral allocations within the context of the total national budget of 2026. The budget theme growth, security with growth, places emphasis where it matters. That while we focus on economic progress and growth, we must be mindful of the risks of security and safety that we must deal with at the same time. The 2026 national budget marks two major milestones. It is the fourth budget supporting the medium-term development plan 4, and secondly, it is the first post-independence Jubilee budget. The 2026 budget is guided by the principles of the 13-year budget repair plan on consolidating the government's drive at achieving fiscal balance in the medium term and economic growth in the long term. In presenting this budget, I'm pleased to reiterate the Marape Rosso government's commitment in supporting the long-term agenda of supporting national prosperity through economic growth, as per the theme of Medium-Term Development Plan 4. The aggregate capital investment budget funding of 10.8 billion, is consistent with the required annual funding of the MTDP4. I would like to put on record here that this government has remained true to its commitment on financing the priorities of MTDP4. At the end of MTDP3, The capital investment budget was 9 billion. This was increased by 11% to 10 billion in 2023, which was the first year of the MTDP4. This has been maintained constant over the 10 billion mark throughout, including the 2026 budget. Sustainable levels of funding are essential to consistently deliver our key development outcomes and in order for us to meet our development targets. The government of Papua New Guinea continues to remain financier of capital investment budget, that is the government, accounting for 7 billion or 71% of the total capital investment budget, while the concessional loans is 1.2 billion and donor grant financing contributes 1.9 billion of the total capital investment budget. This budget has prioritized sector investment based on MTDP4 priorities in supporting Marape Rosso government's development vision on economic and growth. I can confidently say that by enabling annual budgets as such, the government will take control and steer of its own development path, but with the support of our development partners and the private sector. Over the past 2 years, we have seen this materialize, resulting in the delivery of major outputs in many key sectors of our economy because of the consistent funding through the annual budgets. The capital investment budget of 10.8 billion is considered the biggest allocation yet, with an increase of 5%. Through the capital investment budget, the national intent is achievable, and that is we can be able to grow the size of the economy to 160 billion by 2027, be able to generate 25 billion revenue from 2027 onwards, and create 1 million additional jobs by 2030. The 2026 capital investment budget is framed to support key economic growth drivers to boost economic generation, optimize tangible development outcomes, and improve service delivery to our people. Our expenditure focus and delivery strategy in 2026 is three-pronged. Firstly, the budget allocation to fixed commitments of government. These are fundings in high-level commitments of government which are legal and require prioritized funding each year due to the legal bearing they have. The spending areas include DSIP, PSIP, infrastructure development grants to mining and oil and gas provinces, Bougainville commitment, loans, grants counterparts, and other major transformational projects of government. A total allocation of 2.9 billion is allocated for this category. The second delivery strategy is through what is termed growth triggers, which are inclusively supportive of economy, growth and revenue programs, and projects where the object to see an increase in international revenue, an increase in export earnings, promotion of export substitution, investing in critical enabling infrastructure, and improve law and order and national security. A total of 3.9 billion. The third focus area includes all other sector programs and services. These are investments in other sectors such as health, education, community culture and administration, remain key components of this budget. These focus areas are also favored by our development partners, donors, which covers some of the more challenging intervention programs. The capital investment, as we know, is also supported by development partners. There is a direct relationship with donors to the development cooperation strategies and partnerships that the government has with all our partners. In 2026, there is an increase of 400 billion, or 13%, and it's predominantly in grant financing. The government financing of total investment is reduced by 102 million, whilst donor grants and loans accounts for 31% of the total 2026 budget. There are more than 15 bilateral and multi-development partners, international NGOs, regional organizations, private sector foundations, and climate finance institutions. Australia, United Nations, China are the biggest sources of grant financing. The World Bank, Australia through infrastructure financing facilitate for the Pacific, and the Asia Development Bank, including Europe, all offer concessional loans for major high-impact programs. New entrants into the government of PNG budget next year are the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and the Exim Bank of Korea, both providing loan financing in support of major infrastructure projects. The 2026 is a critical year as the government strides towards the end of MTDP4 and to display a positive scorecard against the MTDP4 targets in 2027. Therefore, through this annual budget, the government must move to escalate the implementation of key projects and projects towards these targets. I take this time to highlight some of the key sectoral projects funded in the 2026 capital investment. In the economic sector, the government interest is in the growth triggers, where the focus will remain on the revenue generation, export expansion, downstream processing, and import substitution. This requires support to support agencies to improve their capability for revenue collection, as well as to enhance agency capacity in promoting productivity and export of commodity crops. These are mainly economic export goods, especially in agriculture, fisheries sector. A total of 992 million is being allocated to this sector investments. Key investment in this sector also include the support to the Lands Department to carry out important expansion activities that contribute to freeing up more land for investment and development. Over 140 million is allocated to this program. The funding to agriculture sector is aimed at empowering our citizens to unlock economic potential in agriculture, and fisheries, while supporting micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises and sustainable tourism for inclusive and resilient growth. Key investments under the growth triggers include SME, 150 million, National Land Partnership Program, 140 million, agriculture investment, 130 million, revenue generation, 60 million, National Rice Development Program, 70 million, commodity access road, 13 million, special economic zone, 40 million, and special police assistance program, 200 million. The government will continue to invest in critical infrastructure in 2026 budget. The investment through the Civil Aviation Development Program has made a positive progress with the upgrade of 22 national airports and the construction and upgrading for regional airstrips. The government's commitment to link all regions and provinces by road connectivity continues to take the center stage of the capital investment budget. Investment in these sectors will create a favorable environment to enable growth and development. Let me now turn to the details of the 2026 capital investment budget, which I've gone through, but just go through it again. Our budget is 10.8 million. The sectoral appropriation capital investment budget is distributed as follows. Administrating sector 2.9 billion. Education 609 million. Health 858 million. Community and culture 206 million. Law and justice 463 million. Economic 992 million. Transport 2 billion. Utilities 558 million. And provinces 2 billion. I would like to now discuss the detailed sector investments of the 2026 capital investment. Investment in the economy through deliberate intervention programs are critical and must be transformational. Tracking through from the last 2 years, the government is committed to making a change in the lives of our children and growth in the economy from the day the new government took over. When Prime Minister James Marape declared the bold vision to take back PNG, he signaled a transformative era for the country. Following this declaration, he announced sweeping changes to resource management laws, regulations, and policies aimed at ensuring that Papua New Guinea's wealth truly benefits its people. These reforms laid the foundation for the MTDP-4, which prioritizes inclusive growth and sustainable development. The review and enforcement of updated laws and regulations in alluvial mining policy, operation of a state negotiating team mechanism to oversee the investment decisions of major resources, establishment of Kumul Petroleum Holdings and the Kumul DY Holdings Limited operations, introduction of the Kumul Agriculture Limited, updates and adjustments in regulations and policies in fisheries, tree crop sector, increase in focus on special economic zone, many more have been the actions directly directing operations and investment in the sector. From 2019, when the government took over, a total investment of over 4 billion was allocated to this sector through critical programs and operations. The demonstrated the strong commitment and investment decisions of the government to have the relevant budgetary decisions in investment to stimulate economic growth. These amounts included the completion on the establishment on Tissue Culture Laboratories Center in Kainantu, Eastern Highlands, completion of the state-of-the-art coffee export in Lae to enhance coffee export, regulation of the coffee plantation sector, reopening of the Pogera mine, completion of the business incubation center in the southern region, review and re-establishment of the Madain Marine Industrial Zone program, launching and operation of the credit guarantee scheme, creation of financial facilities in the agriculture SME space through the SME agriculture program. In 2026, the government will support additional programs to the tune of 990 million, aimed to increase internal revenue, create wealth, increase exports, and enhance the rural economy. The key investments include the National Rice Development Program with 60 million, strengthening land reforms, supporting state equity funds with 130 million, fostering economic investment through special economic zones with 40 million, and reviving and strengthening economic agriculture with 190 million.
Honorable Minister, I'd like to interrupt you on a speech that your 20 minutes of debate on the budget have lapsed.
I will.
You may ask the leave of the...
I've just been through half, so I want to ask leave of Parliament to have it incorporated in the answer.
Is leave granted? Honorable Minister, you can take all your paper. The Honorable Governor for Enga.
Mr. Speaker, me too stand up law support the budget blame. Before me to talk on budget, making more people blow Enga province. Me like extend him sorry blow me blah, you all late. Minister Solon merci. Me blah sorry also blah lusim on the good blah leader blame me. And frequent him visit Kamlo province na. Me blah feeling sorry straight. One time display, Mr. Deputy Speaker, me not to talk planning law budget. Budget me, our government me work him na. The practice is that we will pass it. But me like kiss him display time long. Joining vulnerable leaders only talk finish so all get a leader and all making good talk. Me also governor na, but me talk long. Side blow me long all governors. First of all, me like commend you at Treasurer long Karam display. Budget come, plan the time you Karam come, plan the time you me complain. That's all you stop yet. So by me work one time you yet. Me get big plan members, me blah province for me. I think me blah got a good relationship, working relationship one time you. Now he got the honorable Governor for CPIC made a remark. And I was sitting here and I thought that one of the 5 or 6 provinces that are benefiting in a big way, I thought implied to Enga. Now, me like straight him talk na to Walsema. Enga, yes, work is him, some like good play allocation. Long national government. And because long vision blow me long province. Yes, program mine stop. That's all mine I'm called by Pinisia. So me bla Harare province. That's all. Me bla got issues or some law and order stuff. That's all. Me bla must think long. It got long time, long provision, long sustaining province. province was saying I'm array to maso. Mi bla lo province mas panim some bla way lo make sure some province blo mi bla by sustain after pogra. So mi bla starting vision bla mi long starting university long here 2011 2009 mi bla starting concept long housing enga provincial housing. So you know kama state as well. Long bla time yes mi bla benefit as all this bla project this bla two bla enga provincial hospital na innovative university of enga ino belong enga province. Mi bla host. What is wrong with enga getting more money to put a national institution in my province? Baibla sibik taso baigat. Baibla mosbi taso baigat. No gat. Mibla tu masigat. Lo luk blomi lo province blomi. Lo agriculture tu mibla limited. You mean growing coffee too? So one bla way long sustain him enga's economy, lo put him on institution. Long province blomi. Over time, when we manage law and order, all beginning bakam, all people bla bakak simarasin loinga. So these are national projects. So no can look at number na. You know, isolating mibla or targeting mibla law budget. So me sina niya na tamenga ibla no kolim lahap na mitako ibla lugosem mibla benefit na no hat enga benefit long put him national institutions. That's why the former government of the Honorable Peter O'Neill come on top now government and we only concentrate on giving me funding to complete him all this project. So last year that's only me complete him Ausik. Last year that's only me complete him university. So Mila, thank you, Prime Minister, former Prime Minister Peter O'Neill long starting project one day me black ham or some. That's all important also. Me also thank him, current government. Without the kind of support and this kind of thing where Prime Minister Karim come along, make sure also we complete this project which we started in 2007, 2009 he come here. And we finish him now, we how much long this government stuff. Yes, he got some negativity stuff long government, and one kind of older government. Long provincial government, me working work, that's all. People don't mean work yet. That's normal here. Let's accept it and move on and just do our bit for this country. Now today, you may remember, you know what recent long complaint. Before time, you come inside the parliament, no got DSIP, no got funding your district. Now funding your district, yeah. You make him funding the province too. So it's about us leaders. I look at me, at least 2 billion or something long budget every year. 2 billion plus, I think. Long old district in the province. And big money to us. Suppose you may organize good country by Sandisha. So you can look on national executive now. You may cross the stuff. Let's do our bit at our own level. Because we're giving funding now. People almost are giving funding. So me like Osema, talk tasol. Long study Mosem. Yes, Enga was benefiting in the last 3-4 years. Long finishing all this project. And today, this here, we got 800 plus Papua New Guineans studying in Enga, in the Innovative University of Enga. And we contribute to nation building. Ausik, I'm now start law open this year, fully operational next year. By me looking more like Papua New Guinea can benefit law Enga. So me like talk sabe or sem talk tasola. No good looking number na iplating or sem benefit long all legally road law province or legally projects law province that's all stuff. No god. More sample something got impact on nation. So I'm me like straight him legally thinking no good me got I'm a good plan of me here talk also because me in the province from me and me benefit on Tupla project in a big way in the last couple of years. So thank you through long Marape Rosso government for actually making that project completed. Now we can start to benefit
from this project. So me, thank you straight on this plan. One block concern me as a governor, you me got, treasurer and prime minister and land we long government. You must start like a consultation, no budget. Meaningful dialogue, meaningful consultation. How na you sabe long one something you may need blowing a province or Narbla province. Sit down the story that's all enough. Meaningful dialogue. Every province is different. Priority blow different. I will be contribute to nation development there. All become low blow yet. Some people like in agriculture. Some people like in education in a big way. Some people like in fisheries. So let's consult more. When people give him mandate here, govern him government. Give us some respect. So you can get dialogue, you work him good. Yes, people put in money, that's all. Time people are looking money, Lord, sample program na. You make a need program. How by me shifting money, you must consult. So that we can get, allocating proper resource from all activity. So big legally heavy, you got all provincial governors, stable them. Now two, how much meeting you got long developing powers? Ayo, me counting me here. Me short with now. What is wrong with just allocating at least 10 or 20 million or 30 million to start the process of giving more powers to the provinces? Give him the so-called block grant or talk, okay? Give him 20 million or 30 million or you mean long. Start long working more sunny lo immediate. If you have at least 10 LT provinces or well-to-do provinces, but you looking more as a country, look like country, but look better. Suppose you make all provinces in down or look national government, that's all you stop. And by Nogate. So me asking more, Sema, into the future, please allocate some meaningful funding to the provincial governments. Because in my assembly, since me kissing governor, me talking more council president, you come inside the assembly, blow me, you think big. No can carry him cap or some president come inside the assembly. Lose him cably as a president of district. Come to provincial assembly and thinking big na you developing province so you can compete with them East New Britain. You can compete with them Morobe. You don't have working big plus city. That's all we can compete. So suppose you are not giving me resource. How about me thinking big? Misanabu University in a hospital because we thought big. Discipline him all, council president, no can ask him lo karana. Can also ask him, me discipline him all. Now run him all province staff, so please me asking Prime Minister and Treasurer, going into the future, my Deputy Speaker, it is good to give more powers, no provinces, so that we can all compete. Compete. Let me come up with more country blowing me. Mr. Deputy Speaker, lo program mila talk clear sema. Plenty time Prime Minister me kisim backlash. I think it's proper for me to inform the good people of this country that Prime Minister, former Prime Minister Peter O'Neill, or the Honourable Peter O'Neill, or Honourable James Marape, who took Barrick to court. On record, I want to say that it was the Enga provincial government which took Barrick to court for and on behalf of our people because we wanted greater return for our investment. So we waited 6 years, 5 to 6 years. People no complain. People wait. At least now, after 6 years of waiting, 5 or 6 years of waiting, now you may look at Kageblo and come up now. Are we happy with the outcome? So, Mila took Sabah, yes, country been Sabah 6 years. So you must also understand that the provincial government and the people of the province who own the resource had a say. We were not being looked after properly. We were not getting what we wanted. The country may have been benefiting, but the province wasn't. And I think this new arrangement is going to help everybody. The country is already benefiting. It's better terms. In terms of tax, corporate tax, income tax. We've got 3,000 jobs already in the mine. So Mila took Sabah on record. People blaying, Mibla Hamamas
wait 6 years now you can look him some kan kage come up la progress so me la thank you Prime Minister na you me yogra so me tok sabe ta so la so you can appreciate him. Security law and order, thank you through treasurer and government lo put in planting money you go law and order. Law and order, you put in planting money, that's all you must look him. This black money it must equate to a better performing police force. Talking up. You must make sure also money here must equate long improvement of enforcement. Me looking also in the country enforcement no stop. Yes, recruitment come up. Now plan the time me talk him government blow me finish. Yes, you can recruit. That's all said all mentor staff law district now. Province. All Bagara finish here, all young play go all join him all here. We have to find mentors in those districts and provinces so that the graduates or pass out or policemen and Mary only pass out. Only go on come under very experienced, honest, hardworking officers on the ground. So Emila thank you long government. Ask him government look this plan because recently I got 18 new graduates, new policeman Mary only pass out lo bomana ikam me look him lo province flow me no what one bla NCO or one bla money take charge long all this bla 18. In 2 or 3 weeks time me look him also more start long dressing long all standard go down. Only chewing boy. So me like took sabe so no good me put a number igona. This a number by come up one bla liability lo state. So let's get it right. So also me give him legal advice, that's all. Otherwise, Deputy Speaker, every budget is good as the implementation. So now the only me now power blackout. Power here blackout. I must time by you stand up here and talk was a mean by fixing power. You mean of fixing power? I mean legally something, but it is one of the most important services for our people.
Budget nothing now.
We have to fix it. The Prime Minister also fix him. Who's that Minister or who's that Managing Director or whoever? Take ownership and fix power in this country. Suppose Wara, work, go straight, come up good. Fix him, Wara. I think it's about time we started to fix some of the basic things in this country. We start to fix all basic something. We total all big plus something. Some plan blow me player. Me play grassroots. Oh, big plus something. Me talk me play no clear. We just want the government to fix power. Fix the existing roads. Upgrade them. Fix the schools as we have now doing. Health. That's all people asking. That's what people are looking to government to provide. So, Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to pull in time. Thank you for giving me opportunity. Before I sit down, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of my people of Enga to congratulate Honorable James Nomane for now being the opposition leader. Basically, I'm congratulating him because I recognize that he's a young, energetic politician who's coming. I'm one of those persons who is trying to mentor him because he's a relative of mine from the province. So thank you, long all opposition member, long recognize him, leadership, long him. You must work him good, talk good, no can go over here. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Northeast.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Lord Luke Sawel of our ground, Lord last ministry. Before we start, family blooming, people of Mosby Northeast, talk sorry or late. The hard-working minister, Solan, what I'm all people belong to telephone. Number two, me like talk thank you. Law opposition, Law Markim James, no money Yomba, Law Kama opposition leader, Law Disla House, so that them by strong him Disla House. Law Yumi, Law government, and by Pai Strong, na balancing this la government by go yet long. Election na by go yet also. Thank you. Number 3, Treasurer, you are a superman. You have done it. The historical budget of 30.9 billion, that's the historic for this country. When it's become a history, you have people behind you. Prime Minister, Deputy, the ministers, and the people of this country. Me not taking long time, very short, Deputy Speaker. But thank you, opposition law, provide him this last shot for me. Me find him 1 plus something where me buy base law talk. But thank you for giving me this table. And I use this table as my base to put my debate. Okay, when you look at Mekere government, but before I touch Mekere government to Samora government and O'Neill government to Marabe government, now people of Papua New Guinea looking at TV or one up. A developing country, surplus budget is very healthy. Ministers, now I'll get a member of parliament. In a developing country, deficit budget is very healthy. Time you look at revenue collection from Mekere government, it's 12 million. Suppose you only a paper, you look. Table. You look him long. Samara government, 57 billion. And then you come along, O'Neill government, 91 billion. And then you come along today, Honorable James Marabe and the team that you missed up, the revenue, 152 billion. So when you look at expenditures in a developing country, why you looking at a lot of development like road, a lot of infrastructure development will come up. And then you see your revenue going down. Sometimes we get loan to balance it. Some time with IRC, customs, only no collecting enough money. But as the development of our country going looking, since the revenue increases, the expenditure also increases. So we have to suspend. So by customs, find out some lawlessness of banking money. Some only hiding money because of less legal bank. But ministers and members, Custom and IRC have done extremely well in the few 5-6 years back to tie up all the collections. Now bring him this law, money come inside and at least helping me to work in this law budget. One time on team law treasurer, they work tirelessly overnight, law come up in this law budget. So time we look in deficit also, it's very good. So in totality and how you look at it, you may work law progress. So deficit by increase yet. But now you look him. Plan the money got good work him. Now look him, all kind of ministers, they talk about their ministry and their performance. Now district too, you talk also. Now countries transform now. All kind of district all transform going up. change. Now by country, by change. And okay, let's go back to microeconomics. You may talk SME. Sustainability blow line blow email place. Now you think national government doesn't most people working now increasing revenue blow you mean? No God. You blow member too must find 1 million SME. Give me more line please so that they won't come to Port Moresby. All by planting potato, cabbage. All in all place, if you put money, the DDA start to find product. Blow house line, do you think they are going to come? Some of them are not going to come. Because you carry money, go house to her, buy their product. One of district you blow working money or you step. You put in 1 million every time you buy kai blow. All by similar container go away, all by shifting color must be DDA medium cost. And then they won't come. They will start cultivating their land. And they will stay at home because they see the money. So everybody contribute. So you look about 10 million people. Bit of Papua New Guinea with 10 million. Or if it's individual and SME, if they pay 2 or 2.50, just 2.50. Low one individual, 10 million, all pay Muslim tax. Emamas. Tell me, can somebody tell me? 25 million kina. Low fortnight, you times 26 fortnight, 650 million. Huh? Is it impossible? That's why one member blow you may stop a place or one them up. We must also contribute so that contribution law farmers blow you mill house line will also add on to the growth blow you me. Now I'm raising more revenue. So me kiss him general talk that's all the budget here. That means about him treasurer. You know, man by talk figure him also. You know, in a private environment, we work. Deficit budget, we plus how much of work because we spend money within the scope. We minimize the cost. So this budget is very healthy for this country, and this is a, record-breaking budget. Thank you, Lord Prime Minister, ministers, and all members. You, Mr. I totally support this budget. Now, Treasurer and all team work overnight to come up with this figure. All the figure came through, but you cannot be realistic and get 100%. At least you come up with 85%, good enough. We said perfectly this is a country. And with the figures, no way. Thank you, Treasurer. You are a champion, 2025. Now, by me, you should know 2026. God bless you. Now, line team, your work man.
The Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the opposition leader, Honorable James Nomane, on his elevation as the opposition leader sitting here today. Congratulations. I'd also like to say appreciate the former opposition leader, Honorable Douglas Someresi, for being a good opposition leader, speaking frankly, holding government accountable, and I know the new opposition leader will also do the same. I'd also like to now take this time to pass my condolences as the Deputy Party Leader of Pango Party to one of our stalwarts and one of our strongest party members, the member for Teleforming and the Works Minister, on his untimely passing this morning, early hours of the morning. It has hit us very, very hard, and I'd like to offer condolences on behalf of the party, my family, myself, and everyone to his family. He firmly believed in his job, and he was a strong advocate and protector of the Connect PNG program. He was also very diligent in his job, traveling to all parts of the country, working late hours. Before he passed, he was at a NEC for about 8 hours a day, and then after that, he was in a late government caucus meeting when we finished at about 11 o'clock that night until his untimely death in the early hours of this morning. So my condolences on that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honourable members of the House, today I rise to speak in support of the 2026 National Budget, or Money Plan, a budget that reflects our government's commitment to responsible economic management and our determination to build a stronger, safer, more prosperous Papua New Guinea. I also take note of the Shadow Minister's comments, the Opposition Leader's comments, and the former Prime Minister and Member for Yalibu's comments on the budget. The criticisms are good. We take note of them as a responsible government. And as I always say, criticism for anything is always good, and we welcome that.
Yeah.
We convey today to discuss the future of our nation and the steps we are taking together to ensure prosperity, stability, and opportunity for all. It is a serious matter. Today, we turn our attention to the 2026 national budget, a budget that charts a path forward for our country. Our projected, estimated money plan. It is not always accurate, like businesses all over the country. When you do a projection, it is always a projected estimate. It is a guide for a money plan. This budget is grounded in the principles of stability, reform, service delivery, and growth. It continues the disciplined fiscal pathway our government has implemented since 2019, and it marks yet another significant step towards strengthening national systems, supporting our people, and unlocking the full potential of our land, our resources, and our economy. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 national budget, as presented by the Treasurer, sets a confident and responsible direction for Papua New Guinea. Importantly, it strengthens our commitment to growing the economy and investing in important sectors that matter most to our people, including education, health, law, order, and infrastructure. We cannot please everyone. No person, no government can. But we can only do our best. This budget is honest about the challenges we face, yet ambitious in its vision for our future, by reducing excessive deficits while safeguarding essential services. It ensures that we remain resilient in the face of global uncertainties while delivering benefits to every community across the nation. This includes little things that might seem small to us but are big to our people, including exemption for people who earn up to 20,000 kina per annum not to pay tax. These are big things for the ordinary guy on the street. We also have put in exemptions to stamp duty to homeowners. We have raised the limit for property purchase up to 700,000 who pay no stamp duty. This will help homeowners purchase properties. We must remember, esteemed leaders, Mr. Speaker, that our population in 1975 was approximately 2.8 million people. Today it stands, in 2025, Mr. Speaker, 10.5 million people. The growth in the economy and budget over time reflects both population growth and increased per person spending. While population has increased by 285%, the economy and government fiscal capacity appears to have grown by about 240%. It is a bit lower than our population growth, which a honourable member for Yalibu Pangia pointed out that, in fact, true, our population has grown exponentially. More people means more demand. It is pretty simple. The simple answer, grow our budget. PNG's population has surged, quadrupling in the last 50 years. The economy, in comparison, and government budget support has grown roughly 3 times only in the same period. Because population growth is strong fiscal and economic growth per person, which has not soared, which helps explain ongoing challenges with public services, infrastructure, health, education, law and order. Our population has grown exponentially, and we need to meet it with our budget. Mr. Speaker, since 2019, we have progressively strengthened the economy through strategic investment, tightened fiscal discipline, and targeted reforms. Significant investments in infrastructure, including roads, bridges, airports, energy, and digital connectivity, will continue to unlock economic growth in all regions. As pointed out earlier by a good member for Manyamia, by the good member for Wawaria, a road to Telefomin, a road to Wawaria, a road to Manyamia might not impact on urban areas, but to the little guy in the village, it opens up potential education and opens up the world for him. It enables him to sell his produce, make a bit of income, and be able to access medical and other services. It is development and real development for our people. These projects will not only improve access for rural farmers and support businesses, but also encourage new investments and strategic sectors that will drive sustainable development. Since our government took office in 2019, we have nearly doubled our country's national budget from 16.2 billion to 30.9 billion. But as the Treasurer stated, this is still not enough for our people. We need more to contain and be able to look after all our people. It is not enough for a country's development aspirations. However, we have made progress and we have set a trajectory and a pathway forward for our country. Allow me to highlight the comparative budget allocations from 2019 to 2025 and the positive outcomes made possible through sustained support. I would also like to point out a narrative that I'm not an accountant, but it is a pretty simple mathematics. With the diagram that was pointed out earlier, we realized that the O'Neill government, when it took over, everyone says it has a debt stock of 33.68 billion. Not true. It incurred a debt stock of 7.48 billion from the previous government. So its actual debt stock that it incurred was 26.2 billion. That's pretty basic mathematics. Our current government, everyone says we have a debt stock of 64.88 billion. Not true. The total accumulative is 64.88 billion, but we incurred 33.68 billion from the previous regime. So our debt stock, Mr. Speaker, is only 31.2. Simple arithmetic, and I'm not an accountant. So let's be realistic and factual. From 2019 to 2025, Papua New Guinea's national budget steadily increased from 16.2 billion to 29.3 billion, reflecting the government's long-term commitment to economic stability, essential services, and national development. I would like to take this time to applaud the IRC, the Commissioner and his staff, the Customs and the NTRA agencies who have worked tirelessly to increase this revenue collection. It is no easy feat. Education grew from 1.2 billion to 1.9 billion, supporting schools, teachers, and students nationwide. Health expanded from 1.2 billion to 2.1 billion, strengthening hospitals, clinics, medical supplies, and community health programs. Law and order increased from 540 million to 720 million, improving policing, corrections, and judicial services. Infrastructure rose significantly from 950 million in 21 to 1.7 billion in 2025, driving roads, bridges, utilities, and economic connectivity. Each budget responded to the country's circumstances. 2019 to 2020 focused on growth, service delivery, and early pandemic impacts. 2021 to 2022 centered on recovery and rebuilding. 2023 to 2025 strengthen stability, security, and long-term development. Collectively, these budgets laid a strong foundation for economic resilience, better service, and improved livelihoods for all Papua New Guineans. And yes, I admit we have challenges. Who doesn't? We need to do better. That is true, but we all have to work collectively. Through strong leadership and sustained policy direction, we have seen stabilization of economic growth, significant increases in revenue collection, fiscal deficits managed responsibly within fiscal rules. Major reforms in lands, physical planning, immigration, law and order are some areas that I point out, and steady increases in funding for health, education, and essential services, trying to keep up with the far outstripping population. These outcomes show that consistent investment and disciplined management deliver results. But it takes time, consistency, and sheer hard work. Mr. Speaker, I point out, as Minister for Lands, Physical Planning and Urbanization, I also am pleased to report substantial progress achieved through the continuous budget support in the last couple of years. Whilst Lands has improved on electronic land registry, expanded significantly since 2019, land title processing times reduced from months to weeks, land rental revenue increased from 9 million to 70 million as I speak today, and a total, including stamp duties, up to 170 million per annum. Urban development plans completed and will be rolling out in multiple provinces, including providing working partnership and providing for nearly 8,000 homes for our population in Port Moresby area alone. These reforms are building a transparent, efficient and corruption-resistant land administration system, restoring investor confidence and supporting orderly development nationwide, and aimed at growing and increasing our stock of alienated land so that development can take place. Mr. Speaker, the Papua New Guinea Immigration and Citizenship Authority also continues to modernize operations and strengthen national border security. With the passport issuance 2019-2025 launch of the online passport application, visa using AI processing times reduced dramatically, upgraded facilities and citizenship backlog reduced. But we point out to the revenue collections in 2024, revenue was collected at 178 million, and 2025, a total of 190 million to date. This includes tough stances on visa breaches, resulting in penalties, fines, and deportations. These reforms improve national security, facilitate tourism, business travel, and enhance our international standing. But yes, we still have more to do. This government continues to prioritize law and order because development cannot flourish where communities are unsafe. You can see by what the police minister pointed out, including refleeting of police vehicles. 300 police cars have been paid for in the last 2 years. If you calculate it, that shows a savings of nearly 60 to 70 million kina in higher rental cars per annum. We are doing something about it. The recruitment of regular and reserve police force officers to increase capacity for our country up to the 10,000 limit mark. Those are improvements that is due to the budget increases that the police have been received. Over the past several years, Papua New Guinea has made significant progress in stabilizing our public finances, including reforms in the finance department, as pointed out by the finance minister. Even as the economy has begun to grow steadily, a transformation that speaks to the resilience and fiscal discipline of government, including utilizing electronic systems for future tendering and procurement processes. In 2019, Papua New Guinea faced a modest budget deficit of 5% of GDP, reflecting fiscal pressures. In 2021, the deficit narrowed as the economy began adjusting up to 6.7%. In 2022, the deficit improved further to approximately 5.3% of GDP, by 4.3%, and then to 3.3% of GDP in 2024. Thanks to disciplined fiscal measures, the 2026 budget, with total expenditure of $30.9 billion against revenue of $29 billion, is projected to deliver a surplus deficit ratio of just 1.1% of GDP, the lowest in over a decade. At the same time, economic growth over recent years has shown positive and sustained momentum. I note my time is up, so I'll make it a little bit shorter. This dual trend, shrinking deficits and reliable growth, demonstrates that Papua New Guinea is not only recovering, but building a diversified, resilient economy, no longer solely dependent on resource sector booms. Our government's careful balancing of fiscal responsibility and growth-oriented investment is beginning to pay off. Lower deficits mean less pressure on debt. Sustainable growth means broader opportunities for jobs, for infrastructure, for improved services across our province. We must stay the course, maintain disciplined budgets, continue to grow our economy from the ground up, and deliver real improvements in living standards. The 2026 budget is more than numbers on pages, Mr. Speaker. It is a commitment to responsible fiscal discipline, transparent governance, stronger institutions, safer communities, better service delivery, and a more prosperous future. Equally important, this budget places the people of Papua New Guinea at the center of development. Education, health receive major substantial funding. As pointed out by the Education Minister, all payments to education was paid before the end of this year, enabling better classrooms, more teachers, upgraded hospitals and medical supplies. Districts have been supported directly through the DSIP infrastructure and Kina for Kina programs, averaging around 15 million per annum. That is a total of 75 million directly to the districts in Papua New Guinea that contribute to building the capacity of each district in our country. This has never been done before. I commend the Treasurer and the staff at the Department of Treasury for presenting a responsible, forward-looking and realistic budget that continues the reform agenda of our government. The onus is on us to implement efficiently, including our public service bureaucracy. Before I sit, I would like to wish each and every one of you, my colleagues, a Merry Christmas, and all the people of Papua New Guinea a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I commend and support the passage of this budget in this Honourable House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of Government Business.
Speaker asks leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Explain your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of our standing orders be suspended as would prevent A, the Parliament sitting beyond 5:00 p.m. this day, and B, the Parliament adjourning on a motion to be moved by a minister at any time.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The Honourable Member for Abao.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for allowing the people of Abao to speak on this very, very big and important budget for 2026. But firstly, let me join the others who have passed their deepest condolences to the Honourable Member for Teleforming and former Works and Highways Minister, Honourable Roland Milson, very close friend of mine, and I always responded to my text messages. A very responsive minister, very hard-working minister, minister who knew all the roads in the country, traveled throughout the country, including my new highway to central to Alotau. And I personally will miss him too. In fact, he ran me up on Sunday to have lunch. We had lunch on Sunday. And this morning I woke up, I couldn't believe it. I ran his number, but it was not answering. And then the message came, confirmed that he was dead. So my deepest condolences to this hard-working man, very passionate for his electorate telephone too. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if the members of the Honourable House recall my statement in the 2020 2025 budget, I actually challenged the Prime Minister and the government. And the challenge was, I said, Mr. Prime Minister, if you fully implement the 2025 budget, the largest budget, then you will be the best Prime Minister this country has ever had. And then I told the government, I said, if the government fully implements the 2025 budget, this will be the best government that this nation has ever had. I fully associate myself with the full budget speech given by the Shadow Treasurer, Honorable Brian Kramer, on the many, many issues and the misinformation that has been going through budget debates. And I, for one, want to confirm for myself as member for Abao and put a grading on the performance of the Prime Minister and the government before I come and talk about a few issues only, and I will sit down. For 2025, Abao received 8 million for DSIP, 2 million for district infrastructure. That's all. Last 3 budgets, we have never received any kina for kina, the famous 5 million, nothing. But I want to acknowledge the support of the Minister for Coffee, who allocated 1 million for Abao coffee mill. Thank you, Minister, for giving Abao, because we are now progressing in coffee in Abao, joining other coffee producing districts. So I've got 1 million of coffee to develop a coffee mill in Abao. We are now engaging the land issues at the moment. So my rating, out of the 20 million in the budget, I only received 10. So my rating is C, not A. C minus on the performance of the budget. And the different ministers, you will acknowledge that your ministry was short by the budget appropriations. And the MAEFO has shown that over the years, and the FBO have shown that over the years, that whatever budget this parliament passed as law, we don't fully comply with it. And so today, another record budget for the first year of our next 50-year journey, 2026. Very big budget. And again, I want to really challenge the government to please listen to what the chairman for the Budget and Estimate Committee has commented on, our Shadow Treasurer, East CP Governor and former Prime Minister Honorable Peter O'Neill, our opposition leader, and other members that have spoken. This is a very big budget, and budget is a key instrument in any nation. And so for the first time, we have hit 30 billion target. I think one of the debates has highlighted that the dilemma on accountability, transparency. That has been our dilemma as a nation. So we haven't properly institutionalized the structures that hold us accountable. The Public Accounts Committee, Honorable Deputy Chair, which you look after, has been doing a good job. But other sectors, for example, the Permanent Committee on Works, while the budget gives a lot of money on works, the Permanent Committee on Works hasn't done enough to hold the government accountable. Minister for Works, Secretary for Works accountable. Big money going to education, big money going to health, but the parliamentary committees that are under your responsibility, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we haven't doing our job to hold the government accountable. This parliament must be realigned under your leadership, Deputy Speaker, to hold the government accountable. And I hope that your budget will provide the support to all the committees so that they can do their job. We need to hold the government accountable. The committees must work. This is why I've been a promoter of the chair of the House to be the one recommending committee members to the floor, not the leader of government business. The executive government must not influence the legislature. It's a very, very important demarcation. And so we need to move. I hope that your budget, the parliamentary budget, is enough to make all the committees work. And may I suggest, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that chairmen of the committees, their remuneration should be equivalent to ministers of state. You don't can low, you go low too much. No, God, they do a lot of work. They go around the country while some ministers are sleeping. So we need to realign these things. What is the responsibility of the parliament? Because this is the people's house. How does the parliament work effectively? Through the structures that we have been managing all the same, and parliament has not held the government accountable. Even Wonk, we haven't been allowed to work and committees are playing around. And on that note, so I am arguing on the point of accountability. We haven't done enough work to hold the different ministers, the Prime Minister accountable. The governor for East Sepik has raised an issue of the Prime Minister's budget, biggest ever. Former Prime Ministers never had those type of budgets, 200 to 300 million. But where is the accountability? Every item from the ward, LLG district to departments, DDAs, the accountability structures are not strong in our country, Honorable Deputy Speaker. And so it is our responsibility to make sure that the people's money is used transparently. Second issue I want to raise, Deputy Speaker, and that is, I heard that the Plans and Estimates Committee was given the final budget and the week that the Parliament was to sit. And thanks to and congratulations to the Budget and Estimates Committee. And the speech read by the chairman is one of the best that I have ever had in terms of budget assessment. And I hope that the Treasurer will read the 2026 National Budget Analysis Brief that the chairman has delivered to this Honorable House. But in terms of budget transparency, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the normal timetable for budget preparations begin in April of the year. That the budget framework is posted in the media. And that's budget transparency. And then everybody contributes with that budget framework which is posted in the media around in the first quarter. And then consultations begin. Over the years, Deputy Speaker, the executive government has never consulted the opposition on the budget. Why has that been allowed for this long? We need to change that. And so the opposition is devoid of funds. Example, we have legal bills that the opposition cannot pay because your parliamentary budget is not enough. So the poor lawyers, private practitioners are waiting out there, and some of them are closing down. And so the opposition has to be considered too under the parliamentary budget to make the opposition stronger in terms of resource mobilization. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 10 years ago, in 2015, this Honorable House passed the Sovereign Wealth Fund law. 10 years ago. 10 years ago, that law has never been implemented. When I was Deputy Prime Minister under the Grand Chief, and we were negotiating the PNG LNG project, we strongly recommended the Norwegian model for sovereign wealth fund because of the predicted Dutch disease. After we have passed the 2015 law, no government has ever injected the fund, the proceeds that are coming from these projects that will be depleted one day. Two structures were recommended in the Sovereign Wealth Fund. One was a stabilization component. The reason was to manage revenue volatility. The second was what we normally call future fund, that it had to be intergenerational. We called it development fund. That's a future fund. But I read in the report of the Budget and Estimate Committee on page 1, Mr. Speaker, if I can, at the Deputy Speaker, refer you, and that is the key summary of the three main revenue components. And the one that I want to point out reads like this. For 2025-2026, revenue by other revenue will be the biggest year-to-year change at 93%, followed by revenue by tax at 4%. Specifically for revenue by other revenue, the reason for this significant change is due to increased collection of dividends projected at 5.2 billion kina. The government expects majority of dividends, 2.95 billion kina, to come from mining and petroleum dividends. My concern is the sticky fingers of the government is now into these funds that should be directed towards the sovereign wealth fund for the future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 10 years ago, this law is waiting to be implemented. Like many, many laws, government failed to administer. But this sovereign wealth fund legislation, 10 years old, is so very, very, very important. Look at the sustainable fund for the Western Province people. I think it's hitting over, I'm not too sure, it was 1.5 billion, 1.4 billion Australian dollars 15 years ago. I haven't caught up with the rate. I think it's way more than 10 billion or 50 billion because of the very good fund managers. That was an example of how to structure a sovereign wealth fund in a developing country called Papua New Guinea. And so it's not hard. Why, for 6 years, under the leadership of Prime Minister Marape, while we passed the law, while he was under Honorable Peter O'Neill's government, why haven't we implemented? We didn't do it under O'Neill, and now 6 years now, we haven't done it yet. So I'm strongly recommending in my debate, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that rather than put the sticky fingers on those funds that are held in the Kumul Petroleum or Kumul Mining, please consider the future for the children. Because these things will stop one day. We have received, Deputy Speaker, since the 7th of October 2014 to mid-June of 2025 from the PNG LNG project, from the figures that I've got, a total of 32.66 billion. Out of that, 16.27 billion is tax revenue for IRC, which comes through our budget. One project alone. 11.06 billion goes to the Kumul Petroleum. And that's where the sticky fingers are moving into now. and 2.2 billion is for landowners through MRDC, and royalties 1.6 billion. So the point that I want to make is make a commitment to start feeding the Sovereign Wealth Fund. While the revenue, as you can see from the shadow treasurers, the revenue that this government is picking up is higher than any other revenue picked up by the two former governments that comparison is made on. So I want to emphasize for the future generation, we must make sure that we inject funds in the Sovereign Wealth Fund, and with this biggest budget ever for the first year in our next 50-year journey beginning in 2026, I am requesting through this Honorable House that the government start injecting funds in the Sovereign Wealth Fund. My next debate, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is in the area that I am very, very familiar with, and I'm sorry that I missed the Health Minister's speech as I was out. But I want to emphasize two areas. Number one, which I have debated on this floor before, and that is the medical supplies budget is below 300 million. I think it's about 200-something million in the budget. We will still fall short of drug supplies in the country in 2026 with this amount of fund. The population has grown to over 10 million now. The minimum per capita expenditure recommended by the World Health Organization is $10 per capita. That's 40 kina per capita. With 10 million people, the budget should be close to 400 million. So my prediction is that we will be 50% short of medical supplies in 2026. The reason why I emphasize this point is, and I think the Honorable Minister has also raised it, our global funds who have been supporting us for the key areas of HIV/AIDS, TB drugs, etc., they will be withdrawing. And there is a big hole in that area that the Global Fund has been supporting us. I hope that the budget, and I don't think the budget has catered for that. And so I'm strongly recommending for the Minister for Health, through you, Deputy Speaker, to make sure that these funds are managed and the recommendations that we've been arguing here are fully implemented in terms of transparency and procurement of medical supplies and running of hospitals throughout the country. This morning, as I was coming to the...
Honorable Member, I interrupt you.
Oh.
Your 20 minutes of debate.
I will sit down, but I will want to share a message that I got this morning to emphasize the current situation. A snake bite from Kupiano was referred to Port Moresby because we didn't have antivenom. And that mother died at Kuikila because she suffocated. Had we had antivenom in Kupiano, we would have saved that life. Such is the story throughout the country. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honorable Governor for Oro.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I just want to add a few words to the debate that has been presented so far. Very colorful, passionate debate from both sides. And to also, on behalf of the people of Oro, pass my condolences to the family of the late Solan Mirisim, who unfortunately left us prematurely. He was a very hard-working minister, and though he received a lot of criticism, he tried his best to answer to those criticisms, and he never shied away from making the effort to try to explain what he was doing in works. Solon came from a very remote area, a place quite disconnected from the rest of Papua New Guinea and the world, and he was the dream and hope of his people. And he opened up the world for them with the roads that he built, and he was very passionate about what he did for these people. His people, our people, and it's quite sad for us to have lost someone so young in his prime and so committed to his people. In our province, we were very fortunate to have worked with him and our Prime Minister to renegotiate the TSSP project in our province. The TSSP project in our province, maintaining both the national highways, the Northern Highway and the Kokoda Highway. The contractor has been doing a job of some sort. I would say it's not great. And as a result, we raised this complaint with the minister. He sent his secretary to do an inspection of the roadworks being carried out by the contractor and organized a meeting with the Australian government. We sat, negotiated for both these highways to be sealed. Work commences in March. And thank you to the Marape Rosso government for their commitment to assist in partner with the Australian government in sealing these two national highways. That was organized by the late minister and his secretary and his team. I went to the office of the Works Department to meet with his team, and I was actually very impressed with the engineers that we have there, our Papua New Guinean engineers. They were well presented. They knew what they were talking about. They were on time. The Australian government was there, and the discussions were very meaningful, well organized, well structured, and we all came away with an agreement that would benefit Papua New Guinea, especially the people of Oro. So for this, I really would like to condolence the people of Oro. Definitely miss Leinster. My comments will be twofold. One, just as a province, our experience, and two, as a chairman of the Special Parliamentary Committee on Public Sector Reforms. In regards to the work of the Parliamentary Committee, I want to commend the government for ensuring that there was necessary resources or funding available for parliamentary committees to carry out significant reforms that are being undertaken right now. Some of these reforms include the overall overhaul of the payroll system, the public service payroll system. When we took office in 2019, and the Parliamentary Committee was revitalized, I want to, at this juncture, commend the former Prime Minister, Peter O'Neill, for actually supporting the committee and having it brought about to become a reality, to carry out these much-needed reforms in the public sector space. And also to commend Prime Minister Marape for continuing in supporting this committee. The committee consists of very credible leaders, bipartisan effort here from both sides of the House. I make mention of Sir Peter Ipatas, Governor William Powie, Governor Alan Bird, Governor Rufina Peter, and member for Wawaria, Marsh Naruek, who are members of this committee. And some of the work that they've undertaken is possible, or all the work that we've undertaken is possible because of the immense support that we received from the executive government. And we have been very critical of the executive government. Whilst we're not critical openly in Parliament or in the media space, we are critical in government caucus. And we do raise concerns in our groupings and discussions, and there are some heated debates, I will tell you. But because of Houseman principles, we maintain this decorum within our Houseman system. But I can assure you that the committee is very much at work, and I want to thank our bipartisan members, Governor Bird, and Governor Peter, who are very passionate and very dedicated to the committee's efforts. The reform in regards to the payroll audit is underway. It's painstakingly slow, I will add, and I'll admit, but it's happening. And I'd like to commend Minister Sungi and Minister Opa, as well as the Treasurer who has organized meetings to create a ministerial committee and a secretariat to ensure that the 74 recommendations in the payroll audit are implemented. I will still urge the government to continue its best to ensure that these recommendations are implemented as soon as possible, 11 of which are very much outstanding. And once we do that, then we will be able to save 26 million kina a fortnight that's occurring every fortnight in payroll fraud. In regards to the committee's work, the other efforts that we have undertaken is a review of the statutory organizations. And I have to say that, the comments that were raised by members of the opposition, they're actually spot on in regards to how these organizations perform. In that these organizations are not performing as they ought to, in the interest of our people. The statutory organizations were created in such a way that they can actually raise their own revenues. And these revenues are supposed to fund inspections, audits, and enforcement type activities, investigations and prosecutions against individuals and companies that are here breaching these laws in their efforts for their own interests. For example, in forestry, for example, in alluvial mining, and we will get to fisheries eventually. But by and large, we found that all these organizations, they all need a complete overhaul. They all need a complete overhaul. So much money is leaking because these organizations are not performing their duties, their roles and responsibilities. And we've heard about grey listing. Well, one of the reasons why we're moving towards grey listing is because these organizations aren't performing. FASU, which was a creation in 2011 of the reality that we have signed up with the rest of the world to combat transnational crimes, of which money laundering is a serious problem. FASU was created as an intelligence platform to get information from intelligence sources abroad, international organizations, etc., and then disseminate this information to the statutory organizations that I've mentioned. It has issued, since 2011, 2,000 notices. Not one of these notices has been acted upon. These statutory organizations have not acted on this information to investigate and prosecute the organizations and individuals that are in this country essentially raping and plundering our economy. And that's one of the reasons why we're moving towards the grey listing. But the fact of the matter is, at least we are making the effort to rectify this. I want to commend the government for making this effort. For instance, bringing about the National Monitoring Authority. We worked with the government to do this. And now we have an organization who will be carrying out diagnostics of all the organizations, including the statutory organizations that are supposed to be performing, and giving us a report as to how they ought to be better structured so that they can perform to the best of their abilities to the interests of our people. I would also like to propose to the government, through you, Mr. Speaker, that there has to be a serious review of the NTRA Act. Right now, the NTRA Act is carried out in such a way that it scoops up all revenues from statutory organizations. And I can understand why it did that, why the justification for this act, in that these statutory organizations were not utilizing those funds as they ought to have been. These are funds raised from permits, licenses, inspections, and various other services provided by the statutory organizations. And a chunk of those funds should be going into enforcement activities, inspections, audits, investigations, and prosecutions. Most of these organizations, perhaps all of these organizations, are not doing that. In fact, they're pulling the funds in a trust account and abusing it. They're attending conferences, holding workshops here and there, flitting around the region and the world, and they're not utilizing those funds adequately, and that's why that law was created. But I think a review of those laws need to be carried out so that this time put together proper guidelines and then give those guidelines to the organizations and ensure that there is an effort to review and monitor the usage of those funds, and then a percentage should be paid to the national government. I would propose 30%. 30% should go to the national government, 70% should be retained by the statutory organizations, and it should be strictly for the purposes of audits, inspections, investigations, and prosecutions. By doing that, you will actually see that you'll collect more in fines especially and penalties that you can impose, and you'll actually be satisfying the international organizations that monitor how nations treat transnational crimes in their economies. That's the whole reason why we're moving towards grey listing, is because we don't treat transnational crimes seriously enough. We don't. Transnational crimes are the most serious crimes ever committed in an economy. For instance, if you have a local crime whereby, say, a bank is robbed, a service station is robbed, house is burned, arson, theft of a car, etc., it may impact that local area, the people in that specific area. But a transnational crime is a crime against an economy, against the future of a nation. And the people that perpetrate these transnational crimes are very serious criminals of the highest order. And you need a very serious effort to investigate, prosecute, deal with these type of criminals. And we don't seem to have that mechanism in place, or we don't seem to be performing those duties and responsibilities adequately enough. But I do want to commend the government in regards to its efforts to overhaul the national security apparatus. I understand that the Deputy Prime Minister is making that effort. Myself, Minister for Police, Minister for Defense, Minister for Higher Education, we are part of his team, and we're doing everything we can to try to revamp the national security apparatus of our country and therefore be able to attend to some of these issues that I have raised here. Just a few other remarks. I want to commend our government for finally putting some funding into the rebuilding of our defense forces. The defense forces are the badge of sovereignty of any nation. And unfortunately, over the many decades, or since independence, we've seen very little effort to revamp and overhaul the defense forces. I commend the Minister for making a serious effort to revamp and rebuild our defense forces so that it can once more be the pride and joy of our country. Papua New Guinea Defense Forces used to be one of the best jungle fighting forces in the world. That's a fact. And every time our forces were involved in training programs and activities around the region or in the world, they were performing right at the top, at the best. Our officers, when they were trained in the US, when they trained in Singapore, in Australia, in New Zealand, they were some of the best in their class. But they would return to a defense force that was a mere shadow of what it should be. Well, I'm pleased to say that the Marape Rosso government is making a significant effort to revamp our defense forces. And that's a step in the right direction. What we need to do is take advantage of this and ensure that we protect our borders, we patrol our waters, and we attend to the criminal elements that are operating in our country and treat them with utter contempt. Having said that, I just want to support the budget. I won't take up too much time. I know that there are other members who wish to make a few comments and debate, and I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate the new opposition leader, the Honourable James Numane, for his appointment as opposition leader. I want to thank Douglas Tomarieza for his performance as previous opposition leader, and I also want to thank the opposition for their efforts. And one of them did mention some time ago, having been a member of the opposition for 7 years, I am very familiar with that territory, that don't take it personal. Let's use the opportunities of whatever it is that they're telling us and look at it, examine it, and see how we can improve ourselves. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Kirwina Goodenough.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you for giving this opportunity to come to me. First of all, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to pass my condolences and my family's condolences and condolences on behalf of my people to late Minister for Works, and our tributes to the great work that he has done in his appointment to the Ministry of Works. Late brother and I spoke on Friday
evening, and he asked me to meet him, so I drove over and said hello to him. We sat for a few minutes and I left. But he did not forget. He said, I'll call you back on Monday, and we just have a chat. So he called me, to his word, he called me at 5:30 yesterday. And we spent a short moment talking to each other, and he was in good spirit. And I woke up this morning seeing the messages, and my heart dropped, because we both came into Parliament at the same time. We had a class of 2012, and unfortunately, short of the third term, the giver of life called him back. And I thank God for this gentleman and the work he's done for the nation. This morning when I walked into Parliament, I looked over and saw the leader of the opposition-elect and walked over and congratulated him. And so I want to put to notice in this Parliament that he is the leader of the opposition, and I join those who have congratulated him in his new role as the opposition leader. Late Solon Morrison met me here on Friday and said, after Parliament, maybe we should go and spend some time in Kiriwira. And so I was looking forward to going down with him. But also me talk, Papa God give him, Papa God kiss him. On behalf of my people of Kiriwira and Good Enough, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to say a few words. And Mr. Speaker, my debate will be basically speaking, or I want to speak to the leaders who are in this honorable house. Me like Tok Lo Yumi, our leaders who will be presenting or passing this budget this afternoon. I also would like to speak to the heads of departments and the secretaries of our departments and authorities and organizations that they had. I have a prepared statement to read from, but if I read this prepared statement, it will be the same message that everybody has spoken about or presented to us today. But first of all, let me, at this juncture, commend the chairman of the Budgets and Estimates Committee, of which I am a committee member, and make a few comments or remarks or suggestions that the committee under the chairmanship of Honorable Yopi Yopi has year in, year out scrutinized the budget or had looked at the structure of the budget. However, Mr. Speaker, when the committee is given the opportunity to scrutinize the budget or to have a look at the structure of the budget, the department leaves it until last minute. For instance, last week, we were given until the last day before the papers were given to us. How do you expect the Budgets and Estimate Committee to sit down and deliberate with a paper that took you almost a year to prepare, and you have given us only 1 day or even a few hours to deliberate over or discuss the budget? I am little Tintin Blomibara. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate and thank the Chairman of Budgets Estimates for a well-documented and presented budget response today. Mr. Speaker, I also do concur with Sir Puka, the statement blame, and I want to thank the opposition spokesman, the Shadow Treasurer, in his presentation, in that when he presented his
budget response, it somehow corresponded with the Budget Estimates Committee Chairman, and likewise with Governor Allenbert's statements, and a lot of statements that were presented were almost similar. It tells us something. It tells us something. And so, when I hear Serpuka's statement, and at the caucus he did mention this, I want to just reiterate on this, and that is, suppose governments holistically and honestly implement budgets as they are presented to us today in the year running, and implement the full scope of the budget, we will not go wrong. The country will not bugger up. And governments who implement the budget as structured by heads of organizations, and for this matter, Treasury and Finance and Planning. And if we holistically stick to the budget and apply the budget to its full implementation, governments will be commended for a job well done. It brings me to my theme that I would like to share with us today, and that is, what is the purpose and goal of budgets? What is the purpose and goal of budgets? Is it goal driven for our people? Is it purpose driven to benefit our people and citizens? Or what is our focus? Suppose focus blaming no blow our people, now the budget will benefit our people, then something is wrong. And that's why at the onset, I said, I will be addressing leaders in this House. And not only leaders of this honorable House, but also departmental heads, secretaries and CEOs of our organizations. Today as I speak, I look across that room there, to that room. I look into the rooms that are here, where departmental heads are supposed to be seated here and listening to budget responses. And I don't see one of them seated here. I look across there to see if CEOs are here, and none of them is here. The implementers of the budget are the heads of organizations. And yet when it comes to budget presentation, they are the last ones to sit here and listen to politicians presenting their budget responses. Plenty time all ministers mipla pointing finger lo yupla. Mipla talk, you know walk him this la, you know walk him this la. But if we have our departmental heads seated in the boxes in there, advisors boxes, and listen to the conversations that we are having in this honorable House, they will, or by putting pen inside the ear blow and begin to implement the programs that are set in this budget. Mr. Speaker, regardless of how big the money plan is, or how small the pie is, or maybe, it boils down, Mr. Speaker, to how honest we are in expending these funds, Mr. Speaker. You can have a big chunk of budget of 30.9 million. You can go back to a budget that could be only 12 billion. But it comes to management of that budget. If we holistically manage the budget by plan and stick to plan, instead of ad hocly coming up with something and saying, okay, health needs this, na himi go na kisi money hurry up lo sampla up na kam na give lo help lo or implement one program. How do we expect that program to fully come to fruition or fully realize itself when we are ad hocly addressing issues? Mr. Speaker, how do we achieve these visions? It speaks deeply into our consciousness of how much zeal and honestly we are, and the passion and drive we have to realize and fulfill the money plans that we have. Also, Mitok, you can have books stacked up to this much. You can have beautiful designs on them. I think for the first time I did not see the Lemus Island on the beautiful budget speech. Somehow it was not captured. But your island is beautiful. The islands that we have out there are beautiful. And they need more money to go in there so that we can be passionate about tourism. We can be passionate about driving budgets into local economies, to encourage them, to stimulate them. And so, Mr. Speaker, time is up here, and this opportunity that you have given me, I want leaders to seek, to speak deep into our hearts, into our hearts. Is this budget really for our people? Is it truly for our mothers? Is it truly for our sisters, our young people, and our vulnerable citizens? Search your heart. As leaders, search your heart. Am I seated here because I want this budget to benefit my people? This year we have seen record budget increase, major increases in all sectors, Mr. Speaker. In health, we've seen record increases. In education, we've seen record increases. In law and order, we see record increases. I hope that with this budget, Mr. Speaker, through you, Prime Minister as the head of the government, the Deputy Prime Minister, and our ministers, you can look at the budget, and with the framing of the budget, the structure of the budget, maybe we have learned some lessons. I hear the Minister for Health speaking today, and maybe we have learned some lessons. Why shortfalls of drugs in the provinces and in the districts? Just this week, on Monday, I received a letter from my district health manager. Said, Doug, we are downsizing the outpatient. I said, why are you doing that? I picked up the phone, called him, I said, why are you doing that? He said, we don't have the medicines available. I ran the CEO very quickly, and I said, CEO, if in the next 2 weeks we have deaths after that, the responsibility will be in your hands. I said, go and raise the check. Let's bring down to Port Moresby to the pharmacies and attend to the issue. Plenty time, you may sit down here and a blaming minister, Tromoy Toklo or Napla, but some of the responsibility comes back to us as leaders. The district is our responsibility as well. I cannot say health is a national issue. National issue, national issue. I'm a national leader. You're a national leader. We have to take responsibility. If it has to mean that we start off by doing the smaller things first, and the departments can come with the bigger things. That's why I said I will be speaking to leaders today in these chambers. Mr. Speaker, in terms of education, you may have a penis. Classrooms work pull up. And again, governments in the past, governments today in the present, and maybe the future tomorrow, will continue to give us funds for our DSIPs and PIP funds. The onus is on us as leaders. Are we honest enough to implement the programs that are captured in our district budgets?
law and order, Mr. Speaker? Are we going to continue to see our sisters and mothers raped and burnt in houses? And yet we cannot voice out that concern. Babies are picked up whilst their mothers are busy doing other things, in cabs, in taxis, and murdered, innocent children are murdered. And yet we cannot raise our voices. Mr. Speaker, this budget now captures the need for police to move. Big money, move na walk. Be proactive. Does this tell you a story? It tells a story that society is beginning to collapse. Norms, values in life are beginning to erode to the point where we may not recover. And it is the onus is upon all leaders in this chamber, and leaders out there who are listening to my voice, that we take seriously the law and order issue in this nation and we begin to deal with it. Because it tells me a story that society is struggling. Tourism, we just had Honorable Belden Nama say he hasn't received anything. Please, let's support them. Agriculture, forest, fisheries, governments, successive governments have failed. This government must rise up and build the infrastructure into forest. We're talking about downstream, but we haven't built the infrastructure. How do we expect investors to come and invest in our country if we are not serious about building infrastructure that will bring investors in our country? Finally, Mr. Speaker, milking time me close to finish. You may talk plenty the contribution of churches in the development of our great nation and their contribution to human development. Let's not forget the work of the churches, what the church are doing in the absence of governments. You may taram supporting churches, blame me. Churches have played major role in terms of law and order. The churches in terms of law, health, church come hallelujah. In terms of education, church come hallelujah. In our development, let's embrace the churches. Let's embrace the work of the churches and work together in the development of our nation. Let me finish by wishing you all a Merry Christmas, prosperous 2026. I pray that time you go, please look out in you play it. Stay safe, eat safe, spend a lot of time resting during these 2 months of break. So as you busy man, you walking on up, run away lo you. Life blow you by run away lo you. Spend some time to rest your bodies, eat well, and please, also now money no man talk, go for medical checkups. With that, I wish you all God's blessing, and I hope that this budget that we pass today will be for the benefit of our people. God bless Papua New Guinea.
Governor Morbe.
Thank you, Lux Avilo. Me, people lo Morobe. Mr. Speaker, before me give him comment the contribution lo budget, me too like joining all colleague leaders laos lo pass him big bel sore lo member lo telephone minister lo works, former minister lo forestry, former minister lo defense. Namblo very strong man in selos la government. Deputy Speaker, ompla favorite song limilo country em, ompla band l'America em, we'll call him Casting Crown and write him. Now din said ompla line ol togosem, here today and gone tomorrow. And me look him Islam. Destiny blim yoga the man we missed up. Now you me look him next, this la minister when now I'm going lo cabinet Mr. Sinao next long him. Prime Minister, you sit down, Mansa sit down next to you, and brother Blumiem no sit down. Most of our colleagues here, one way or the other, the person who sat next to you, one day, if it's not today or tomorrow, will still live. So now time you make a time long talk, but make him work. Little time where God is giving me plan. People must make him do the best of our God-given ability. I'm sorry, now time, minister, you know, stop. You may go there looking flowers, stop plus the desk, so you must at a very critical time, being a very senior minister and driving a very important program for the Mara Barroso government, his presence is felt today. Now, I extend him sorry to people of the province, all open members who sit on there, District Blomiet, all of them as a former member of Middle Sharing Cabinet on them, and as a very strong leader. Now, you may wish him God, he can stop on the family belong him, people belong him. Now, I want to champion the district blame because for so many years, telephone me name, kind of similar place, Wawari am talk, Miniamam stop, Wellala stop, almost a looking machine them, champion belong all and put down. Now, while you may hard avoid him, the program you may set in finish, his loss is felt on this floor. Mr. Speaker, I think to the text law budget blame where Treasurer he present him, you got plenty all. We are fortunate to have a lot of leaders. When people plant the young leader, people stand up today. In the midst of us, a lot of leaders who will serve a man, plenty accountant staff, lawyer, will serve a man, all economist, even all experienced man will stop the government before, Mr. Speaker, will stop now the floor. And the collective voices and the critics that we make, all the comments that we make are due to this floor. Because this law is something, the English no one has monopoly over wisdom. And these budget discussions where you got the floor, sitting down and listening to a lot of our people contributing, including Shadow Treasurer. Now, me also looks along. Now, last speaker, former opposition leader, me looks along walk and make him was a former opposition leader, and me looks along new plan. Opposition leader, na thank you, former. Long looks along current too, na wait la walk one time. We need, as much as we need government, we need opposition as well on the floor. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think a lot of our comments on the floor has been on the budget, and I commend the Treasurer, who is right now sitting next to the Bible. All our comments have been some good, some bad, and in any budget, Mr. Speaker, there are some things you'd like to see will not be there. There are some things you like him and stop more and stop the click. There is no perfect budget, but the money plan of every government is the intention of government going into the next fiscal year. Now, the comments below me, Mr. Speaker, will be on the context of our budget as we approach 2027. Now, some leaders here, I think one of our members was making a comment and to put 4 or 5 points of order on this floor. As to the recent amendment, law, organic law you be making will give him stability. And that stability now gives the anchor for our current government to pass not just this record budget, but reforms and agenda that we will set for the next 50 years. Mr. Speaker, this budget, blame me, I'm starting said law. 50 years when now we count him go out. I must have now this budget, yeah. Prime Minister put him talk them to was 50 reset 50. Now Prime Minister me commend him you long bring him together. Plenty 7-man Bimilo country led by Chairman, the former Treasurer and the Deputy Prime Minister Charles Abel. Lo ino lo kamin kisim talk lo government, but lo kamin critic him. The last few years in government, what have they been? And the numbers that we are putting on the floor, and I commend Mr. Abel, who has been able to chair this committee and put together a report which Prime Minister put him on the statement on the floor, and I think the booklets were distributed last time. Prime Minister and Treasurer and Planning Minister, I think I would like also to support the comment by former opposition leader. Time me passing budget or Treasurer and Walkman blow government to sit down and will comment to take note that this is the money plan for next year, and our comments are being heard
they've been captured, and everyone sitting on this floor, whichever comments will give him, the implementers and the people who will be at the front line implementing this budget should take note. Prime Minister, revenue blame projections we look at growing over time. Prime Minister, my comments, Treasurer, me like commend him 3 or 4 interventions you may or some government make him. One intervention you may make him as government, government too, to instituting this process where you may put him national monitoring agency, look him how you implement him connect PNG. Mr. Speaker, second investment you may make him education. Education, second chance education. Education Minister, me commend him. Program you may make him. Give him also what him believe second chance. Why second chance, Mr. Speaker? We look back time Mr. Bosem, where him kept Bosem member. Plenty teachers believe me, all try best lol. But plenty time this little teacher, I'm not got this capacity to go beyond one wall kisim lo teachers college. Sometimes you may blame him sumati, and sometimes classroom. There's a whole range of issues that contribute to why our students are failing. And this is the second chance opportunity that we provide to our students, give them a second opportunity to do better. Now, I commend the Education Minister, the government too, put in money, you must increase him. Number 2, STEM program. Prime Minister want them, Education Minister, driving the program through you, Mr. Speaker. Now also Martin blaming our opportunity. Sometimes will facility blaming the UPNG Unitech. Our institution are limited because limitation of budget, support, constraints in facility, constraints in manpower, constraints in all the other things we could think about as a developing country. And this initiative to fund some of our best brains to go overseas and be educated, rubbing shoulders with research institutions that we do not have in this country, to be able to observe innovative technology, emerging technologies in other countries is a commendable program. Mr. Speaker, and Education Minister, me commending you. Government, you must put in more money, go into the program so that we can get our best of the brains to be educated overseas. Now, Mr. Speaker, one plus statement belong, Governor belong, I make him. That implementation is key. Even when we have record budgets, implementation is key. Prime Minister, I want to commend you and I want to challenge to you as well. Through you, Mr. Speaker, through this program, what the Governor Blong, Oro Institute Blong Parliament, which was the public service reform, and we engaged Deloitte's independent assessment, look in public service, and they made very bold recommendations to us as government, not just government, but because I'm parliamentary committee to this parliament, recommending for few things that we must do, not as government, but as leaders on this floor as well. And one of them was to look at how you can reform him, public service. This la work now, Karim life come lo this institution now, Prime Minister you put him through you, Mr. Speaker, the National Monitoring Coordination Agency. Now, through you, Mr. Speaker, Treasurer, you know, when we are doing a money plan, the element where our opposition leader talk equity. Must cut fail or you may over the line we miss on, whether you miss on government or opposition or member or open member or governor. There must be equity. Mr. Speaker, thinking below me. You may go to Mr. Boston, Treasurer start close to the Bible, so I'm referencing Bible. Instead long Bible just make him the story name to and broke him talent. Now give him all man. One play him give one play. One play him give two play, one play give him three play. This la master boss man. Now bin go. Round one finish, the time work plan finish, Mr. Speaker, I'm come back. Now I'm talking about Luxim come na count him. Amasol grow him or amasol all him. Man makes him two play, make him go four play. Man makes him make him go big play. Man makes him one play, all him tas all stop. Put him na all him nam talk. Hey, master blow me matok man so. Me must all him is la one play stop. Na Bible ito go sem. Master blame rausim lo dis la one play. Da give him lo nar play. The principle when milay ni Mr. Speaker. Government now we must look him. Who said member make him walk? Who said governor make him walk?
Now, man, we make him work. You must give him a more. So remember, make him more. It doesn't make sense. Lo give him man when keke stop, you give him again, lo keke again. So, Mr. Speaker, you must now, as Prime Minister, put him National Monitoring Agency, now Minister of Economic Services too, the rural development and stuff. You must model him. Now look him. Which all member time you may give him work, all make him work. Now which you know make him work, so ember fail or come, the parliament again ask him to talk. Me making work, so giving me more. But this money, so no one give him me. But Mr. Speaker, time you may make him fair. Kage man nato want them to save money. Mr. Speaker. So sometimes fairness works, but sometimes we need to equate to if there's value for money in the ground, for how much we're giving kina for kina, provincial grant you may give him, or development grant you may give him, work is stop on God. Now suppose him stop, you may strong him more. Suppose money not make him work, and government can only make money. Mr. Speaker, number 3, law and order. Now me take him government, lo put him more money, call law and order. Now you may try to make him. One plus work now, I stop lo you me. Law and order go out of end, Mr. Speaker. Now you go to film lo go up. Time you meet to election them go good, sample up, you plug go good, sample up, you plug fight. Time council them lobby. Or council to carry him lobby go to next level, or some all form him government or national parliament. Now make him lobby, na every people member kiss him. Now all governor too, me black him heavy, lo prime, lo resource him. Want them already exhausted budget you make at, lo down him heavy belong. This la issue lo law and order. Mr. Speaker, lo budget bli me look me put him increase. Mr. Speaker, you may go on study where you been institute him by Deloitte, call him the true cost of policing. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is like cost where Deloitte give him. I mean, no cost where now you reflecting the budget. It could be more, and it is more. And I take from Prime Minister last time you him meeting law, you try to address him law and order. Prime Minister, yes, over the member he took law and order problem. It's an issue, it's a national crisis. But when Prime Minister made a statement, people remember not making back him a statement. So Prime Minister said, okay, suppose I'm true major concern. Are you guys, all of you, willing to take a cut in your budget for me to increase law and order? And there was silence in the room. Now this comes back to us as leaders. It comes back to us leaders now. If we're mentioning that law is an issue, are you willing to take a cut to your kina for kina? Are you willing to take a cut for your district infrastructure or your provincial infrastructure? Or just say it's an issue, na you talk, but when it comes to actually putting money down, you pass him out because you saw him, you need him some money. Election came close to 27 and close to now. Ogada talk man waiting you stop. So these are the challenge, Mr. Speaker. Time you pass him the budget, Mr. Treasurer, through you. Me feeling was, in the context of this budget, this is the last budget we will pass and get to implement, Mr. Treasurer, to you. 26 budget we will pass, but some of the intervention program where you got now here from Ombudsman Commission, Finance, Planning, all Barata member Blomi, now you all members where you colleague leaders, you stop the floor. 2027, you not spending some money. Next year is the only funds we get to spend on all our programs and projects. All our programs and projects. Now, me Jim, very good budget, Mr. Treasurer, to you and our Finance Minister, match him cash against warrant and to make programs available so that that budget now will determine which of our leaders on this floor, Edisoxim funding will come back, or some people wait, go wagani no gat, go back to 27, or rouse na here by empty na new member come sit down. That's the context of which we passed this budget now. So the core implementation where Governor Engai talk, very true. Next year we must solidly implement this. Second last point, Blomi. Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister, time we took government and we made very bold statements. Very bold statements. Prime Minister, when some of our members here made a comment that by the amendment and the ruling where Supreme Court make him, you may take him away right. Now ability to criticize him budget, no God. As legislated, we stood, my party stood and supported the amendments that we made on this floor. Now that gives us opportunity And with power and stability comes responsibility now, Mr. Speaker. When we supported those amendments, Prime Minister, you stand through you, Mr. Speaker, at the juncture of the next 50 years. Now you Mr. 50 years now. Next year, time you may go one now, and first one come now. 2, 27, but 2, not 3. Me looking budget blimmy, Mr. Speaker. Budget blimmy lo recurrent and grow here. Alarming rate, them grow. Why them grow? Mr. Treasurer, why budget blimmy lo recurrent grow? One blame them, you may go the member you miss around the floor, yeah? You may go the governor you miss around. Why? Because you may go to make him house same time. You may build him school same time. You may not wait him health department lo make him. You may not wait him health minister. Me to make him house staff. Me no wait him education minister. Me to build him school staff. Na school, who said but teach him all students. You yet noga teacher, coordinator, staff. This la cost him increase, Mr. Speaker. This la cost him increase. Prime Minister, into our next few, after this 58th renew set you mean program you make him. Prime Minister, me challenge me lo look law. Not just projects, but building industries that will create jobs. And the statements that you made on, I can see Fisheries Minister, Marine Resources down. What's stopping us from value adding on all our resources of marine? What's stopping us from value adding on all our resources in timber sector? What's stopping us from value adding on coca, copra, Ogata Dislaya? We are exporting jobs outside of our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, plenty of time me look at Mogada man or complain that. You may blame Prime Minister. You may gossip. Some of the time I blame Prime Minister, you may look in PIP and you may make him good blood talk, but back say they Mr. gossip big blood through. But Prime Minister one man, Mr. Speaker. Minister am close to 33 minister. Lo make him walk. Mr. Speaker. Time you may go this law agenda am still stop yet. Mr. Speaker, you may know over the timber you may sell him round log. You may by 25 you may stop Now 25 now. You may go 26. Or minister must now drive him national agenda. National agenda. Mr. Speaker. Last comment below me. Mr. Speaker. People provinces, the district, people stop. You make a now budget where 30.9. PIP budget, me look at record budget. Prime Minister, this is one last year stop, please. All minister, me invite you all districts. Some minister, me look you blood. Some minister, treasurer, you know looking Finsaven. Now me like you come to Finsaven and looking Finsaven now. What Finsaven is to offer? Come to our warrior, see what warriors to offer. Come to all our districts and see that you will see for yourself what we bring to the table and our strengths and our weaknesses so that you look at country finish but you push him. Miplo provinces, the Miplo district. Last block comment, Mr. Speaker. Me, before me were in Cabo as a minister, now me a member, na me serve as a governor, na me fall. But me took to was a member or governor. But becoming governor now, me looking was in province two, you got big levy. Province two got big levy. Mr. Speaker, in next budget going forward, Prime Minister, you give him commitment in a governors conference, and we will be hosting the governors conference, I think next year, that we will look at block rent program. We will look at how provinces can be assisted in terms of funding, in terms of police. We look at Governor Bloela making a very crucial point. How do we trickle down the funds, record funds that we're putting for police go down? Me almost rule the budget. Dilik Belevi Blomimika, Treasurer and Planning Minister through you, Mr. Speaker. Me almost we put in program long. Education was innovative university staff. But Belevi Blomi some of the program we start Blue Trade University, Mr. Speaker, you know put him 8, 9, 10 years ago. We instituted the program and the legislation has been passed. So this lot ongoing programs, Mr. Speaker, you must capture him. Instead of programs now. You know, Miss Out, Mr. Speaker, I'm stop the program. One time, Mr. Speaker, me talk thank you, you look savvy me. Me commend him treasurer, time you support him budget. Please, you must implement as early as possible next year. Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, all the ministers, we look forward to work with you. When you come to provinces, please let us know so we can host you. Now, you know, when come with some man, you put it Douglas Quantum. Let us know and we'll give you a red carpet welcome. And don't forget to bring us a check because we're passing a record budget. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before all honorable members, before CI Luksavelo, Narbla speak again, me like to hold them. Me looking plan to blue me like debate yet more yet. So you stop within no time where you allocated Louis Laga. So this now, but me look salom la minister second. Possible laga na bien me come back Louis gavana blo minister blonga. Okay. Now Minister of Justice now I'm talking like debate so CI Laramemlo debate. Now Minister you haven't finished, you stop inside law 2 plus 10 minutes now you stop.
5 minutes.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pastor mi talk long. Comment him long. Judiciary mi like talk sorry Salem sorry blom mi go long. Late. Now me call him late. Solom. Medicine. One black good black man him die. Up him. True up him. Before in a walking right last term it me been go long. Telephone man. Now me sorry again. How na you karam this helicopter come? How sorry. Karam car come. How na you come so somehow Land Cruiser me looking na me surprise stretch also me got Land Cruiser stuff. So now me looking last time me play go up him road na. I'm walking big block walk. Na him die. So me Salem sorry go long brother blow me. And me play 2 by go same. Plan it talk finish or same. You me look him doctor na check him you me yet. Na one blow away you me check him doctor. Na blow away long and also kaiga you me kaiga long and. You me kiss him protein plant in isa bagrab him blow inside long and. So me talk sorry again. And me like now me like go to debate. Me like talk thank you long. This black government, he working big plus something long judiciary. All last year, or previous year, I finish and put him big plus money and me blow up him courthouse. Courthouse, and me play yet spending, me plan on borrowing money. And close to 800 million me play spending. Now me play got courthouse stuff. Long Pacific, he no got courthouse also blow me play. Time all you mix him, Pacific leaders he come, or make him comment lo me play. Na courthouse, and me play walk him. Now one play something me play achieve him long and me talk thank you long. Government long. Marabe Rosso, Namibla allocated man, will talk thank you long, treasurer too. You make him possible, Namibla got courthouse. Secondly, me like talk thank you long, government long. Planet time, you me criticize him all judges, all make him all same, that's all. You know, look him long. Whenever something will make him long end, system is sometimes slow him all down. So judges working more, now you play help him more long, move around, make him, you play providing funds, treasurer, me like talk thank you long, continuously providing funds. This play year me play by, or next year rather, 444 million, or 40 million on top long end. I'm not got not department or kissing me like kissing big planner. Me like talk thank you long end. That's all. Me like kissing. That's all. We are going ahead, trying to improve the system. So now you look him Lotari. He got one black judge stuff, permanent judge. Now long. Enga planting no like go to so me like judge stuff. So all grab me blood tram to put him all judges all over the province. So I'm now manning by helping me blood long me black and make him this la walk na. I mean like talk thank you long. This la walk me walk him long and. Now you me talk narabla something me like talk long and also judiciary and finish me like talk thank you na. Narabla important something this government putting money long and ministerial services. Ministerial services in die finish. That's all. Marabi also government come na ikrabi mengena. Put him 100 million last year, over 100 million. Previous year, we put him, slowly build him this. He come back. And our ministerial services, well, me believe also, me like give him one each district. He got 2 or 3 magistrates staff inside. Na album law, RM court. So them one big work staff. And thank you through long. Money you put him long. Ministerial services. Now village court too. Me thank you through long. Put him all. Man, village court officials long payroll. I'm not got one government working before long. Now me put him all long. Plan the man, me put him on payroll. So me like talk thank you again long. This la parliament na treasurer long. You mean making my funds available long. Pay more village court officials. Along RM court. Plan the court case in on national court RM, in on Arabla court. The village court are solving this problem. So solving problem now. Village court working big work. So good thank you through you look save long village court long. You mean this time in this parliament as well giving big money now you make help him all village court a sector long RM court improving services. That's all he got long way long go. All arresting man, all charging man, all fighting all wrong. You know got Carlo kiss him back. Kiss him all come. So they got big work stuff yet. That's all. So far people are working long and good plan long people are working good plan work. And government to look save long village court. Album plan. Peace and Law and Order Committee too also work hard. Now M2 government funding. And me like talk thank you also. Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, government blow you, government blow me blah. It looks save long. Album or Leslaman and first line we got problem and first line go long. Attend him to this blah. So now me blah looks save long and so me like talk thank you long. You blah work money you blah put him na. All work him good blah work. That's all. Money you mean it. The police by itself work that's all. Police run around the car. You know, so attend him. Old man block him road, all block him road, all look him, that's all be all drive go. That's all old man walk long and village court officials, councillors. Now councillors too only now only also me put him all on payroll. One blood on this la recent. Old man fight long all grab corner. Simply because me give him money long on. That's all. People like improving more. Councillors must make him good work. Councillors must have long and Papa Blomi and before councillor working plan the work. Meeting by all working also. Now Papa Blomi kissing pay na in die nothing. So me come a minister now me push him this long. I put him councillors long on payroll. So me working good work. That's all. Backside long and you will not look him or same. Old man by resist logo. That's all you're right. I'm working and you will work him. So councillors too, you may put him. Some plus something you will work him. Now you may not you may talk you may not work him work me talk. That's all. Some plus something you may work him. This like you may work him this like country we've come this far. 50 years now we've come this far. It's not a failed country. Now you must look on backside. All Australians, all Lucy me plan to take off. All thing all got me plan by got problem. That's all. Now look him all this like now we've come this far, and we can do more. Now think me meeting also you can talk to billions, but one day me can die when we go to so one day beginning blow me come up trillion they will deal with the trillions. This is not a poor country. This is a country where we can do it. If we put agriculture first, and by you make come up a trillion in a long time, everybody get on working. All grandman must put him any long soil, and by me come up him so. The next time treasurer, please emphasize must be and go to agriculture. Agriculture is a way forward. You must make him so that everybody must participate in economy. Now you put the money in the bank, only few people go to the bank. Meeting him now, making more sense. Now you come up with economy, plan this country. Prime Minister talk long plenty time. He said you must work. But me work long any more some agriculture. You know got narrow way. Along me all must work. Also, meeting agriculture is a way forward, so that one day we talk about trillion, not billion. We will do it. This is not a poor country. We have all the resources what man can think about in this world. We have gold, copper, fish, timber. What else we are looking at? We will do it. With God's help, people are working long. A Christian bill, me like talk thank you long. People all members all have been passing this bill. Come up Christian country. We put God first. We did it with the Bible sitting over there. And we made the same constitution. Also, Papua New Guinea is a Christian country. With this, Mr. Abba, we will succeed. God bless you all.
Honorable Governor of the New Islands.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Luluk Sawe, long all people of the New Island. Before me go inside, long a debate, me like join him all colleague members of Parliament, law, give big pla. Condolences, he go long late Solan Mirisin for his unexpected and untimely passing. On behalf of the people of New Island, National Alliance Party, and the family belong me yet, give big pla sorry, he go long family belong na clan belong en. Na mi like sanap lo here too na tokol sem mi one pla long all beneficiary law connect PNG lo New Island. Thank you long en na decision belong en na department belong en na mi pla igat look sawe lo hanmak belong en too staff. Lo here, me la using this opportunity to lo acknowledge him, Marapena Rosso Gauman, na Luke Sawe lo treasurer, na respective departments, usati formulate him this la budget now, you must stop lo floor, lo discuss na debate longen. Lo put him budget together in OEC. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of midnight oil. Na himi mas sawe lo disla na appreciate him. Ino easy walk. So mi like sanap lo here na tok thank you lo treasurer na department belongen. Working tirelessly behind the scenes lo trying na give one the best budget as possible as he can. Me like sanaplo here too na tokol sem. It may not be the perfect budget, but no budget in the past were perfect too. It needs all of us to work together to achieve a perfect outcome. Na me like sanaplo here na acknowledge him Rosso Marapena Rosso Gauman. Mi kisim DSIP blomi, mi kisim PSIP tu na osem governor. Mi kisim kina for kina. Mi like sanaplo here na talk thank you because district blomi na province blomi wag move heti staff. Na mi bla mas give him credit where credit is due. You think him? So I'm this la mi like acknowledge him because mi no harim tumas lodi sela acknowledgement. Mi bla harip tumas lo tromo stone na. Mi bla no looking lo nara bla side lo nge. Mi like sana blo here too na. Support him all nara bla. Colleague members who sat the tromo talk. Lo challenge him back to treasurer na department. He got all challenges stop lo implementing budget. Na mi like him yumi lo time na lan long all former years all put down blo yumi stop where. Na try na improve him long all years going forward. Na yumi try best lo no can repeat him. You think him? This is something the solemn. I think plenty lo yumi been worry long en, na yumi talk plenty long en. Speaker. So me like encourage him to solve yumi all geta na treasurer too, na department long en too, na planning, na finance. Lo sanap bung one time. Looking where all shortfall is stop long en. How na yumi no execute him good on our budget lo former years? Kila, now how can we improve by putting better measures in place lo implement him all going forward? So I'm this la. So, you know, wabla legally code lo English too is a talk. Tough times requires tough measures. Now this la you mean need lo no can puret lo put in tough measures. You mean no can puret lo talk no. Sabla time you play puret lo talk no na you mean talk yes so na you mean overcommit him you mean na planning expectation you mean raise him na all bell hat now and all bell cross now and all two bell is a come up. Antablong yan too, me like support him, Minister AG2, itromay tok. We're not putting enough emphasis on the agriculture sector. Agriculture sector and backbone straight lo this la country. Lo district lo me try best lo go through lo agriculture. Now so twin lo me the solemn because I don't have enough support financially to carry out the dream that I want to achieve. But it's there. So me like him yumilo, look longen na. Trying to support him agriculture in a bigger way than what we are doing today. Now sabla long sila incentive lo support too. You mean look longen all duty taxes long all equipment belong agriculture come inside the country. Can we relax some of that? So all tools, all machine, all this like something you mean need him, lo cultivate him, all ground lo mi bla. You know cost him you me too much. Because some time all this la cost antap too much. Na hard lo try na implement him all this la dreaman lo side lo agriculture. You mean need lo go inside lo agriculture, lo commercialization lo agriculture. This is a kind pass him lo subsistence farming. It's not going to take the country anywhere forward. We've got to go into semi-commercial farming. Or going to heavy commercial farming. And that's the only way, but you will get to contribute lo development lo this la country economically. So me like sanap lo yun encourage him you lo focus long yan. Education. Education am key. Key lo development. Tapos mi blay no kad enough sawe man sawe meri. Kila how ba you holding this la country? How ba you come up this la brick? One time good plus sawe na good plus integrity. Long supporting foundation lo this la country. Education is key. Education em gim sawe lo policeman. Education ni gim sawe lo doctor. Education ni gim sawe lo nurse. Education ni gim sawe lo lawyer. Gim sawe lo accountant. But we're not putting enough emphasis inside long education. True. So this la me like encouraging you me lo look long hen. Deeper. Because to carry a nation, you need an educated populous lokarim nation. Now suppose you mean all that, sore turu. We're not going to go very far. Now you mean not achieve him, this la dreaman you may like come up long hen. Lo side lo law and order. Miya mama so same. Ika sabla good blood look sawe now you come long law and order. But me like him reality belong into you must come up good. Law and order and by preventing you me long progress. Even though you me got all good plus sawe man was you me going inside education. Now you me developing all sawe man. If we don't take charge of the law and order situation, all is la sawe too but no got meaning belong. So you may need to support him law and order seriously, not just on paper, but support him wholeheartedly. Now make sure you mean up, curb him as much as we can, all issues where you may walk bung him now. Inside of society, lo side of sorcery, side of killing nothing, tribal killing, side of robbery lo here, lo town, all main cities, you kill burning of houses, and no one's been held accountable for it. People are just, at large, and police, walking walk because maybe they undermanned, under resources. You kila, you need lo look lo disla lo try na help him in a serious way. Antablongen tu AG mi like minister Niningi 2.5 years ago pinis mi like try support him judiciary lo come up in one plan new courthouse blo na Matanay district. Mi release him pinis 500,000 kina nearly 2.5 years ago, nearly 3 years now. Na mi lugi mo se money is supposed lo come up in good plus something. Na ting blo mi bla lo game and blo disala. That's all. I'm waiting 3 years now and I'm not even getting a decision. Lo judiciary services usat suppose lo counter fund na sanapim disala new bla courthouse blo na Matanay district. Na Matanay district Inogan National Courthouse. Mi bla masalim all kita line ni golo kevien. Kiliam samla time tu golo kogopo. Na yumi in under 80 more nothing. Na mi puti money pinis, mi bla working design pinis, igolo tender pinis. Na mi bla sit down yet, wait yet ista. Triple year. So mi no sa one issue, but level lo mi stop na mi gim ligli help him lo counterpart funding, but you mi sit down yet you all same. So no same liglik tok sawe to soli golo good play AG believe me. Mi play tok lo money. Go come. Amas lo yumi. I equity more fundings lo yumi kisi. Question now mi puti lo flow. Mi challenge him yumi all gata. Also, me no like self-promote. But one was something me realize also, tami ka member of parliament. Money be mi kisim, lo district blow me. You know money blow me? Money blow all people. Now you was man, that's all. Now me looking lo, paper aste, some blow all leaders blow me, quit him all funds blow all. Now, why? Now you come lo flow lane, you may ask him lo more funding ken. You mean not responsible bloody sala? You mean not? Miyamamas lo tokol sem. Namatnay district has a quit. All the fundings from 2017, you went up to 2024. Kila? Now me like him, you me all get lo come up responsible leaders, please. It's one thing asking for it, and it's another being responsible to acquit for it. And this la challenge me put him. I said the soul, me come up with some governor of New Island. Now me go inside, now me walk find out all same. Former governor, quitting one plus funds, blow nearly 15 years. You know like bagrag one plus man. I had two choices. One, to continue to play politics, na blame him, na party belonging, or step up and be a responsible leader and take charge of the situation and fix it. Miyama mas now, lo talk out lo yupla tete, me been losing parliament, lo 30 minutes, na me go quit him now, funds that I did not spend, Sergey spent, the lo time belonging, na me quit him now 8 years. From 2017, he going to upload 2024, all PSIP, that I did not spend because I wasn't governor at that time. Me working on same because me look on New Island and big pla pizza. Me no lari one plus stain or one plus bagra by Kisim New Island, he look no good. So this is something I'm responsible. So you me work him. You me no anything lo politic to mas. Na you me no anything lo poretu. So tete sol me go quit him 8 years. Lo funding where I did not spend, but I had to get a team put together. Lo go pain him, rausimol das, antablongol pepa, and acquit the funds that New Island provincial government received and spent. Emo lilik tok tok to sol mi like strong im yumi. Narpla haplong en tu em. Prime Minister, just through you, Speaker, mi painim hard lig lo district blomi. New Plus census, and walk by now, New Island population, and close to 250,000. Now 60% of population, and we sit down on the Namatnai district, about 140,000. District Blomi, Lo New Island, and me Big Blood district, Namatanai district, and me Big Blood district. I got 140 people that I need to look after. We got 6 LLGs. Me ask him support Lo House, me ask him support all ministers, the Prime Minister. The boss, you not give me Konos open electorate. I need that. Why? Mi tuan nunggu trulo di sela 10 million now mi kisim lo DSIP lo look out team Big Blood district to mas. And I'm finding it very hard to penetrate through and get government services reach him online lo place. I need help. I'm asking for help. I need support. So the 10 million that I received from DSIP can be a bit more effective in terms of its outcome. Right now, me too. I'm finding it hard. I can't reach everybody. Now, 3.5 LLGs below me, I've got to travel by boat to get there. Me no privilege to send plan liu plek kalap the solo lane cruiser na go. So, you know, these are the challenges lo side below me and those who live in the maritime provinces. You kill. So me like ask him, please, I need support. Minister of Administrative Services, Prime Minister, corners open. It must be given, please. I am struggling and I cannot implement to make this government effective law district Blomi. I can't because 10 million Blomi, I'm so too much, look out him 140,000 people. Now 6 plus district, 6 plus LLGs. Corners open electorate. Mi sanap lo here too, mi kamarelo toktoblo mi now, mi no like pulim tumas. Mi like tokol sem. O sem governor of New Island Province, nationalized party leader, coalition partner, lo Marpe Rosso Gauman. Mi hama mas lo tokol sem. Mi support him this la budget. Mi commend him. This 2026 appropriation bill, now National Alliance is stopped. Full support, Lord Isla appropriation bill 2026. On that note, I would like, on behalf of my people, Lord Wisim Yupla Olgeta, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now stop good, stop safe, and see you in 2026. God bless. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Higher Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before me starting talk, I wanted to, on behalf of my people and my family, pass my heartfelt, sincere condolences to the immediate family of the late Honorable Solan Mirsin. Want them, Mrs. Blum, now Pignini, now people Blum, Telefomin. One nice, good leader, very friendly and always responsive, and we will obviously miss him. In my district, we talk thank you, leadership, Logan. He was able to help us, and we are in the process of completing almost 40 kilometers of ceiling. We were able to complete the first 20 kilometers already, 17 in process, and 3 more. And I'm sure that by 2027, we'll be able to complete around 40 kilometers. But thanks to this government and under the leadership of late Honorable Solan Mirsin. Me ready little talk here, but I will just make it very short and sharp. In terms of my ministry, higher education, me talk thank you, Lord Gupla talk where everyone said. And I want to sort of echo the message that DPM said in relation to some of the good messages that came from opposition. we are listening. We will take them into consideration and do some of the things. I think the member for North Fly Toktokia, no, I don't think it's right. We are listening, and something are genuine things you guys have said, and we will make sure we improve on our side. Mr. Speaker, firstly, I want to sort of commend the Treasurer and the National Planning Minister, and I think the both secretaries for both departments and all the hard-working staff. They are the ones that put in the long hours and make sure the budget is prepared. So, big look saban, thank you, all our hard-working staff in National Planning and Treasury, led by Secretary Connie Samuel and Secretary Andrew Oika. I want to sort of place on record our sincere appreciation to the efforts, Lord Public Servant Bloyumi, for preparing the 2026 national budget with a theme, Security with Growth. Mr. Speaker, established by law in 2014, my ministry is responsible for cultivating our knowledge economy, but finding our space in academia through pedagogy, harnessing access to quality higher education, and assuring academic integrity through research. These overarching pillars are crucial for research-informed decisions for the development of our country. Mr. Speaker, prior to 2017, our biggest challenge was access or space in the higher education sector. In 2020, we had around under 14,000 spaces in the higher education sector. When we were graduating around 30,000 students in our grade 12s, we could only feed 14,000. I thank the Mara Barroso government for continual sustained investments, and as of today, we've increased from 14,000 to now 25,000 spaces available for our grade 12 students graduating every year. That's an increase of almost 78% over the 5-year period. In terms of our higher education institutions, we've grown from 40 to today 69 and growing. I will just speak on a few high levels. In terms of support from the national government, our two important support to the students of our country are TESOS and HELP. So from 2020, since 2020 to 2025, we've supported in terms of TESOS 85,572 students. That's a huge number of students that benefit from our TESOS scholarships. I thank the Prime Minister for the introduction of the Higher Education Loan Program, which is of his own initiative. That program has really helped a lot of our students as well who would not have completed their studies. And as of 2020 till today, we have supported 56,087 students. That includes both in-country and, of course, 246 of them which are doing postgraduate studies overseas. That's master's and PhD. In terms of this year's or next year's support, we have received a funding allocation of 636 million. Sorry, before I sort of continue with that, I want to say that on record that all these years, both TESOS and HECAS, we've received in full all our budget allocations and have made sure we've paid everything to all our higher education institutions. And last year we got 100%. I think we are probably one of the few departments that got 100% of our funding allocation last year and were able to support all the higher education institutions. So in terms of next year's budget support, all our universities, all our colleges, including the department, 636 million. And so we want to thank the government for a 15% increase in our budget, 5% for TESOS increase from 98 million last year to now 103.9 million. So obviously this will see increase not just in numbers but also in the allocation of support to the students that should see 16,100 students from all our registered tertiary institutions who obviously will have to meet the eligibility criteria to benefit. In terms of the loan, higher education loan program, we have 53 million, so that'll support more than 8,000 students annually, those who otherwise would not be able to pursue tertiary education. I want to thank the government too. Despite our struggles, we've sort of opened up to assist Vanuatu and Solomon Island, providing 2 million kina support for them to be able to find a place to study in our universities here in PNG. In terms of our post-secondary colleges, that's teachers, nursing, technical, business, and agricultural colleges, we've also received an increase of 11%, at 69.4 million. And thanks to our government, 10 of our TVET colleges will now be, they've received about $60 million support from ADB. And that has enabled them to now upgrade their curriculum to Queensland TAFE level so that those that graduate and cannot find a job here are able to find jobs in Australia and other parts of the world. Last year, we received support of 12 million, and that was able to support Unitec to get full American accreditation for all the engineers that allows graduates from Unitec to work anywhere else in the world. In terms of support and access to universities, the government continues to support new universities with an allocation of 66.6 million for our new University of Medicine and Health Sciences, 34.7 million to the Innovative University of Enga, 24.8 million for the Western Pacific University. One of the interesting things I personally found out when I visited some of the schools, some of our universities, and one in particular is Unitec. They've intentionally tried to save cost by doing some of the things like cafeteria and other things by themselves. And in the process, they were able to save around 12 to 15 million and reinvest it back into their infrastructure. And now when you go to Unitec, you'll see a very nice cafeteria that can seat up to 5,000 students, a very modern infrastructure. The same can be said for other universities with good management. Significant investments have been given to other universities. University of Goroka is building a massive 6-story central administration building with multi-purpose hall that can seat up to 6,000 students at a cost of 120 million. And some support has been put in to support with the dormitories, and we hope to address that as well. In recognizing the important role of churches and private sector in provision of higher education services, support has been also given to Divine Word University and Pacific Adventist University to invest in the infrastructure so they are able to get more students. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this investment in higher education is not merely an expenditure. It is a catalyst for transformation. The 2026 budget provides us with a unique opportunity to lay a foundation for equitable growth, sustainable development, and a knowledge-driven economy. As Minister responsible for higher education, I once again thank the Mara Barroso government for prioritizing investment in human capital development and express my support for the 2026 national budget. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, as the proverb wisely states, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Let us harness this weapon to empower our citizens, foster innovation, and drive sustainable growth. Together, we can ensure that every kina invested in higher education propels us closer to realizing PNG's full potential as a fully independent nation in social and economic sense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of Parliament, for your attention, and I wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous Happy New Year 2026.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pass them through me like talk thank you lo yulong. Sinan lo siana you also look lo loose block member blong telephoning minister blong works the infrastructure be joining you long Ross and Bell Sora Blomi go along all one bus line Blomi on top long telephoning. Telephoning is electorate very close level Blomi. I did my grade 1 and 2 in 1978, 79 in that part of our country. Amongst the last place in our country, the late minister member joined the ranks of our elected leader in 2012, and he has done a wonderful job in that electorate, the resource that we tried to distribute in the last government he was part of, and in this government, let me stop one term, and it's just said that he has passed in the morning, where we will pass our first budget after our 50th anniversary, our first budget that would be passed when telephoning is no longer isolated, but connected to outside world through the road that we've been doing the last 4 years or 5 years, linking Tababil, Kinga into telephoning. And I want to register my deepest, profound condolences and sympathy to the family. Last night, these sort of calls are not welcomed. Last night, I was sitting in my study, going through my notes. My daughter had served me tea for the night to clear my mind, and there was a persistent call from the work secretary at 1:30 in the morning. Sometimes he usually call me around those times because if I need information. So I thought he was trying to supply me information for the budget, so I ring them. He ignored him call long because I had sufficient information that I was going to read. Because he was persistent, I knew maybe something extraordinary is the reason why he was persistent. He called me 3 times. And within his call, and he said he's heading to PRH. The works minister was being taken to the hospital at PRH. And I drove there in the early hours just to find the member, my friend, and my minister sleeping lifeless. Such is the travesty of life we have faced. All of us are time-bound by our life in Parliament and as members of Parliament, or the fact that our biological body clock is ticking, Mr. Speaker. And so in the moment we are in, we do what we have to do, and others could be completed by those who come after us, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you to all of you for sitting in long hours to assist in the process for us to pass the budget. Hopefully, the debates that has flowed back and forth has given all sides both enlightenments, and we, on the government side, we know what we must do to implement the budget. I want to indicate to the member for Alata about people like me. I'm not here looking for praise to be the best prime minister or the best government. We just have to get on with doing the right thing for our people. We just have to get on with doing the right thing for our people. And I want to, on the outset, commend the treasurer. This graph that the SADO treasurer presented, in my view, contains what could have been my speech. So I want to thank him. I want to thank him for presenting this graph in its total clarity. Our nation's history, at least from 2001 up till 2025, forecasting and looking to 2026. 2001 or 1999, I beg your pardon, when Sir Mercury came into office. The SADO treasurer did a very good job in his speech. He was honest, critical, as any opposing
Sado Treasury would do. But I think this graph that he outlaid has a story for all of us. You look at the revenue in the blue color. That's the revenue our country has had from 1999. The revenue we've had since 1999, or if I could step back, Mr. Speaker, 1975. Well, 1975, time we mix independent, 300 million kina and budget block country. Of course, plenty of line grow 1 mil or 1970s, but 1970s, we blast war right now. Now you mean start war right now. I want to say wrong. 1970s, 1975, when the first budget was passed, I was in Nomad River, Western Province. No got school, no got housing, no got road, no got power, no got money. Probably me and work missionary, I mean work money, so I mean worry and work that's all. Because for no got housing, my mother lost her third-born son up there in the remote areas. My mother lost her fourth-born son buried in Oksapmin, West Civic Province. Today we exacerbated by the fact that the need stares in our face, and social media and the media reminds us clearly the need in our country from 75 up till today has remained big. The money we've had from 75 even up till today is not adequate to 100% meet all the needs of our country. Mr. Speaker, total PIP submission believe gonna come inside the planning minister law next year, and we hit him 18 billion kina. But because Mipla irresponsibly managing budget, even like working more dinner money more again, we are on what Treasurer has been outlaying our 13-year money plan to be fiscally prudent and responsible, heading back to a balanced budget next year. Mipla, we curtail. We have the affordability next year is only 10 billion kina. We've kept our PIP at 10 billion. The point I'm doing is more need, less money. For PIP next year, the need based on all our submissions from departments, from districts, from provinces, went beyond 18 billion kina. We could only afford 10 billion kina. And so this graph tells the story on how we've come the last 4 administrations. The Mekere administration, Somare administration, God bless to these 2 great leaders, and of course, the O'Neill administration and now the Marape administration. Something I concur with the former Prime Minister, the member for Yellow Pangia, is that borrowing is not bad, borrowing is good. So long as we transfer the borrowing to key enablers of the economy. And I want to take this time to thank him too. In this time, we see some infrastructures. For instance, he started the courthouse, 200 million kina investment. Our government completed the 400 million kina to cap up our good law and justice sector headquarter infrastructure sitting in Waigani. So borrowing is not bad so long as we are applying to key sectors that can grow the economy. That's the strategy we deployed. But to contextualize, and I want to, I know the Honorable Member for Medang, the Sado Treasurer, is not ignorant, or is not stupid rather. He's one of the brilliant members we have in this parliament. But whether he was deliberately ignorant, or just ignorant to the fact that this graph is incomplete without stating the size of the economy. And then without giving not the actual numbers, but a percentage on debt to GDP. The percentage on debt to GDP, Mr. Speaker. They just put this for the optics. No wonder why this morning they came out with a big show out there, Mr. Speaker, breaking protocols. For a protest so that the optics could run that. Look at this graph, the debt has spiraled out of it. When you look at the actual debt, Mr. Speaker, he's correct in saying it's 66 billion kina in 2025. But you have to measure that against the size of the economy. Mr. Speaker, I want to point to all of us. Canada today has 110% debt to GDP. Dinao block Canada today has 110% more than size of the economy block. Dinao block France has 113% more than size of the economy block. The Honorable Germany, quite prudent in the G7 economy, 63% debt to GDP. Italy, 130%, 135% debt to GDP. Japan, our friends who help us, even in the needs, they help us. They gave the Marape Rosso government one of the lowest ever borrowing to refinance a $300 million credit suisse 2-year borrowing by the O'Neill government in 2017 to be repaid in 2019. Thank goodness the Japanese government, they came in. That loan, the credit suisse loan, over 8.8% to be repaid in 2 years. So what do? The French came in, they chipped in a $300 million lending at 0.01% interest to be repaid 5 years down the line, starting going forward into the future. What we did, especially if you look in 2019 as we arrived, we had to go on a little bit aggressive deficit to refinance the heavier, expensive debt of past. And the former Prime Minister, Mefo Yalupange, himself confirmed much of the debt he was carrying were domestic debts. Treasury bill, inscribed stock, has got a 1-year rollovers, monthly rollovers. That's very expensive. Easy to get right away with less scrutiny. There's one central bank governor and one treasurer can discuss on this without reporting to a board. And the expensive domestic loans fueled the increase. Mr. Speaker, Somare passed on to us in 2011 a debt of, it is borrowing, remember for Medank's own statistics, 7.48 billion debt. And that's inherent debt since 1975, mind you. Mr. O'Neill passed to me in 2019 a debt of, on this record it puts 25.68, but a due diligence we established in 2019 when we put the Motu, for instance, the Motukea port, 1.3 billion kina borrowings, when we put the UBS borrowings, and every of these borrowings to the table, the due diligence established debt to sit at 39% in 2019. Or aggregate that debt. And so today you have the debt we carry today is an aggregate of all these debts of past, including our own debt. Mr. O'Neill and the government I was part of borrowed, or round up, if you look at the 39 billion or 39 billion as a baseline to calculate debt, then it passed to me a 31.2 billion debt that I had to repay, or we are repaying. If you look at 33 billion as a cap to GDP debt, then that's a 25.5 billion debt we pass on. In the last, and that's an 8-year transaction, Mr. Speaker. The last 6 years, we have put to the table only 26.8 billion kina debt. Much of that goes towards repaying expensive debts of past, as well as refinancing. And Mr. Speaker, this, if you allow this coalition to remain, whoever comes in 2027 follows the Treasurer's blueprint on debt repayment. By the time you come, you pull the graph 5 more years, you will see this one scaling down. The Treasurer is on target to deliver a no borrowing budget by 2027. The first time, and our statistics in the last 5 budgets established this. A high deficit, COVID-19 incubated at 8.9%. From this high, 8.9%, every year people are dropping, come down. Next year, and this budget now you got, Mr. Speaker, only 1.1% din out or so next year. Minimum. 30 billion kinaya, 29 you raising from domestic revenue, as well as online helping me plan, now only less than around 1 billion kina you borrowing from all concessional lenders, as well as domestic lenders. So, Mr. Speaker, this graph is really a rough presentation to hypnotize senses of people thinking that they could be deceived. But you overlay with the growth in the economy, we are currently now tracking at below 47% debt to GDP. 2026, in fact, 45.5%. 27, we are forecast to go down below 42% debt to GDP. That's why, Mr. Speaker, one of the amendments that Treasurer has in the series of laws we're passing this afternoon is to now bring down the cap of debt to GDP to 52.5% and not at the 55% that we're currently sitting on. Mr. Speaker, I hope you don't mind. My time is running. And our brothers on the other side put to us the question of credibility. I want to give you two figures. Last night I was reading this. 2014 and 2024, 10 years apart, two different governments. Revenue forecast in 2014, 12 billion, 12.6 billion. Actual revenue collected, 11.48 billion. Not James Marabe's word, that government's word in final budget outcome in the Treasury website. Treasury website. So a focus of 12 billion, a collection of only 11.4 billion, a deficit of 7.3%, and the expenditure increase. So that budget is a characteristic of less revenue collected and an expenditure increase. I give you this. An expenditure focus of 15 billion, I beg your pardon, and this time around they maintain the curtail the expenditure actual at 14 billion. You look at the deficit, 7.3%. The focus deficit in 2014, 5.8% or 5.9%. I blow me bagarapinis. The actual deficit in 2014 clocked off at FBO at 7.3%. Mr. Speaker, 2014, I beg all of us to remember 2014. PNG LNG in production. Instead of on a high deficit, we should be on a lower deficit. So, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, the brothers on the other side, especially those who had the opportunity to run government, have little locus tender to be lectures on economy. I gave you 2024. 10 years later, the figures in 2024. 2024 focus of budget, and that's clocked out in FBO. Focus was 23 in terms of expenditure, revenue focused at 23 billion 393.8. The actual collection was far less, Mr. Speaker. 20 billion 826. Same as before. You focus more, you collect them less, you readjust. But the difference between us, we weren't reckless. We stick to our deficit space. Maybe no collect him less, now spending more. Maybe collect him less, maybe cut him down expenditure. Cut him down expenditure. Now you may remain within that prudent level of management we focus. At 2024, Mr. Speaker, our deficit was at 3.2. The point I'm trying to make in all this number game is we know how to manage the economy in tough times. 2014 was a easier LNG first gas production. Former Prime Minister Midley Golong Tepco lo Japan lo Salim gas flow lo spirit of hela karam goe. Na mibla think more money ba capside no what sinking gulo UBS na. Money blo imi am karam gulo side he makes him time stop.
We have a point of order. Honorable Member Bloyal Bupangia, one point of order, you.
I don't want to disturb the good Prime Minister's speech, but he should tell the truth. When the first revenues came from the petroleum LNG project, we did not put our fingers into KPH to get the money out to support us in budget. As I said before, we deliberately had an high deficit levels so that because we had to build some infrastructure in the country. And we slowly reduced it over the next few years. And we came down to 2.2 when I handed it over to you in 2019. Now we are crawling back upwards. So please, don't lecture me about the economy and its workings. Just tell the truth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's an argument all day long, but numbers don't lie. And I want to point all of us, not on these sort of numbers presented by the opposition, the country and everyone, look long final budget outcome documents the last 10 years. Now, by you looking, deficit, low side, good blood deficit, and no good deficit. Dinner, low side, good blood dinner, and no good dinner. Spending happy, low side, good blood spending, and no good spending. Look at me, talking no good. Suppose, Mr. Speaker, you know, believe in me, blah. Check him writing belong all accounting firms. Check him writing belong all Westpac, Kina Bank, BSP. All these years, and you assess who managed the economy better, Mr. Speaker. I want to come to my speech. I know my time is running out of me. If I could ask all of you, please. This is the first budget after our 50th year. And I want to say, this is not just a money plan, but embodies the spirit of what we must do going forward into the future. As I said earlier, 1975 budget, 300 million. 300 million and liquid money. Ibla law education sector, me how much to play education minister give him talk to. 1975 we had less than 1,000. Less than 1,000 Papua New Guineans or Stablo high schools right across our country. Need and big blah, money the click, but Trango me talk. Thank you, Lord Papa Blo, you mean Lord country, or all in country, come enough now. They may start making work. Today, when we arrived in 2019, Mr. Speaker, we made it our deliberate focus to grow the economy. And grow by borrowing money, growing by applying back money to the non-renewable sectors, especially agriculture, and the sectors of the economy that will anchor economy, Mr. Speaker. Me like again go back to side long the note to me. $2018 budget, once one time, and 2022 budget or 2023 budget. Time also Pogara Pass, country by Bagarap. We deliberately went into the non-renewable sector space. And I want to point to all of you the revenue in the final budget outcome documents in those years. Long 2018, personal income taxes, 3.1 billion. 2024, personal income taxes, 2018, government blomi. 2024, 2019, 2020, 2023, 24, government blomi. Personal income tax, planting man complaint, or just Marabe, you pass in Pograna, country by Bagarap. 2018 stablo FBO report lo treasury. Personal income taxes, well, man works a payment, 3.1 billion. 2020, one time COVID-19, people are paying 3.5 billion or workman paying. 2021, all workman paying 3.4 billion. 2022, all paying 3.6 billion. I ask this question. Where's Tabal Dog? Pogara Pasna, Tagis Vagora. No God. Personal income taxes grow yet. You're asking the question, Mr. Saido Tresra. How comes Naswane me talk long? 3 years ago, Naswane gives him more than 32,000 Nubla workman come inside long, pay membership fee. I'm showing evidence law. IRC or some more man paying taxes law country now. If you keep a reference point in personal income tax in 2018 at 3.1 billion, the 2024 FBO says personal income tax in 2024 is 4.3 billion. If you want to find out how the companies are going, the economy, Mr. Speaker, Mila put him again. Economy in 2019, all companies paying taxes in 2019, 1.933 billion. You know, Tokolo Marape, or Brian Kramer, or Peter O'Neill, the honorables. Tokolo FBO, staff in shallow record block government. Company tax 2018, 1.9 billion. Company tax 2014, 2.5 billion, a little bit higher. But when it came to 2019, scaled back to 1.9 billion. Scaling back. It's an indication of economy in recession. Last year, 2024, we posted a company tax of 3.4 billion kina. 3.4 billion kina. Look at numbers don't lie. Look into these numbers. They give you prognosis as to how the heartbeat of economy in different sectors are tracking, and not cosmetic, superficial, feel-good political arguments like look at critical numbers. Let me stop inside. Now I come to mining and petroleum taxes. In case you've learned, mining and petroleum tax, Listen to this. Take back PNG at work here. No can laugh. You asking money to DSW and come lower. Implement spending money to pan him. Money and petroleum tax 2014. Maski Bigla LNG start local time. We only got collected 794 million kina. That is why James Marabe walked out of that government to fight to take back more from our country. 2018, 775 million pesos. Last year, 3.707 billion. 3.707 million kina last year. This year not come yet. All right. The point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, you are display good. Program 2018, program Ramstap. Although you sat in program about no attacks. Well, program was operating in 2018. And the mining and petroleum tax I got for the country, I was finance minister at the time, only 775 million kina. You ask the question, what happened? Well, in 2024, take back PNG at work, we are collecting 7.3 billion kina. Mr. Speaker, talk, you can talk, but some of the time talk, thank you too. Easy time, you can run him, but hard time, but you hardly run him. Mansa kill him couple, but kill him couple. Mansa kageta sol, but kageta sol. Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about GST. GST is the buying power of the people in the economy. 2014 GST, 1.69 billion. 2018, I give credit. The economy must have grown. People had money, 3.5 billion. 2024, 5.3 billion. It's an indication of growth in the economy, spending, collection, activities happening. Mr. Speaker, we have not yet found the full solution for our country, but this statistic shows that we are trying our best in tough times. The tough times, Mr. Speaker, 2020, COVID-19, when the whole world was shut down and facing negative growth, we were posting growth in our economy. Mr. Speaker, Mila Gimbeli Silipla, we are trying our absolute best in tough times. The world economy was struggling. In 2019, we grew at 4.5%, ahead of global average at 3%. In 2021 and 2022, we were recovering with the world as far as COVID-19 was concerned. But, Mr. Speaker, in POGRA, non-POGRA year, when POGRA was still shut, in 2022, we posted 5.7% GDP growth. 5.7% GDP growth. In 2023, 3.8% GDP growth. This is not Treasurer Staki or James Warab the number. Ask World Bank, ask IMF, ask ADB, ask all learned people in the economy. They will confirm these numbers. 2024, we posted 4.1% growth. But the interesting thing about this, Mr. Speaker, you look at the non-resource sector of our economy for the first time. For the first time in 1975, 5 years in a row, there's growth in the agriculture sector. There's growth in the fisheries sector. There's growth in the service sector. There's growth in the construction sector. Mr. Speaker, let's just go and ask Stanley Hotel for a room tonight. Ask what's the occupancy rate in Stanley Hotel today. What's the occupancy rate in Hilton? Or if not Airways. Hilton Airways are more expensive than Stanley. They will tell you the place is filled. The place is filled. It's not about who's benefiting. It's just a litmus test. It's a litmus test of people in society paying for rooms in expensive places in Port Moresby. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say Treasurer's 13-year budget plan is on target. Next year, we would have come down to a 45.5% debt to GDP, amongst the lowest in the world. Mr. Speaker, I don't need to quote all of you. You're all good in the use of phones these days. Google on global debt to GDP. Just Google on global debt to GDP. The entire world average on debt to GDP right now is above 90%, Mr. Speaker. Hello? You get me? Mr. Speaker, above 90%. America, I'm approaching 120% finish. Japan, 200% finish. Papua New Guinea also, you got all money, all criticize him, no can deny. But after all, no can deny, but ask if Treasurer gets Salamarika. We like him Kerab Mapa, we like Kerab this place. But anyway, so Mipla, I know some in my cabinet said, let's borrow endlessly. But I am one that said, let's borrow responsibly. We can't keep on borrowing. Let's go back to a balanced budget in 2027. By 2027, our budget this year, if we want to go balanced this year, we would have gone balanced this year. That would have meant save about 30 billion, just spend the 29 billion we are raising domestically. But we are on target for 2027 balanced budget. Next year, 1.1% deficit. 2027 balanced budget. 2027, what we raise domestically, we will pay for running our country, and we will start to go on an aggressive debt repayment strategy, cleaning up all this debt. So that, brother Blumi, member Medeng, me man Medeng too, member Blumi na me 1 billion. This like, Ogara Dinablo, 1975, come accumulate. Suppose you stick to this plan with Treasurer Staki set him. By 2034, the country would be debt-free. By 2034, our country would be a 300 billion Kina economy. Right now, next year, we're posting a 145 billion Kina economy. When I took over, it was a 79 billion Kina economy, Mr. Speaker. So we're on target. With all this thing, many asking, where did the money go? I'm going to talk to Penis, but me like me go and blah. Talk all the legal man marry lo country. No can harem kusai talk to line where innocent appeal in pen blue. James Marabe, me come up legal man marry lo street, na me come prime minister. Me clear lo pen legal man marry. For the first time, people are giving the biggest ever household relief to our citizens like no other government before. And I don't blame some other government, make a government, all know that money is la time. Maybe only government would have given the relief. They started the the tax relief at 12,000. Me to thank you, Lem. But time me come up, COVID-19 companies, life is hard. Me to me picking him legally man Maria. All know what pay long and so. Up him, lock him at 20,000. Small people must not pay tax. This came at a cost of treasurer, Hamas. I'm costing Lamas. So 63 a fortnight will save him legal money, but enough to kiss him 1 blood more tin piece, or 1 more bag of rice, or carry him go legal man Mary. People are also taxes long 13 essential household items. This is like no guidelines are making before. So, talk on the belly issue too, talk thank you to some time. And next year, by go yet, all not paying taxes. And if I had it my way, I'll lock it forever. The rice and tin piece, no taxes forever. So we can grow revenue from elsewhere. And all of us here, don't sit like lazy men. Let's work to grow the economy elsewhere. So we've given the biggest ever household relief to our small Papua New Guineans. Total from 2019, over 3 billion Kina worth of household reliefs we've given to our people. Not to mention free education, higher education loan program, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, me no need to repeat him law and justice sector and not will talk things. We're trying our absolute best to make him things happen for our country. Law and justice sector, courthouse, na court reform here, me like asking all members, please, next year, let me complete him reform, put him appeals court go inside. Appeals court, Supreme Court, you may open finish now, we're now funding 60 judges. Before 40 judges. So I can clear him backlog court. You will employ more judges, more competent judges from within and from outside, or Canadian court. But more of this, people are also bringing village court, or village court coming to pay for the first time now. Village court for current work, na me like to thank you, Maki Mouse, you may all you may talk thank you, all village court line throughout the country. All the RM staff. All the staff, one of the country, government, you bring me come say, pay. We'll ask him, you work faithfully, one of your staff. Now, saving country, long RM court. You may RM police minister talk, police recruit start finish. Army recruit start finish. You may making also work. We're putting money into this sector, complementing some of the development partners who also in the security space. The health sector, you black clear finish. Yanga Provincial Hospital, over 600 million Kina, locally funded. The O'Neill government gave 200 million Kina again. And we finished over 400 million Kina to complete. I thank my brother from Yalupangi. I mean, no good man. People don't know good us. Sadly, doctor. Sadly, work. I'm making work too. So I'm starting. Now, people can finish it. It's a world-class facility. I'm sitting on top of Lengastan. Boram Housing, the O'Neill government started it. I claim no credit for Buram Hospital, but the counterpart funding we paid. The Wamet facility, long Europe can put in this law, counterpart funding, Mibla paid. Anga housing, Nubla housing is stopped, secured with the Australia PNG relationship in a 2014 or 15 meeting by the O'Neill government. We are supporting the PHA to making sure money go. And like Togos, and we will also restart him again. Our government restarted the cancer treatment facility in Angao, and it is working now. Talk about cancer, we got a massive investment, 173 million kina worth of investment. I did commit to these people, our people in 2022 when we took back government, that by 2025, I don't want Papua New Guineans going overseas for specialist care. That means cancer facility must be okay, heart must be okay, kidney must be okay, some of main lifestyle-related disease. Mr. Speaker, today, this year, we witnessed for the first time the kidney transplant taking place at Port Moresby General Hospital. Today, this year. First in 50 years. This year, apart from angiogram facilities at Pomgen for the specialist care, this year, the first time bypass was done at Port Moresby General Hospital. Combining with Kumul and our own investments, this is taking place as we speak. I want to thank JICA for a bigger 100 million maternal health redevelopment taking place at the place. Indonesia government for a 36 million investment in a specialist care. But more importantly, I want to also thank ADB that has come up lately, moving a big way in the health sector. Now you got, Yipla, I remember me asking Yipla, that fund Yipla put in the next year budget, district, and provincial hospital. We want it to be counterpart funding. Now you may target him all district, provincial housing will be right throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, when COVID-19 hit us in 2020, we realized we had no adequate medical facilities to save our people, and investing in medical facilities is a must for our people. I want to also say we are recruiting over 5,000 village health assistants or health workers to bridge the gap in as far as health worker to people ratio is concerned. Education, to the Minister, I talk finish. Something close to my heart, we brought back close to 100,000 Papua New Guineans who left school into the second chance education. I want to speak to our young kids right throughout our country. Lose him marijuana, lose him steam, lose him homebrew. Go back to school, blue you. Go to district, blue you. Go along province, blue you. Ask him. Second chance education stuff where we are creating parts for you. That is where we will find you. Not here in the streets of Port Moresby, not in the bars, not in the hotels. All the young children of our country, over 85,000 kids have gone back to school for the second time. We're expanding School of Excellence. We're expanding technical schools. We heard from the Higher Education Minister, the TVET certification that we are offering now will be certification that is accepted to be for workers who want to go to Australia and New Zealand. So we are doing some work in that space. I want to point all our young people out there. Take up education. Don't waste your time in other things that may break it down. The road and bridges sector, Mr. Speaker, you clear along Connect PNG, we don't need to repeat it. Minister, he sleep stuff. Over 2,500 kilometers of road have been upgraded. Over 1,900 kilometers of missing links have been built. But 96 priority bridges have been completed. You go to Highlands Highway, right now you could drive on a two-way road, two-way bridges from Lae all the way up to Hagen. Those are being completed as I speak. Over 4,450 kilometers of district and provincial roads are worked upon, being improved. And I want to say, department tells me about 70 bridges and more bridges to come being spread throughout our country. Me like Toktola Airport too, me talk thank you Lord JICA, Japan long Najab Tomodachi Airport, 578 million Kina investment. I want to say thank you to ADB. 50 years come now, ADB, you want a good partner. ADB, if you're listening, I want to say ADB, you've been a very good partner to my country. I want to thank you for the investment in the upgrade in 11 airports all over the country. I look forward to visit Alatau at the very earliest when it's complete. Here Alatau Airport is taking shape, and I look forward to go down to Alatau to open that airport once it's completed. We have rural airstrips to attend to. In terms of talking about airstrips and airline, we're investing over 1.1 billion kina in Air New Guinea to make sure they refleet the refleet program. We're investing 2.5 billion kina in port modernization for the next 30 years in all major ports in our country. We're investing in national civil services in our country. Of course, I want to talk about electricity. A few years back, we paid 100 million kina to uplift 54 megawatts to Port Moresby City. Ramo Grid from Hagen to Leh has been upgraded. I want to apologize to the Leh residents and even Port Moresby residents. Blackout is something all of us don't enjoy, but surrounding infrastructures are being worked upon. We hope in due time the power supply is reliable and not the current unreliable supply that we still are faced with. Mr. Speaker, I want to come to something close to my heart. All of this has a cost factor attached. To keep on developing our country, we must grow economy. And to our people out there, to the districts, to the provinces, me talk same thing, but agriculture, ground. How do we link our people to the sector? Government got all ministries stand by, ready to work legislative space. Freight support is up. Price support too is up. Minister Kofi is moving in a big way in this sector. From 2018 to 2022 or up till today, there's a growth in that sector, but we want to sustain that growth and make sure we expand it all over.